everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of ShellCon. We're so excited to have you here. If it's your first day of ShellCon, welcome. If you hung out with us yesterday, welcome back. I just wanted to give a couple of reminders real quick. The first is that if you have not joined our Discord channel yet, please go do so. There's so much to take advantage of over there. It's shellcon.io/Discord. Specifically for RaiseMe, we have so many career consultants who are volunteering today to give you mock interviews, resume reviews, career advice, anything that you might need to make a shift into InfoSec or just make a shift in your career. Head over to the RaiseMe channel to get signed up for that. I also just want to remind you to stick around the entire conference. We have so many great talks at RaiseMe today. And then afterwards, we have ShellCon After Dark. Last night it went until 5 o'clock in the morning, maybe later. I know I passed out around 5. I don't even know how I'm awake right now, to be honest. But check out our Twitch later tonight for ShellCon After Dark. We can't wait to party with you. I'm going to turn it over to Maggie, who's going to present our first talk of the day. I hope everyone has an awesome time today, and I'll see you over in Discord.
Thanks, Red. Good morning, everyone. I am presenting our presenters for the first talk of the day today. Our first talk this morning will be Pwn for Life, How Hackers Can Be the Heroes of Healthcare by presenters Jeff Tully and Christian Dameff, who are also known as Replicant and Quaddy. Christian is an emergency medicine physician and researcher. He is currently a clinical informatics fellow at the University of California, San Diego, and he is also an ethical hacker and security researcher interested in the intersection of healthcare, patient safety, and security. He is one of the co-founders of the CyberMed Summit, a novel medical device and infrastructure cybersecurity conference. Jeff Tully is an anesthesiologist, pediatrician, and security researcher with an interest in understanding the ever-growing intersections between healthcare and technology. Prior to medical school, he worked on hacking the genetic code of Salmonella bacteria to create anti-cancer tools. And throughout medical training, he has remained involved in the conversations and projects that will secure healthcare and protect patients as we face a new era of remote care, implantable medical devices, and biohacking. If you have questions for either of them throughout the presentation, please post those to the RaiseMe Talk Questions channel on the ShellCon Discord with the hashtag AskChristian, and I'll share those questions with them live at the end as we have time. That is for questions to either Christian or Jeff. Christian and Jeff, take it away.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for the introduction.
Yeah, we are incredibly excited to be with you today. And I think we just want to start by saying we hope you are all safe and healthy and your loved ones are safe and healthy. And these are tough times. So if you're going through stuff, we are very empathetic and wish we could be with you in person. And hopefully in the near future, we'll be able to do so. But thanks again so much for the invitation to speak. We're very excited. We're honored to have the keynote slot. I'm sure there's some confusion in the scheduling of that. But it is an honor that we take very seriously. And so we do appreciate it. Christian, congratulations on almost being done with your informatics fellowship. It's good to see you.
Yeah, likewise, that's a little bit of an old bio, my bad. But we are very excited again, as Jeff mentioned. We're gonna get this party going. And I'm sure many of you out there are thinking to yourself, like, this sounds like a pretty interesting topic. It's pretty topical. I hear there's a pandemic going on, but we're gonna kind of get into why you should consider healthcare in your next career move. And I think along our journey, you're going to hopefully find out some pretty interesting things and also some terrifying things about the healthcare cybers. All right.
Can you just really quickly adjust your seat slightly so we can see the adorable Shiba Inu dog?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there you go. Perfect. Excellent backdrop. Okay. Sorry. Continue.
She's my mascot for today's talk. All right, here's our agenda. I think I'm pretty opposed to agenda slides, so I'm sure this is very elucidating. Hopefully you can see that we're going to cover some very, very interesting things. And of course, these are all on your educational slide docket. Look at the appendix 14.6 and you'll see all, I'm just kidding. Let's have some fun today too.
What we really want to do is kind of give a little bit of inspiration for how those who may not have been previously considering contributing to healthcare, cybersecurity, can see that there's a place for everybody and that we actually really need folks. So we're going to kind of keep it light. But if we can take one thing home today, it's going to be that we need you and we welcome you. So just to give you guys a little bit of background, we're obviously non-serious people. We started out in the hacker community. We've been going to DEF CON for far before we ever started practicing medicine. And that's kind of where Christian and I first met and really got used to each other's quirky sense of humors and odd personality traits.
and you guys are hackers out there, you know that what unifies us is our curiosity, as well as our creative thinking and our ability to solve problems that other people don't even think about. And so in that, we met with our passion of technology. We were also in a part of our life where we were learning how to treat and diagnose disease. And that's really our day job for the most part. So, this is a picture of us at work. No, actually, just kidding. This is a picture of us when we shot our alt 90s rock band cover. As you can see, we look very serious. Yeah, but we are practicing doctors, we swear. When you come see us, we're much more serious. I'm an emergency medicine doctor, so I'm trained to handle anything that kind of comes through the front door. I treat kids, I treat adults, gunshot wounds, heart attacks, trauma. And as we'll talk about, we've been treating a lot of COVID recently.
I'm a pediatrician and an anesthesiologist. So these days I'm primarily doing anesthesia for surgeries in the operating room, scheduled surgeries, trauma. I do a little bit of ICU work too. I kind of like to joke around with my colleagues and say that we hack people's brains. We basically read-write information as they go off to sleep and modify their registry with drugs that we don't fully understand how they work, but they are able to wake up at the end of surgery. It's a pretty cool gig.
All right, so the elephant in the room, a lot of people ask us, we practice medicine, what's it been like the last few months at work? Since this is a career talk, we thought briefly, as we try to talk to you about coming into healthcare, you should probably know how it is on the front lines a little bit. I will say, I'm over here on the left. It's pretty hard to go to the water cooler and have a discussion with your colleagues now. It was already pretty awkward. I'm the kind of geeky doc, so most people don't want to hang out with me. But when they do, they can't even hear me because I'm screaming through this hazmat suit, if you will. But it has been a pretty wild one. Luckily, on my neck of the woods, only one of my hospitals was pretty significantly affected. And things have been getting slowly better as time has progressed. But these are some pretty strange times on the medicine side. And we're about to take you through a pretty interesting backstory through healthcare, cybersecurity, if you will. And I think at the end, you'll see that there's some new stuff happening with COVID that makes your skills and your ability to come in and work for some of these healthcare delivery organizations or medical device manufacturers so important. And that the technological infrastructure that supports us at work taking care of COVID patients is almost entirely predicated on technology that has vulnerabilities and needs to be shored up. Jeff got his mask wearing wrong here. He's done this before with his underwear, but I had to tell him, the mask goes on the inside.
Actually, in this case, there's an exhalation valve that you need to cover up to prevent your respirator. So,
listen, it's also really hard in the COVID area to eat burritos. And I just wanted to bring up that I'm in Southern California, Jeff's in Northern California. And as we are in our hazmat suits, basically trying to eat burritos, it's really hard. We will constantly argue about which burrito is better. Northern California burritos, Southern California burritos. I encourage you to vote in the Discord on your preference. Just speaking from Southern California, the far better burrito environment. Jeff, your rebuttal.
I mean, we're at a Southern California conference, so I think it's kind of unfair. I think the polls will be skewed, fake news, and a representative sample would be much more helpful.
Yeah, well, I'm going to send you a mail-in burrito, and we'll see if it makes it there. All right, maybe getting a little bit more serious, we just wanted to say thank you, ShellCon, for having us. When we trained in medicine, you can go and read every textbook on medicine, on disease, on treatments, on pharmacology, pathophysiology. You can read all of those in a library, and you will still be a pretty horrible doctor. The reason is medicine is almost an apprenticeship model. It's a distributed apprenticeship model. It requires people to take you under their wing and teach you how to take care of people. It's impossible to learn it without that mentorship. And we thought that we just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity to be here. And also thank you for dedicating a portion of your conference to this really important thing of mentorship and advice as you kind of navigate these career waters. And so thank you. It's been really awesome.
And as folks who have a little bit of experience putting together events like this, we just have to say that it is an incredible achievement and accomplishment to be able to have a event like this completely transition to a virtual atmosphere and still retain so much of the community and the culture and the spirit that we know that this has had thus far, and we're only one day in. But just a huge shout out to everybody involved on the event side for doing the impossible. Our event, we end up just flat out canceling because of how much work it is to convert everything into a virtual environment. So major, major props.
And if we're lucky, maybe we can all be in person next year on the beach. Excited for the future of ShellCon. All right. We're going to take a little bit of maybe a big left turn here. We're going to talk about, there are so many opportunities. You hear time and time again how cybersecurity is truly a phenomenal skill set to have, especially nowadays, and that you're going to have a lot of job security, and so many different sectors of our economy are going to require your expertise moving forward. But what we are going to assert in our talk today is that there's something unique and special about healthcare. And you in other security jobs work to secure a bank, a financial institution, some e-commerce. Maybe you work for a three-letter agency, maybe you don't. In any regard, maybe what you do is still very important. And so much of security is about protecting what matters to people, their data, their finances, etc. But in healthcare, we have this really interesting opportunity where you can take your skill set and apply it to actually protecting patients' health and safety. And what are we talking about here? Go ahead, Jeff.
Sure. So back in 2017, Congress actually commissioned the Department of Health and Human Services to take a look at this emerging issue of healthcare cybersecurity and say, how are we prepared as a country and as an industry to be able to meet some of the challenges that we know about? So this is kind of the foundation of why this talk is important and why your skills are important, because the report that came out of the activities of this commission was full of all of these really concerning and challenging problems. And a number of them we'll kind of discuss a little bit, and you're probably familiar with, for example, the proliferation of legacy devices in healthcare delivery organizations, some of the connected medical tools and implantables that we have in patients. But really, I think the stark thing and the point today is that it was found that there is a significant lack of cybersecurity expertise in healthcare relative to other industries. And there's a little graphic that we'll show here in a moment that was kind of the big splash output that made its around the media. But one of the things that people didn't really focus on in the midst of all these other sexy, like massive vulnerabilities and legacy equipment, things like that, is this report actually found that over 80% of the healthcare delivery organizations across the country did not even have a full-time security professional on staff. So most of you are probably familiar with the Mayo Clinics and the Cleveland Clinics and the Beth Israels of the world. And these are all huge institutions and have gigantic IT teams and things like that. But I think what most people don't realize is that a majority of the care that is delivered to Americans across the country come in much smaller clinics, in rural critical access hospitals, in places that don't have the resources of the bigger, well-known institutions. And that's where it's found that there was a massive lack of security talent in those arenas.
And so I'm just going to put the challenges up front, because to try to sugarcoat them would be doing the industry, the healthcare in general, and you a disservice. But what I'd like to do is just frame this as challenges. There are, in a healthcare environment, you have sometimes thousands of users that need vast instant access to millions of patient records. That's just the nature of healthcare. When someone rolls in the front door, you don't want to have to worry about what accounts need access to certain portions of the electronic health record when you're dealing with a gunshot wound. Now, there's not to say that there can't be some classification of data, for example, and some access work there. But for the most part, you have doctors and nurses and technicians that need access to patient records, and you don't predictably know which portions of those records you need. What does that mean? It means thousands of users have access to the crown jewels in most hospitals, which are vast amounts of patient records. If you breach those records, you have to report them after a certain threshold, and they can come with $1 million plus fines. And so that's a pretty hard problem to solve. We alluded to this issue, and we'll talk a lot more about it. There are a lot of legacy devices in healthcare, and it's just funny because, like, for example, I'll remember this forever. There was a device used to assess people when they're having seizures. When they put electrodes on people's brains, it was attached to this vendor-provided laptop that was running Windows Millennium Edition, and it will continue to run Windows Millennium Edition until that thing is dropped for the 15th time. And that's just considered normal in a lot of healthcare environments, is that you're going to be dealing with a lot of legacy devices. Sometimes these legacy devices take up whole rooms and require walls to be knocked out before they can be removed in the case of MRI or CT machines. So what I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of legacy devices that have a lot of known vulnerabilities and are running operating systems that wouldn't be tolerated in many other environments that persist in healthcare because they take care of patients, or there's no alternative, or the alternative is so expensive that it's just not going to be on the capital budget for the next few years. Healthcare is a huge attack service. This is stuff you read in the news all the time. It's true. It's not likely going to be a solvable problem in the future, just due to the fact that you have to meet people where they are to give them healthcare. Despite COVID spiking a lot of telemedicine calls, you still can't fix someone's heart attack. You can't give someone a cardiac catheterization over Zoom yet. So that's just going to have to continue and persist. I always joke around. Remember when person in the middle attacks were really easy? Like when the networks were all flat? That still is the case in a lot of hospitals. A lot of infrastructure is still going to be super flat. And then the last part I just want to say is that you also have users in this environment that are quite privileged. You talk to people who practice security in healthcare, and they'll say, we knew what the right thing to do was from the security perspective, but we got a lot of pushback from the clinical staff who didn't want another security control put in their way between taking care of patients and securing the system. And that's, we could talk a lot about the validity of that, but in healthcare, we do have a lot of very powerful and vocal groups that all generally will push back on good security practices. And then, Jeff and I talk a lot about this. We were initially very, very concerned about healthcare and the impact of COVID on cybersecurity budgets. But I will say, surprisingly so, that hasn't borne out yet. And a lot of shops are actually still prioritizing cybersecurity and are still even hiring despite the hospitals losing money from COVID, because they recognize how important it is. So that last one may or may not actually hold true.
So I think people who don't know hackers as well as we do and know how hackers enjoy and even thrive on challenges might be a little questionable at the efficacy of our sales pitch, right? Like, this sounds like an incredibly complex environment to work in. There's added stakes, there's added stress. Why would you ever want to be in an environment like this with so many problems that are going to require such Herculean, literally like system-wide national efforts to really try to start to even fix? And it's a good question. When we were first in med school, I forget where exactly we saw a copy of this painting in one of the lectures. One of the old wizened doctors pulled up this picture, which is from the late 19th century, and is pretty famous among medical art circles. It's called The Doctor, and I think this does a really good job of kind of capturing in a single picture what it is that keeps us going to work every day, and that's there is an intangible fundamental reward to helping other people, and healthcare is full of altruistic people who our sole mission is to really take care of each other and take care of patients. And it's incredible how you can have a really overwhelming, really stressful day that at the end of it can be completely washed away by a single encounter or a single person telling you, hey, I really appreciate how you're able to help me. And I think there's a misconception that if you are involved on the technical side of things, on the security side of things in a healthcare delivery organization, that you are an unsung hero and you won't be recognized as being part of that chain of care that helps take care of patients. But I think the reality is you will see on a daily basis the type of gratification that you can get from taking care of patients, even if you're not directly at the bedside. And the bedside is important because that's where we as clinicians practice. And the bedside of today looks very different than this bedside that painting. And the reality of the situation is we as clinicians rely on an incredible amount of technology that we, A, don't fully understand how it works from a technical standpoint, but B, we trust it implicitly. So in situations like this in the ICU, this is a picture of a patient in the pediatric ICU who is on clearly a number of medications delivered via continuous infusions to keep them stable. They're on a ventilator, which may or may not be connected to a network. There are probably, if you go through this picture, upwards of a dozen or more connected devices that are instrumental in keeping this patient critical and stable and alive. And so I think we as physicians fundamentally rely on these technologies on a daily basis, and we don't understand the aspects that go into securing them and keeping them safe. And that's the chasm that is created. And that's what I think folks on the security side have an opportunity to help bridge and fundamentally improve patient safety as they do so. So that's kind of the challenge, but also the reward simultaneously.
And so we're going to go through a little bit of history here to kind of drive this point home. And we're going to start off with a smattering of medical devices that have been for almost over 10 years now, 12 years now, been pretty widely publicized as vulnerable. And again, so this is the challenging of that paradigm that healthcare cybersecurity is more focused on the protection of patient data. Still very important, but now people are starting to wake up to this argument that a lot of us have been saying, a lot of us have been pushing forward for the last 10 years, that it's not just patient data at stake. The real threat and the biggest and most important thing we should focus on is risks to patient safety, their health. They could die, they could have huge issues associated with failures of connected medical technology. And so one of the most widely known examples started being talked about in 2008, which was this discussion of pacemakers or AICDs. So these are implantable medical devices that get implanted into the chest of a patient. They're connected to the heart via some leads, and they can be amazing life-saving technology. So they can detect when your heart's in a deadly arrhythmia and shock you. They can pace your heart when it's not working right. They can do all sorts of amazing things. But because of some kind of poor security practices and poor design at the beginning, the connectivity to the device to program it was vulnerable to attack. And some researchers demonstrated how they could wirelessly cause a shock when you didn't need one. And that if you shock someone repeatedly or a single time at a very specific time in the heartbeat, you can actually kill them. It's not just pacemakers. We have talked a lot about other devices, including insulin pumps. Is Jay here? Oh, so there was a picture here of a type 1 diabetic named Jay Radcliffe. For those of you out there that know Jay, he's an amazing human being, because not only is he a diabetic that wears an insulin pump, a Bluetooth connected insulin pump, but he's also a hacker. And he spent a good amount of time reverse engineering his own insulin pump. And for those of you that aren't aware out there of what an insulin pump is, it's a device that delivers insulin, a medication for diabetics that some diabetics need, into the body itself by a little catheter. You change the dose by interacting with this insulin pump. And what Jay was able to show is that he could essentially bypass some of the security controls and exploit a vulnerability in the pump itself to administer more medication, more insulin than the patient needed. What would that do to a patient? If you get too much insulin, they would essentially get really low blood sugar. They could go into a coma and they could even die.
And it hasn't been just Jay. There are other hackers, including Billy Rios, who's another phenomenal guy working in this space and working on devices. In this case, Billy Rios was hospitalized for an issue, noted that he had a infusion pump and was curious about potential vulnerabilities in the infusion pump. So after he got better and left the hospital, I think he found one on eBay and started working on it, and ultimately found in a class of very widely used devices that there were some significant vulnerabilities with how these infusion pumps store drug libraries. So for me as a physician, I can take one of these pumps and pull up literally hundreds of different classes of medications on the pump, and the pump is programmed with a certain safe dose range. So I can start a drip of continuous infusion of a medication at a certain dose, and the pump says, that actually is too high or that's too low. And basically, it's kind of like a safety check to prevent folks from accidentally overdosing or underdosing a medication. And Billy's work was crucial in identifying that some of these protocols could be modified if the pump itself was configured unsecurely on the network. It actually led all the way to the FDA releasing a safety communication that these devices shouldn't be used until a more secure either patch or a more secure line of products was developed. And so one of the crucial points I think about this talk is, it would be fantastic to have an actual career with a healthcare delivery organization or a medical device manufacturer or something like that. But if that doesn't sound like the best fit for you, there's still an opportunity for you to participate in kind of the overall community of research, work on these devices, and ultimately help make them safer just by using the skills you already have.
It's not just medical devices. There's healthcare delivery organizations. Think about clinics, think about hospitals. They're also in need of some defense and use of your skills. So this is a hospital in Los Angeles called Hollywood Presbyterian. It's a smaller hospital. It was hit with some ransomware, I believe in 2016 or 2015. Some pretty nasty ransomware. It was completely unintentional. What does this mean? It means that the ransomware crew didn't even intend to hit this hospital. It was just blindly traversing the internet like it does normally, and happened to hit this one hospital. It basically shut down operations at this hospital for several days. And the patients that were being treated in the intensive care unit in this hospital, they were concerned that they wouldn't be able to care for them well enough, and were contemplating shipping them by ambulance to other facilities in Los Angeles. If you can imagine taking someone very critically ill with a machine that might be breathing for them, and is in one of those pictures we demonstrated, getting many infusions of particular medications, you can imagine how difficult it would be to put that person in an ambulance and safely transport them in Los Angeles traffic to another hospital. I think that speaks to the impact that this piece of ransomware had on this hospital, and that how devastating that type of malware can be on the care of patients. This is just the kind of canary in the coal mine we talk about. This was like one of the first widely reported issues of hospital ransomware, but I think we can't have a complete conversation about this until we talk about a few other ones. And I'll leave WannaCry for you, Jeff, but this one I'll finish up. Anonymous hit in 2014 Boston Children's Hospital and had a pretty devastating distributed denial of service attack on the hospital itself, took out a lot of clinical operations, and the hospital had to completely take itself off the internet to kind of curtail some of the effects of this DDoS attack. Interestingly enough, a lot of the attacks in healthcare can be motivated by money. This is an example, as we know from Anonymous, about hacktivism, and how just the thought of a patient that was being treated there, and actually they thought was an injustice. This patient was being treated in the hospital. They weren't able to leave for a variety of reasons that were dictated by actually a judge. And Anonymous thought that to be an injustice and launched a denial of service attack against the entire hospital. It's a children's hospital where kids are getting heart surgeries, heart transplants. There's cancer patients there. I mean, it's quite impactful and kind of a horrible story of what could happen if you kind of don't understand how healthcare works and how taking out some of the technological underpinnings of it can really be impactful.
And, there are multiple further examples of the effect of ransomware on the delivery of care in a hospital or clinic. I think the point that all of these examples are demonstrating is that you can have folks who do maliciously target a hospital, do actually want to have some impact on patient care, but you can also just have the inadvertent effects of a rampaging virus that sort of impacts a hospital that may have not been properly secured. And I think that's an example of what WannaCry was back in 2017. This was not directed at the National Health Service in the UK in particular, but 80 some hospitals were taken offline by WannaCry. And we're now seeing that this is a problem that continues to persist even into the pandemic. So there are organizations out there that are specifically targeting hospitals during COVID. There was an Interpol alert released back in March. There was some research facilities in the Czech Republic that were specifically targeted as a result of that. And then we'll talk soon about the examples just over the last week. But there are a bunch of folks who will say, you know, no one would ever intentionally hurt a patient or no one would intentionally affect a hospital. But I think this just goes to show that the unintended consequences of what lives out on the internet can affect a hospital. The digital borders of the internet do not stop at the boundaries of a hospital, and that's an important note.
I thought this was kind of profound. You know, when the pandemic started, there were a lot of examples of the hacker community coming together, and some of them decided to print PPE on their 3D printers. Some actually pledged to defend hospitals against cyber threats to make sure that they could continue to take care of patients. And I thought this was kind of I don't think it's funny, but I think it's just striking that what made national and international news one day was that several ransomware groups promised not to hit hospitals, right? Not all of them did. And this is an example, and this particular example is very timely. It's actually, the effects of it are still being experienced right now. And we are approaching 2 weeks of an attack on a gigantic healthcare delivery organization across America called Universal Health Services. And so they have over 400 facilities in the United States spanning many, many states. And they were hit with what we believe is Ryuk, and have been essentially knocked off from their electronic health record and other types of systems that can be potentially life-saving for almost 2 weeks now. This is ongoing right now. This might end up being one of the biggest examples ever of a ransomware attack on a healthcare delivery organization. It may, in some regards, start to rival, as we unravel it, what happened with WannaCry in the National Health Service in the United Kingdom. And what I think we're going to understand at the end of this attack is that we can't rest on our laurels. It doesn't matter how big of a healthcare delivery organization you are, you're still at risk, and that we really need to be paying more attention to this. The reason you're probably not seeing this plastered all over the news right now is it just happens to be also coinciding with some of the craziest news stories and news cycles in my entire lifetime. So if you're interested in this space, I really encourage you to look up this, because this will be something that really changes the industry moving forward.
And a couple of days before that, we got this report out of Germany, which was interesting in that it was the first time that we know of that there was a publicly reported association with one of these types of attacks and a patient ultimately being harmed, in this case, tragically dying. So we'll get a little bit more into this. Folks are like, you know, if a ransomware attack affects a hospital's systems and their ability to get onto their computers, like, why do people necessarily die from that? We got along just fine without computers for the last couple of decades. So why can't doctors just pull up a paper chart and get to work? And we'll kind of step through a little bit how we are so dependent now on this level of connected infrastructure that while we're able to still do a lot of what we need to do, there are certain patients for whom the ability to timely get them advanced medical care that is dependent on the same type of connected technology is significantly disrupted as a result of one of these attacks. So for people in the space, for people watching this, this was kind of the wake-up call that hopefully might spark some conversations in the right areas from a policy standpoint to really take this more seriously. So we'll kind of get into this, because I think while we don't know exactly what happened with this particular patient and with their medical condition, we can come up with a number of scenarios where time matters, and the time that it takes to get a patient from a hospital affected by ransomware to another one that's not can be the difference between life and death. And one of the surrogates that we use, so we as physicians, we like to use data, we like to use literature to prove points or to ask questions and to adjust how we take care of patients. We're very, very much, evidence-based, or at least we say we are and we try to be. And it's challenging for us as physicians who are security evangelists, because we're not able to pull good, high quality epidemiologic level data to talk about why these issues matter to our fellow physicians. One of the things that we like to use, though, as kind of a surrogate is this study that appeared in the New England Journal of Medicine a few years back, which took a look at how patients were affected by road closure, something as simple as a road closure during a major marathon in a big city like Boston. So this paper was actually able to pull a lot of outcome data. So basically looking at how patients were treated in hospitals for various conditions, and found that folks who had heart attacks or cardiac arrest during a period of time where there were major road closures as a result of a marathon had a statistically significant increased risk of dying. And the message behind that is basically, if you're in an ambulance struggling to get to a hospital and you have to do a bunch of detours down city streets because there's a big marathon closing off the main thoroughfares, that actually does result in worse outcomes in these types of situations where minutes matter. So until we can get better data, we like to use this as an analysis or a surrogate for why it's really important that we minimize the amount of time that somebody who has a condition like sepsis or a major trauma, how long it takes them to get the definitive care they need.
And to further drive that home, we're going to go through an example. We're going to talk about Annie Nelson. She's a 68-year-old. She's got a medical history of diabetes, high blood pressure. She has a pacemaker. Her husband found her to all of a sudden have some acute weakness in her face. She can't smile. She had a droopy face. She has some problems moving her left arm and leg. It sounds like these symptoms have been going on and getting worse for about 90 minutes. It's pretty clear to a lot of people probably watching this that she's having a stroke. And so because of the limitations, the time limitations on the medicines that we have to treat stroke, we have about 90 minutes from now to actually get her diagnosed and treated. And so we're going to walk through kind of what the technological underpinnings of her care would be and where all these connected medical devices or systems that are vulnerable, if they should break down, would delay her care. So again, the clock starts now. We have 90 minutes. The biggest thing about a stroke is that there are two kinds, generally speaking. There are lots of subtypes, but on the left, we are talking about a hemorrhagic stroke. So this is like a vessel in the brain that's carrying blood, bursts. And so you can see it bleeds into the brain. That's still a stroke, but the reason you're having these symptoms is because you are bleeding into a part of your brain you shouldn't be. And that's the minority. That's about 15, 18% of patients. A vast majority of patients have what's called an ischemic stroke, and that's on the right, where a little clot or clog of a vessel occurs. And if you block up one of those vessels, depending on where it gets blocked up, it can't deliver blood to portions of the brain that give it oxygen and nutrients. So what happens? You starve parts of the brain from receiving those things, and that's what's causing your symptoms. So hemorrhagic is like a burst pipe, and ischemic is like a clogged pipe. We don't know which kind Annie has here. We don't know if she has a hemorrhagic stroke or an ischemic stroke, and that'll become very important because the treatments are very different. If you have a hemorrhagic stroke and you're bleeding, you go to surgery or you stop the bleeding in different ways by giving other types of medications. It's much more of a surgical approach. If you have an ischemic stroke, you want to break up that clot. You want to deliver some medications to thin the blood and allow the body to reabsorb that clot quickly and restore blood to that portion of the brain. So what does that mean for our patient? What happens if you give a clot-busting, blood-thinning medication to a patient on the left? They're going to die because they're bleeding. And if you give them blood-thinning medications, they're going to bleed more. So it's incredibly important for us to find out as quickly as possible which type of stroke she is having. This is a diagram of kind of what has to happen between her home and her receiving this medication. We'll start in the top left. You know, if she's at home and her phone doesn't work, or if she is in a rural area and she doesn't have cellular signal, she can never even call 911. So her home is the first part where vulnerabilities due to the technological infrastructure, if exploited, could delay her care. She could never actually get help. But let's imagine that's working just fine. The second thing she has to engage in, her husband calls 911. Jeff and I did a whole DEF CON talk about this at DEF CON 22, if you want to look into it. But we did some research on the 911 infrastructure, and we found that it's quite vulnerable to a lot of things, including telephone denial of service attacks. And that's pretty trivial to basically down a 911 center. And there have been plenty of examples of this in the past. If the 911 system isn't working because it's getting DDoSed, that will prevent her from getting the care she needs. She'll never get to the hospital in time. She'll never get treated for her stroke. But let's imagine that's working okay. The ambulance has to come. And there's all sorts of technology on an ambulance, things like GPS, for example, and internet connectivity for driving directions to get the ambulance to her as quick as possible. There are connected medical devices, things like telemetry strips and devices that are used to defibrillate, et cetera, that have been shown to be found on Shodan, for example, publicly available and vulnerable on the network. Let's imagine EMS is working just fine. Middle left, she's going to go to a hospital. We just showed you plenty of examples of hospitals that could be under attack by things like denial of service attacks or ransomware attacks. So if she just so happens to have a stroke and the closest hospital, or maybe the only hospital within 100 miles, happens to be a hospital under ransomware attack, you can imagine already she's going to be at such a disadvantage, and it's unlikely she's going to get treatment in time. The middle checkbox there is supposed to demonstrate a registration system. She's going to fork over all of her pretty sensitive patient information. And at this part, we're going to say that she's starting to deteriorate. She's not talking as much. Her speech is now completely garbled, and her mental state is deteriorating. So maybe her husband starts communicating with the staff and is going to give over all of her private health information. It's going to be stored in a database that has a pretty high likelihood of a breach within the next 5 years. The middle right, I want to talk about this. This is the most important part of this diagram, okay? So how do we determine the difference between whether or not she's having a hemorrhagic stroke, a bleeding burst pipe, or whether she's having a clogged pipe and ischemic stroke? Is a CT scanner. She needs a CT scan desperately and very quickly, so we can determine that. This CT scanner was purchased by this hospital 7 years ago. It's still running Windows 7. It hasn't been patched because no one really pays attention to it. Furthermore, it has to be up and operational 24/7, 365 for the next 5 or 6 years, because it was so expensive when the hospital bought it that they haven't planned to replace it for the next few years, because it was a huge capital investment. If this CT scanner has contracted some malware and it's not operational, we won't know if she has a hemorrhagic or an ischemic stroke, and we won't be able to progress down our treatment pathway. And so that's just to show that connected medical devices in a hospital can be quite vulnerable, that are incredibly important to the care of very sick patients. I'm going to quickly go over the bottom part. Bottom left is this electronic health record. A doctor is going to have to engage in this electronic health record. They put orders in, they look up patient information in this. I call it the operating system of healthcare. Doctors can't do anything essentially, or not anything very quickly, without engaging the electronic health record, which is just another application, probably chock full of vulnerabilities, and may or may not be hosted in some cloud somewhere that I hope someone paid attention to. Bottom left, I don't know if Cannibal's on the call. I know he is one of the staff members of ShellCon, and Cannibal, did some great work, I believe, in talking about network connected drug cabinets. So these are devices that house medications. So at this point in her story, she had her CT scan. Turns out she has no bleed. The doctor is going to put in the order for the medication she needs, that clot busting medication, blood thinning medication. And that order is going to get transmitted to this network connected medicine cabinet called a Pyxis machine. There are other examples of this other than the Pyxis. But you can imagine our care of patients is so dependent now on technology that we can't even store drugs without using a device that's connected to the network and is running software. There have been some vulnerabilities shown of Pyxis systems in the past. Luckily, there is a manual override. There's a key that is able to unlock certain cabinets if there's a glitch or an issue or vulnerability being exploited. But I think that just highlights that in every part of this workflow, it's connected and potentially vulnerable. Lastly, she's lucky. Everything worked out. There wasn't an issue with any of these connected medical devices or systems, and she was able to get her medicine in time. And then once she receives the medication, doesn't mean that she's cured. It just means that we roll the dice and see if it even helps. I hope this slide is really here to, I hope this slide shows you how connected and dependent we are. And if any point in this it broke down, we'd have a serious issue.
And there are hundreds of conditions that rely on that degree of interconnected technology working flawlessly. So it's sobering, and I'm taking a look at the chat and I'm seeing folks saying things like, this is really scary. And our intention is not to come and spew fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's to illustrate the problem. And I feel like it's a problem that can be fixed with the skills and the talents and the drive that the average hacker has. And so this is just kind of hopefully a little bit of a motivational call here at the end. These are solvable problems. We can improve. In medicine, unfortunately, we can't save everybody. We can't cure every disease. What we can do is incrementally improve how we take care of patients, and over the long run, make some real big gains in improving the safety and efficacy of our treatments. And I feel like the same thing is true here in this situation. So we're going to wrap up here so we can hopefully take a little bit of questions. But our last slide is basically going to say, Christian, I'll let you kind of go into this as you have a little bit of a more operational role than I do. But I hope to encourage people to at least consider this space as an avenue for you to make use of your talents and to help people.
Yeah, and there's plenty of opportunities. So I want to say right now, most job opportunities in healthcare are on the blue team, but things are changing, and some organizations are recognizing that they need to have much more of a purple approach or a red approach. A lot of this happens where are they getting their actual assessments and things? They're usually engaging in third parties to come in and do a lot of that, like most other places with compliance, external compliance. But I think if you're particularly passionate about the blue team side of it, or maybe a little bit purple, consider healthcare for sure, especially if you want to challenge in defending systems that have some of the characteristics we mentioned previously. There's going to be a huge smattering. So what we talked about, and how these systems can be vulnerable and how some of these catastrophic things have happened, know that there is a huge spectrum. So there are large, well-funded, well-equipped systems that have some of the most cutting-edge cybersecurity controls and programs in place. That exists. So not all hospitals are like this, but think about a lot of places that are smaller, rural. I can tell you horror stories about some of the places I've talked to about how their security practices are really quite atrocious. And a lot of that has to do with they don't have the budgets. These critical access hospitals and rural hospitals might only exist because there wouldn't be a hospital within 500 miles otherwise, and they're actually subsidized a huge part by the federal government. And so they're not going to have a lot of money. And dedicating a lot of that to cybersecurity can sometimes be a pretty tall order for them when they're just trying to keep their doors open. There are opportunities in healthcare delivery organizations, like we talked about, clinics, hospitals, but there's also stuff in the medical device. A lot of people, especially 5-6 years ago, talked about how medical device manufacturers just didn't have mature security programs. And so if you're really into the engineering side of it, you want to work with hardware, you want to be able to influence the development of safe medical devices moving forward, come work for a medical device company. They really could use your help. If you're finding yourself more on the policy side of it, this is huge. The FDA is a great leader in this space, and they've been doing a lot to require the next generation of medical devices to be much more secure and meet certain benchmarks. So there's still even room in the policy realm for careers if you're interested. And then many people ask me, can I do this on the side? I have my regular gig, but I'd love to do some bug bounties for healthcare, for example. And I'll just say again, we're rather immature in that spectrum, and there are not a lot of bug bounties, if any. I'm not sure if there ever will be widespread bug bounties for healthcare delivery organizations or medical devices, but we'll see. But in the meantime, it's more like you're going to be going and helping a clinic or hospital system. And this is just a small listing of them. There are plenty more, and we can talk more about that during our questions.
Thank you both for that, yes, terrifying, but also inspiring talk. You are exactly on time. Sorry about that. I do have some questions here from the audience that I've been collecting throughout the talk. First, a couple people expressed curiosity about the availability of entry-level roles in healthcare security.
Yeah, there's going to be opportunities across the spectrum. I think I've heard plenty of opportunities for entry-level positions in healthcare. I will say, though, one of the things I have heard is that for the entry-level positions kind of across the board, but also in healthcare, you're going to be struggling to meet that salary benchmark that a lot of people have. And so you're going to have to weigh that with learning the skills while being kind of entry-level, and then taking what might be considered in some spaces a pay cut. So as you mentioned, some hospitals run on a very thin margin, and so that's something you have to weigh. With that being said, I think that's a great place to start off. I mean, it's a challenging environment. The work is meaningful, and you're going to learn a lot about enterprise security working for a healthcare delivery organization. And if that's your first gig, you'll come out of that well positioned to do a lot of other work other places.
We also have a follow-up question on that. If someone is interested in pursuing that as their launch pad, where should they look to target those job opportunities in particular?
Yeah, so the organizations I'm familiar with they hire you, become an employee of the hospital. Sometimes there'll be services. They'll hire outside services and contracts to do that type of work, especially with their SOCs and things like that. But generally speaking, you should be reaching out to the particular healthcare organizations. Consider some of those larger networks, perhaps places that have several regional hospitals or clinic setups. They're going to be far more likely to have those positions available. But I think that the cold email is still really valuable. I hear time and time again, both sides of the spectrum. I hear managers, CISOs saying, I can't find great talent. I can't find motivated entry-level people. And I think that's just they're not looking. But I hear time and time again, when they get an email, it excites them. So talk about your passion about working in healthcare, talk about the mission, talk about at the beginning of an email like that you understand that there are some challenges and that you're excited about that and excited to learn. Those are going to be good indicators to whoever's hiring that you have done a little bit of your homework and you recognize that this isn't your standard cybersecurity job, that this is something different. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to be the best fit. You know, I've heard both types of people. People get into it and say they love it. Oh, absolutely, love the mission. It's really important. And then I've also heard people say, I was quite challenged by it. I didn't enjoy it because I couldn't make those huge monumental shifts in the security posture, and I got frustrated and left. I think you need to be prepared for both, but know what you're getting into. At the end of the day, there are probably few more meaningful jobs in securing a hospital against cyber criminals, especially in the era of COVID.
Great. And then kind of to the other side of the coin, you mentioned that bug bounties are not really a great fit for this industry, but if people are looking to contribute without a career change, are there maybe open source contribution opportunities that would help secure underlying infrastructure that's commonly used for medical devices, or anything like that that's maybe not directly working on the healthcare product, but can still help contribute to healthcare security?
Absolutely. So one of the things I want to mention is that there is a lot of open source work being done on medical devices. One of the programs I'm going to say is something like Night Scout. So this is a open source project to basically make an artificial pancreas. So to take an insulin pump and a glucometer and to combine those with some software to allow for the glucometer to talk to your insulin pump all through your phone to basically automatically control the amount of insulin going into you and to basically have much better glycemic control. What does that mean? Well, it means that in these projects, there's a lot of work being done on the medical devices. Sometimes these projects lack security expertise, and that can have pretty horrifying theoretical consequences. And so there's a smattering of projects across the globe that could benefit from your expertise. With that being said, there's also, I want to say, a lot of the infrastructure is shared. So if you want to do research on a particular medical device, you may find out after you crack it open that it shares the vulnerabilities of so many other different embedded systems. And so if you want to get involved, you might not necessarily want to work entirely with it. You can also contribute by doing device research. We just really encourage obviously coordinated disclosure. These are quite sensitive vulnerabilities sometimes with patient lives at stake. And so if you are going to engage in that regard, we really ask you to work with the FDA, work with the device manufacturers, just because of how potentially catastrophic some of these vulnerabilities could be.
On a kind of related note, someone asks, is there space to develop new patching methods for older devices, or are they pretty closed at the source?
That's a great question. So two different approaches, I would say, and a lot of the old arguments against patching legacy medical devices stem from this myth that if you patched a medical device, you were actually violating some FDA mandate. So some people said, I can't patch that because the FDA says it has to be recertified if it does. The FDA has come out strongly in saying that that is a myth. Patching a medical device for a security reason does not constitute the need to recertify a medical device. That has been thoroughly debunked. So you can patch devices from vendor created patches. What we find is that the healthcare medical device industry is quite an interesting ecosystem. There's a big 10 of them that do a lot of medical device work, as you know, but how do they actually get the devices to market is with hundreds of little sub companies and boutique consulting firms. And so as a consequence, what I'm trying to say at the end of the day is that patching is a really hard thing from the vendor spot. Some vendors have gotten it down, a lot of them haven't. And a lot of devices are in practice that'll never, or actually in clinical use, that will never be patched. So this alternative strategy of, are there other ways we can mitigate these vulnerabilities at the network level, for example, have really taken off. And so that's still, and then a lot of things people will say is, some people push back on patching legacy devices because of patch failure rates, and that a critical medical device that's patched for what might be considered a low-level vulnerability or medium impact vulnerability, the risk that that device going down to patient care would be far greater than any risk of it being exploited. And so what I want to say after all of this is that there's a lot of work in patching this. Some of this is really paralleling the work in IoT generally speaking. But with that being said, there is some uniqueness to this. We would love a more hacker-grown approach to this that can really challenge some of the myths and assumptions that industry is making in this. And so there's a lot of space that you can contribute in that.
Cool, thank you. There were a couple more questions, but I feel like you've already addressed them. If you would like to visit the Ask RaiseMe channel, there are still some great discussions going on about the materials from your talk. People loved it. They're discussing how inspired they are to go out and find ways to contribute to medical device security now. So thank you very much for sharing all of this information with us in the ShellCon community. I want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors at this time, including EdgeScan, Van Pelt Ian James LLP, The Paranoids, Twitter, Verizon Digital Media Services, Aries Security, The Resecurity, SkySafe, Synopsys, Envision Apparel, No Starch Press, Reverse Shell Corp, and the Linux Expo of Southern California. Everybody, please make sure you check out the sponsor channels on the Discord, including the EdgeScan Lounge, The Paranoids, Twitter Jobs, and VDMS Waffles House, which you will want to autocomplete. Also check out the Lockpicking Village and the Soldering Village and enjoy the shenanigans. Our next talk coming up at 12:30 PDT will be Allyship in a Socially Distant World by ShellCon's own Alkaline Red. So be sure to check back in after this break. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Have fun.
now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome or welcome back to the RaiseMe track here at ShellCon. This next talk is Allyship in a Socially Distant World by the inimitable Alkaline Red. Red has been in InfoSec for 5 years and has a wide range of experience in security, from pen testing to developing policy and risk management programs. They are passionate about making space for underrepresented minorities in tech and fighting the patriarchy, and they can be seen volunteering for various InfoSec events like the Diana Initiative and DEF CON's Red Team Village. They are even ShellCon's very own social media manager and volunteer coordinator, and they are doing a great job at both, in my opinion, as one of the coordinated volunteers. If you have questions for Red throughout their presentation, please post those to the RaiseMe Talk Questions channel on the ShellCon Discord with the hashtag AskRed, and I'll share those questions live at the end if we have time. Without further ado, here is Alkaline Red.
Thanks so much for that introduction, Maggie, and thanks to ShellCon for having me. I'm really excited to speak to all of you today about a topic that is incredibly important to me and hopefully is or will become important to you as well, which is inclusivity. I'm going to be presenting allyship in a socially distant world today to talk about a few ways that we can change our language and behavior to be better allies to various communities that honestly always need our support, but could especially use it right now, like in the middle of this pandemic. And I also want to talk about ways that we can leverage different technology to make a difference in how we show up for these communities. I want to start by introducing myself. I go by Red, she, they pronouns. You heard my bio in the introduction, so I can tell you about how I earn my paycheck or why I'm qualified to work in security. But I think more beneficial than either of those things is for me to talk about some of the words that describe my identity. I am a queer, non-binary, multiracial, straight-passing, white-presenting, neurotypical femme. And I know that is a mouthful. Like when I was putting these slides together and I had to write all of that out and practice this, I don't think I ever put it together exactly like that. Don't worry, we'll go through some of the definitions for these terms later on, but I'm calling out these specific adjectives because I want to show some of the areas where I might have privilege and some of the areas where I might not. Also, I'm in Seattle, so there's a cute little picture of me in Seattle. I want to start also with a disclaimer that this is a 20 or 25-minute talk, and I'm going to do my best to condense a ton of information into that short time period. But some of these topics could be a week-long seminar in and of themselves, and like we still wouldn't get through everything. So limited time means I'm limited in my scope. I have to keep things high level. I want to provide you with tips that you can implement right away and give you general awareness, maybe some inspiration to go out and research things on your own. But I know I can't cover everything, and I know I'm leaving a lot out. If you feel like I missed something, message me on Twitter and let's talk about it. And if I misspeak or if my words cause any harm, also message me on Twitter and let's talk about it, because I'm here to learn too. I also want to say that I can really only speak for myself and my lived experience, and I can't really speak on behalf of any groups that I'm not a part of. So with that, let's go right into some definitions. So these are different terms that I mentioned in my bio or terms that I might be referring to throughout the talk. The first is cisgender, sometimes shortened to cis. Cisgender is used to refer to people who identify with the sex that they were assigned at birth. So when you're born, if a doctor goes and says based on your chromosomes or your physical presentation or whatever else that this is a male baby, and then you grow up and you decide that you identify with that male identity, you are cisgender. This is the opposite of transgender, which hopefully you've heard that word before. It's used to refer to people who do not identify with the biological sex that was assigned to them at birth, right? So again, if you were born and a doctor said, this is a male baby based on physical presentation or chromosomes or whatever else, but you decide and feel in your heart that you are not a man, you are transgender, right? We also have neurotypical and neuroatypical, which I am a neurotypical person. Neuroatypical is somebody who diverges from the social standards for typical neurocognition. So this would be somebody who has ADD, autism, dyslexia, etc. A neurotypical person would not have ADD, autism, dyslexia, etc. And then straight passing and white presenting. These are two terms that in and of themselves are so loaded, and I would love to have more conversation around what passing and presentation means if you're up for it. But just for the purposes of this talk, straight passing refers to people whose perceived sexuality differs from the sexuality with which they identify. So for me, I'm walking down the street, I'm a pretty feminine presenting person with my hair and my makeup and my jewelry. People might assume that I am a straight woman, but as you know from my bio, that's not the case, right? I'm a queer, non-binary person. White presenting is similar, but when it has to do with race. So it refers to people who have a cultural or racial identity that is not white, but because of how they look, they might experience privilege. So again, I'm multiracial myself, but I have white skin. That means that I am safe to navigate certain spaces, or I might not seem threatening simply because I am not a person of color. This also means that in some cases, I might be able to be a better ally because people who have questions about how to be an ally might come to me, again, because I seem not threatening to them. I want to definitely call that out, that me presenting white is a major privilege. Okay, let's jump right into another really important topic, which is intention versus impact. When we behave a certain way, or when we say something and it harms somebody, we need to listen to the impact that our behavior or our words had on somebody else. We might have the best of intentions with the way that we message something, but if it harms the individual who's hearing it, it doesn't really matter what our intentions are, right? Like the slide says, it's not up to us to decide if or how our actions or language might have hurt somebody. And if somebody comes to us and says that we hurt them with something that we've said or done, we need to hear that and take that without being defensive about it. We need to go and reflect on that. And it's a learning opportunity for us to try to impact some behavioral change in ourselves going forward. We can always be aware of our intentions, but we can never be aware of the impact that we might have on another person, which is why we need to pay attention to what other people say and listen and reflect and learn. Okay, with all of that being said, I now want to jump into some really quick and easy ways for you to be a better ally in your daily life, especially given the pandemic and how much we are relying on technology right now. So the first topic that I really want to talk about is just how we can be better allies for people who are disabled and make sure that we are incorporating accessibility into our daily lives. The first is thinking about the concept of standing up versus sitting down. Are you somebody like me who is naturally extroverted, who has a lot of opinions and can tend to dominate a space when you're on a video call at work? If that's the case, you might want to reflect on that and think about taking a step back and giving space for other people who might be more introverted or might be neuroatypical and need a little bit more time to come up with their idea or feel that self-confidence to be able to contribute to the conversation. And I think that we really need to think about this concept again with extroverts and introverts, right? Like, we should make that space safe for somebody to be able to speak up, for somebody to be able to stand up by sitting down ourselves. The second, which kind of goes in line with the first topic, is create safety. So when you're leading a meeting, I would really encourage you to end that meeting by making sure that you are asking if people had any additional topics that they wanted to bring up. If you're moderating the meeting, please use like the raise hand cue. I know a lot of clients that we're using have like raising your hand in Zoom or something like that so that people can speak. Again, because you want to be inclusive of all people in the conversation, not just the ones who are going to dominate by jumping in first. I also want us to watch our language in general. And like, I honestly have a little bit of a hard time even explaining fully what I mean by this, but basically I want us to all just reflect and be conscious of how we're talking about our activity levels or our eating habits or just some of the things around us being at home and inside all of the time. For a lot of disabled people, or people who are neuroatypical, like they might have a hard time venturing out into the world because of various disabilities that they might have, right? And so if we're talking about like, we can't move our bodies as much and like, oh, it's so horrible being stuck inside all the time and I hate this, like that could make a person who is like inside a lot because of a disability that they have, like feel kind of othered about themselves, right? We don't want that. Here are some tips just with technology as well. So Twitter recently launched like a fully supported full feature called like alt codes basically. And if you're not familiar with this, it's basically adding text to describe a non-textual piece of content like a photo or a GIF or a GIF for people who are blind, visually impaired, or using a screen reader. I have an example of it on the next slide, but essentially when you're uploading a photo or using a GIF, it'll say alt in the bottom left, and you can go ahead and use that as a way to describe what is happening in the image. When I thought about this, when I was putting together this presentation, it actually like blew my mind that this just became a fully supported feature a few months ago. Because if you think about how long Twitter's been around, can you imagine like not having any context for the photos or the GIFs that are shared? If you're not like able to see them, and think about how many gifs we share, how many photos. I know I share a ton, right? Like there's a ton of content that people who are blind or visually impaired are missing out on specifically because we don't have the alt codes. It takes a few seconds. Let's just start incorporating that. I've started incorporating it myself. I don't know if anybody's using it, but like that shouldn't really matter, right? The other is closed captioning. So unfortunately, I couldn't figure out a way in time for me to have closed captioning for my live stream for this actual presentation. That's something that I'm calling out within myself, that like, I wish I had dedicated more time to doing that. But definitely in post-production, like ShellCon is going to be adding captions to all of these videos. It's not perfect. Like we should have a solution so that we can have live closed captioning for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. But that's another way, like I'm going to take that upon myself. I'll share the resources on my Twitter later. Like, let's just add closed captioning to the presentations that we share, the videos that we share. And then lastly, color choices. For people who are color vision deficient, like when we're having presentations or spreadsheets that we're sharing, like we really need to be conscious about the colors that we're using, because somebody might not be able to differentiate between the different columns or the different categories if we are making everything something that would be the same color to them. So like with this presentation, for example, like I'm not exactly particular to this lime green color, but I did research to figure out what would be the easiest for someone who is color vision deficient to pick out the different topics so that they know that this says 4, 5, and 6 instead of nothing, right? Simple implementation, like hopefully you can start using that right away. Here's an example of the alt code. Again, like you can see coolest clouds I've ever seen on the left, and then on the right, like you would not be able to see that picture. And then on the right, it says a field of wildflowers with hills in the background and clouds overhead. Like now that person finally has some information. Let's just start implementing that. Okay, next is gender. And like, this is another thing that I could go on about forever. Like if you want to have a conversation about gender, like DM me because I'm here for it. It's a lot. I'm just going to focus on 3 like very, very high level things right now. So the first is pronouns. Pronouns in general, like I think if you're a cisgender person, like I would ask that you please just consider using pronouns in your bio or your email signature. Have it as part of your daily vernacular. And the reason why is because the people who are transgender, people who might not pass, right? People who are transgender, if they're the only ones who are always bringing up their pronouns, then it becomes very clear that, oh, the only people who use pronouns or talk about pronouns are transgender people. This person is talking about pronouns, therefore they are transgender. If cisgender people start talking about pronouns as well, it'll just become something that everybody kind of deals with. And like, it doesn't have to be a deal that way, right? Like I put she, they in every single thing that I ever do. And I would encourage cisgender people to do that as well. I also with that want to talk about gender neutral language. So like watching how often we say like ladies and gentlemen or guys, things like that. I'm not here to police your language like so specifically, but if we can just start to be a little bit more intentional about the language that we use, right? Like, hey friends, hey everyone, hey y'all. Like these are some really great gender neutral options that we can use. I have a whole list that I can share as well. If you feel a little bit weird about how to incorporate that into your own like speech style. And then lastly is mansplaining and interruptions. This is specifically like for men to be allies to people who are not men, right? So with mansplaining, basically the rule of thumb is If they didn't ask you to explain it to them, you should ask them if they want you to explain it to them and give them the option to consent to that. And if they say no, don't proceed, right? Ask for that consent for the explanation. If they don't give you that consent, don't explain it to them. It's really that simple. I have a whole flow chart on the next slide that I found online. It's a great resource. I'm not going to spend a ton of time going through it. That's pretty much what it boils down to. Interruptions is the second component to this. So again, like I know that studies have shown, for example, that like when non-male people speak for 30% of the time in a meeting, it's perceived that they're actually dominating the conversation when really it's only that 30%. So male allies, I would encourage you to watch for when non-male people are getting interrupted. If I'm getting interrupted by somebody, just say like, hey, Red, I think you were speaking, or Red, I want you to finish the point that you had. Be vocal, speak up. That is what allyship looks like, right? We need you to work on our behalf sometimes to create that space for us to be able to participate. So this is the mansplaining slide. I'm going to leave it up here in these slides so that when I share them after the talk, you can dive a little bit deeper into it, but I don't want to spend a ton of time on this beyond that consent conversation. Okay, finally is race. And I think that there's a lot that I want to talk about with race as well, especially with the Black Lives Matter movement and all of the xenophobia that happened with the pandemic. Like there are so many ways that we can show up for Black, Indigenous, and people of color right now, specifically, primarily voting and donating. Like, please go vote and donate as much as you possibly can, right? But here's some ways that we can incorporate some tips with technology. So the first is not implementing a like cameras required rule at work, right? Like make it so that people can still chime in just from a phone without having to actually be on video. I think that specifically people of color, Black people in general, are constantly under the lens of society having to perform or like act a certain way so that they don't seem threatening or they don't scare racists. If we make them be on video during a conference call, that is just another lens for them to have to perform for. Let's just like make cameras optional as a rule. It's also a class issue in my opinion too. Like people who come from a different class might be self-conscious, like having the background of whatever's behind them in their home be on video and potentially be judged for that. So let's just, again, make cameras optional. Let's not require it of everybody. I also want us to advocate authentically. So we should make sure that we are helping create spaces for Black people, Indigenous people, people of color, queer people as well. But we don't need to take up space in those channels if we are not part of that community. So at work, again, this could look like making sure that there's some sort of like cultural group or group specific to that underrepresented minority, right? That maybe there's a Slack channel that you can create or make sure that it gets created so that people have a safe space to just kind of exist, again, without having to perform for like straight, cisgender, white society. I also want to call out that we should act without expecting credit. So I know, especially like right around the time of George Floyd's murder, that a lot of white people were reaching out to their Black friends to say like, hey, how are you? And like Black people were just getting bombarded with this. How are you is not like necessarily the right way to go about that. I would encourage you to just say like, hey, I'm thinking of you. And I would also encourage you, like when you are reaching out to your friends, like don't expect a response. If you're disappointed that they're not responding or you're upset that they're not responding and like you didn't get that feedback from them, like, are you being an ally or are you just being performative? Are you just doing it for the credit? If you're just doing these things for the credit, like, I'm sorry, but that's not really allyship. We should be acting authentically and like specifically because we know that it's the right thing to do. And lastly, this goes for race, but it also goes for any underrepresented community who might need it, is as allies, we should be speaking up. If we see something that's not okay, we should call that person out on it by asking, hey, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying here, or I'm not sure what you mean by that. Or, hey, again, like Red was interrupted. We need to speak on behalf of these communities that at times cannot speak for themselves. Now, I want to be very careful with that. That again, I'm like a white person in this world. I am not a Black person, right? I am not a person with a disability. We also need to talk to the people from these communities so that we know exactly the right ways to show up for them as well. Because we don't want to pretend that we're being these great allies if we're not actually showing up in ways that would be impactful to them. So, with that being said, I'm sorry, Maggie, if I'm over time. I don't see any of the notifications. But I want to remind you that allyship is a verb and not a noun. It is not something that we do just as isolated incidents or when there's a new headline. This should be ongoing and persistent action. We need to continue to do this work, continue to speak up, speak out, educate ourselves, have conversations, right? We need to help normalize allyship. If we are people with privilege, it's easier for us to advocate, right? There are communities and individuals who depend on us to take this action. So with that being said, I'm so sorry if I spoke too fast. I have a lot of thoughts on this. I have so many more tips. I also encourage you to go to my Twitter. My pinned tweet talks about ways that you can call somebody in or call somebody out to have a conversation if they are behaving or speaking in a way that is offensive or harmful. And please, please hit me up on Twitter if we want to continue the conversation. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Maggie and hope that I didn't just condense that into like 12 minutes and see if there are any questions.
Not condense it into 12 minutes. You were perfectly on time.
Oh my God, I can't believe that.
Thank you for that, Red. There are great takeaways for all of us here. I do not have a ton of questions from the audience.
Okay.
And you expressed that you are willing to take them on Discord. There's a really active discussion on Discord that I think you will probably want to weigh in on. And so I'm going to recommend that in lieu of live Q&A right now, since we don't have any hashtagged questions.
Okay.
And I want to thank you one last time for sharing this advice on how we can contribute to our communities. Shout out to all of our sponsors, including EdgeScan, Van Pelt Ian James LLP, The Paranoids, Twitter, Verizon Digital Media Services, Aries Security, ReSecurity, SkySafe, Synopsys, Envision Apparel, No Starch Press, Reverse Shell Corp, and the Linux Expo of Southern California. Everybody make sure you check out the sponsor channels on the Discord, including the EdgeScan Lounge, The Paranoids, Twitter Jobs, and VDMS Waffles House. Also check out the Lockpicking Village and the Soldering Village and enjoy the shenanigans. Our next talk coming up at 1300 PDT in about 8 minutes will be Breaking Out of Your Shell by Jennifer Schwartz, Somar Dakak, and Angela Lee. So be sure to come back for that. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Hey everyone, it's Red. Did you miss me? Had a costume change as well. We just want to thank you so much for hanging out and RaiseMe today. I hope you're having an awesome time. Our next talk is Breaking Out of Your Shell. This comes from 3 students. We're really excited to have them. So Jennifer Schwartz, Somar Dakak, and Angela Lee will be presenting this talk. Jennifer Schwartz is a current student of Cal Poly Pomona, studying in the field of InfoSec, and has had a wide variety of experiences since high school, such as becoming an alum with Girls Who Code, which is a high school program aimed at empowering young women with computer science. Somar has started his own home lab before college, and he's an up-and-coming university student with a great interest in technology and a senior at Cal Poly Pomona studying InfoSec. Angela is also a current student at Cal Poly Pomona studying cybersecurity, and she's very involved in student life and extracurricular activities, and is on the executive board for 2 of the university's CIS organizations. We're really excited to have them here. They're so nervous. Everyone give them a warm welcome and be super supportive so that we can make sure that they have the best talk ever. Just send them all the love in the Discord channel. I'm going to turn it over to y'all. You're going to be amazing. Can't wait to check in with you in a few minutes. Oh, also use the hashtag #AskStudents if you have any questions for them. I'll be monitoring the chat. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Breaking Out of Our Shell. We're really excited to be here, as, Red has been so welcoming about. It's our first talk, so, it's always the nerves. But, I set up a little cute Among Us crewmate. Just, hope that you guys are having a good day too. There's been a lot of really great talks that I've been watching in on, and Among Us actually inspired our presentation. We were playing a lot of Among Us, and if you don't know what the game is, it's kind of like Mafia, where you play as an imposter, something's not right, everybody else is trying to do their tasks, and, you're a little different from everybody else. And in that sense, we started thinking about real life imposters, and it just kind of spiraled into us thinking about, real life imposter syndrome and, why it's such an important field, such an important topic within our field. So we're really hoping that you enjoy it. As we're starting again, we're hoping to introduce imposter syndrome, how to overcome it, and provide some good resources to really jumpstart your journey into cybersecurity, and especially with the interpersonal elements. So let's get to it. So as we got introduced, hi everybody, my name is Jennifer Schwartz. I am a information security major. I'm a second year at Cal Poly Pomona. Currently I'm studying penetration testing. It's essentially, it's also called red teaming, where you break into things that you're usually not supposed to get into, I guess is the best way I can describe it. I really, really love the puzzles that go alongside it. And, just the sky is the limit when it comes to the circumstances and the ways that you can figure out how to solve these puzzles, which is why I get so passionate about the subject. I also have my hobbies too, of course. I binge watched Avatar: The Last Airbender in like 2 days, the second it rolled out on Netflix. I love my TV. But, I also like talking to people. So if you ever want to hit us up on Discord, my tag is RatConk, #5259. We're very friendly. We love cybersecurity. So just talk to us.
Hi, everyone. You were already introduced before, but my name is Somar Dakak. Once again, I'm a Cal Poly, 4th year Cal Poly student studying information security and business intelligence. I'm also an entry IT competitor, having participated in ITC recently, and I'm currently practicing for CCDC, which is a blue team competition. I'm also a bit of a home lab enthusiast, as was already said. I have a few systems of my own set up. Although it's pretty small right now, I really do hope one day I can get like a whole server room going, with a bunch of different services. So if you have any questions about this presentation, whether now or later on, feel free to hit me up on Discord. I'm very active on there. It's Ali3253. So yeah, feel free to hit me up anytime.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Lee, and I'm a senior information security student, also at Cal Poly Pomona. I came from a non-technical background. I was a vet tech before, before I decided to go back to school as an InfoSec student. Being given a second chance, I really wanted to make this count. So I'm basically really heavily involved as a club officer for two of the university CIS clubs, one of them being SWIFT and the other being MESA, which hosts the ITC competition that Somar talked about before. I think it's just really important to be involved in student body just because they outreach to students and they educate them. Also, my Discord handle is eggfoams1846. So at the end of this presentation, if you want to, connect or give us some feedback about our presentation, just feel free.
So, imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome has become a recently new coined phrase, but you've likely felt it before. It's that itching feeling that you're not good enough professionally. Maybe it started off in school when you didn't feel good enough to try out for a sports team. Or maybe it happened later on when you envied your peers for getting more credentials than you in your first real internship. Or maybe you're a seasoned professional, still not feeling as if you've earned your position in the workplace and unsure if your experiences really measure up to those around you. Either way, about 70% of professionals in the study agree that they have had imposter syndrome at some point in their careers. Yet this topic seems rarely addressed within the tech field. Although cybersecurity has come a long way in improving not only the technical elements, but they've also the interpersonal elements, we always want to encourage further growth in making cybersecurity an even more accessible field. But one of these roadblocks that are currently hitting is imposter syndrome. And imposter syndrome has yet to be extinguished within the field due to its tendency to prevent more people from getting in the first place, leading to limiting your own opportunities to advance yourself, creating a negative feedback loop.
Okay, so unfortunately, there tends to be this misconception about IT and InfoSec that there's some high entry barrier that you need to go through in order to really get started. I know I thought that initially, but I implore you to not be so shy and jump on in. The gates are wide open. The community is so nice and people are willing to help. And although it's just baby steps, we're seeing an increasing representation of all demographics now trying to get out and into cybersecurity. Also, what's great about this field is that there's a ton of accessible information about it on the internet. So you can go ahead and study as long as you're motivated, you're eager to learn, and you're willing to put in a lot of time and a lot of work. Sorry, the slides are kind of slow, but like I said, it's okay. It's baby steps, but we're beginning to see a trend that's inching towards, inching towards greater diversity. Women make up 24% of the cybersecurity workforce, which is up from 11% in 2017. According to a survey from 451 Research, 42% of company respondents that they currently provide or plan to provide internship programs aimed at female students, while 40% are ready to train candidates with little or no qualifications. In the same survey, 20% of female respondents moved into the position as an IT security leader in the last 2 years, which may suggest that a number of women in the security leadership role is growing. Lastly, minority representation within the cybersecurity field is actually 26%, which is slightly higher than the 21% overall US minority workforce. So that's always great news.
Filling the gap. So, in fact, not only are the gates just open, the industry actually needs you and as many other people as it can get. IT and InfoSec are some of the fastest growing industries in the world, with a 350% growth in open cybersecurity positions from between 2013 to 2021. However, the rate of growth and the demand for cybersecurity workers has blown past the rate at which people are joining the workforce. The gap between the number of workers and the number of open positions is massive. In fact, Cybersecurity Ventures has made a prediction that by the end of 2021, there's going to be around 2.4 million unfilled cybersecurity positions just in the United States and around 3.5 million positions globally. This makes InfoSec one of the few industries which are experiencing a 0% unemployment rate. With such a dramatic shift in employment opportunities, skilled laborers in the modern workplace may need to be skilled in areas that were previously considered out of the realm of possibility, such as in IT and information security. Yet, InfoSec is no longer a profession that should just be considered for only the elite few. Instead, we now have an influx of both free and inexpensive education and training, with millions of people online sharing their knowledge and providing guidance. And most importantly, as we mentioned earlier, a huge demand for new security workers and logical thinkers in technical positions. And with technologies around the world in rapid development, always changing at a fast pace, there are constantly new tools and techniques being made that are getting adopted by the industry. This fast paced movement actually tends to be in favor of newcomers. As newer technologies and techniques are always gaining popularity, this can actually lead to people who are just getting their feet wet to find these new and rising tech tools, and hop in at the ground floor where they can get to develop their skills with it at the same time as everyone else. They're no that no longer puts them at a disadvantage or years behind everyone else, as everyone can start at the same time using these new tools. In fact, in modern day InfoSec work, especially at the early levels, sometimes knowing how to find an answer to a problem is far more important than just knowing the answer. As much as some people might scoff at the idea, but with a bit of basic understanding of networking and security principles, and a good grasp of how to efficiently use Google to find answers, sometimes that's all that some people really need to get started in the industry. All this together makes right now the best time to break out into tech and information security. As we said earlier, the gates are open and the industry needs you.
Okay, so overcoming imposter syndrome. By coming to this talk and just recognizing what you're feeling, you're already taking your first step towards breaking out of that shell. Admittedly, this slide was very difficult for me just because everyone who knows me knows that I myself struggle very heavily with imposter syndrome. I almost psyched myself out from like even participating in this talk. But like in the end, I'm here and I want to share how these things can maybe help you come out of your comfort zone, just like how they did for me. So the first thing is recognize where the syndrome comes from in yourself and then embrace it. Don't let your insecurities hold you back. Just use them to drive you forward towards your goals. It's merely being aware of it and using it to your benefit. You gain courage from taking risks. So don't let your imposter syndrome prevent you from putting yourself out there, like I almost did with this talk. And don't make you turn down career making opportunities just because you don't think you're qualified enough to do it, or that you think you wouldn't do a good job on it. It's okay to have moments where you think you're totally out of your depth, so long as that you don't let it control you. Instead, you want to take this almost, I guess, crippling feeling and then own it and harness it into something positive. Use it to motivate you to learn as much as you can, because it's not what you can do about imposter syndrome, it's what you can do with it. Also, become consciously aware of the conversation going on in your head when you're in that situation that triggers your imposter feelings. This is basically your internal script. Then instead of thinking, wait till they find out I literally have no idea what I'm doing, tell yourself, everyone who starts something new feels lost in the beginning. I don't know all the answers right now, but I'm motivated enough and willing to put in the effort to find them out. And just remember to take the pressure off and stop trying to be the expert on day one or day two or week one or week two. Instead of looking around the room and thinking, man, everyone here is an expert and they know everything and I don't. Maybe think, wow, everyone here is an expert and they know everything. I'm really gonna learn a lot from them. Catch yourself whenever you have a negative thought, then turn around and then challenge your own claim. For example, if you find yourself thinking, I'm an imposter, all these good things are happening just to me, just because I was lucky. Challenge that by thinking, what steps did I take and what work did I put in to get to this point? Because as many of us know, with this field, you really gotta put in work. You cannot skate by. Many of us toss off compliments that we receive for our work and only remember the criticism. But the next time someone starts to gas you up and shower you with praises and good feedback, just allow yourself to really marinate in what's being said, or log it down somewhere and revisit that positive feedback to make yourself feel good. Lastly, talk to a colleague, a friend, or a mentor, because chances are they've honestly felt like an imposter too. It can be helpful to share what you're feeling with them, because people who have more experience can reassure you that what you're feeling is normal, and knowing that others that have been in your position can make it a lot less scary. For example, I used to think that successful and smart people don't feel like frauds, or that they don't have imposter syndrome. But from talking to professionals, to mentors, and from listening to speakers at my university talk, I know that's untrue. And knowing that this is a thing that others feel will help it make it feel just like that, a thing, but not exclusively your thing. And if that voice pops up back into your head, just swat it back and repeat, it's not me, it's the imposter syndrome talking. Overall, I think the main takeaway that I want you to get from this is to remember that the fact that you feel useless right now does not actually mean that you really are. Instead of telling yourself you're never going to be qualified, you don't actually know anything, that the people are going to find out, or that you don't deserve success, just remind yourself it's normal not to know everything, and that you're trying, and that we're all trying, and that you'll find out more as you progress. There's a wide variety of people from vastly different backgrounds right now watching in the audience. But I think the greatest thing about security is that there's so much in this field, and we're basically all students all the time because we're constantly learning. But yeah, that's my take on it.
So, for those entering for the first time, breaking into information security or the tech field in general, it can seem pretty intimidating. From the wide variety of subjects it contains, the amount of knowledge needed beforehand, and to the seemingly endless paths and careers that the IT branches into, some people entering tech may be intimidated or feel discouraged by just how vast the field is. When getting started, the amount of information that can get dumped onto you and the number of subjects people keep telling you you must know can stack up very quickly. You'll start to hear a lot of new phrases and buzzwords or acronyms like IR, OSINT, SEAMS, SOC, and so much more. And with all this new info being thrown around your way, you may begin to feel the need to understand everything at once and gain a misconception thinking that if you don't know all of these things at once, you can't be a part of the industry or community. Not only is this not true, it's a misconception from thinking that everyone else already knows all of these things. Referring back to imposter syndrome, it's really easy to slip into that feeling in the beginning that everyone around you knows everything and you're the only person who doesn't have a clue about what's going on. In reality, InfoSec and IT are so broad that there isn't a single person in the world that actually knows everything. Not even the greatest professionals with decades of experience under their belts know everything. Looking at this word cloud of InfoSec concepts, even if someone understands and has worked with several of these, they and everyone else know that they can't master all of them, and they are constantly trying to learn more and expand what they know. InfoSec is a broad industry with a variety of jobs, but you shouldn't feel intimidated or discouraged by it. The amount of knowledge required to actually break out into the field and take your first step is much smaller than you think. And once you find what you're passionate about and what field you want to be in, you'll quickly be able to narrow down what you need to learn to succeed in the industry. However, sometimes finding your path and picking what you want to do is easier said than done, especially with the variety of options shown. So, how can we decide?
When entering InfoSec or any other industry for the first time, you will undoubtedly have many questions like, what does a career in this industry even look like? What do these roles even do? And what does their day-to-day life even look like? How do I pick a role? Will I enjoy this role? How do I know which one is right for me? These type of questions and more are usually some of the first things anybody wants to know when starting something new. Luckily for us, NIST has us covered. For those who don't know, NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They are a part of the Department of Commerce and are one of the nation's oldest physical science laboratories. Apart from NIST is NICE, the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education. NICE is a branch of NIST that focuses entirely on cybersecurity education, training, and workforce development. The names can be confusing, but our focus is on a resource that NICE creates and makes available to the public for free. That is the Cybersecurity Workforce Framework, also known as the NICE framework. The NICE framework is a fundamental reference for describing and sharing information about cybersecurity work in the form of task statements and work rules that perform those tasks. It is a widely used cybersecurity workforce framework to standardize cybersecurity and its terminology. Essentially, it's a blueprint that helps us categorize, organize, and describe cybersecurity work. It breaks down the entire industry of InfoSec into 7 overarching categories to help differentiate the type of work roles in each field. As shown in the NICE framework, they categorize them by jobs such as operate and maintain, protect and defend, investigate, collect and operate, analyze, securely provision, and lastly, oversee and govern. For each role, it lays out the job description, lists the day-to-day tasks that are carried out, and even breaks down the knowledge, skills, and abilities that are required of the role. So for someone entering into InfoSec, whether you're new and breaking out for the first time, changing careers, or are even just a student, the NICE framework is an incredible resource and a great place to start finding answers to all of your InfoSec questions. Due to how vast and diverse InfoSec is, trying to explain what it entails can be extremely difficult. The average day-to-day life between certain roles can be so different from one job to the next that it can be surprising that they're even in the same field. For example, if you ask 10 different people here attending ShellCon what it is that they do it for their work, you will likely hear 10 different answers. While the overall foundation of knowledge may be similar and the duties of certain work roles may bleed into each other across different categories, the required knowledge, skills, and abilities can vastly differ. This is why breaking down InfoSec into separate defined categories is extremely useful. As we can see in this chart, the largest 7 categories of this chart is security provision, operate and maintain, oversee and govern, protect and defend, analyze, collect and operate, and investigate. With each category being further broken down into specialties and roles, not only does it help with differentiating them, but it also allows for newcomers to find and select the category of work they want early on in their careers through the smallest and most specific tasks, as indicated by the little T's on the very bottom of each chart provided.
So here's an example that we made from the NICE framework so we can get a better idea about how to use it more effectively. As it contains over 50 job roles, it can feel overwhelming and difficult at first, going through everything in the list. The best way to work through this list is to first select a few of the categories you would be interested in, and then to start looking through the jobs within that category. In this example I have here, I am acting as someone trying to learn more about InfoSec jobs and figure out what they want to do. So to do that, I've picked 3 different categories that interested me first, and then 3 jobs under these categories that I want to learn more about. The 3 I picked were IT auditor, incident responder, and forensic analyst. Before getting into the fine details of the job, I already have available to me the specialty, the role, and the role description. The specialties are even further breakdown of the 7 overarching categories and represent a concentrated area of work or function within InfoSec. The work roles are the most concentrated groupings within all security related work, and each role comes with its role description, which is like a basic job description posting. In my example, after finding the jobs I was interested in and reading the role descriptions of all 3, I feel that either of these 3 jobs are something I would enjoy doing and I want to pursue them. This is where the previously mentioned knowledge, skills, and ability requirements come in. We can then move to the page containing all the specifics for each job and figure out what they demand. The details for each job are all listed out and separated by their groups, which are the previously mentioned knowledge, skills, and abilities. Don't worry right now about reading everything on the screen, as I will go into specifics in a bit. Also, the information here can be very specific and highly technical, but that actually comes out to our advantage, really, as once we decide what we want to do and pick a specific job, we will know exactly what is required and we can start learning more about these specific topics. Despite all being under the umbrella of InfoSec, the demands of each job can vary greatly, especially between the 7 different categories defined earlier. Rather than just trying to broadly learn things we think may be important or might be used in our future careers, we now have a map with step by step instructions on how to reach our desired destination. That is how this can be useful to all of those who are breaking out into InfoSec just starting new, or those who are trying to figure out where to go and what they should do. And once again, this resource, the NICE framework, it's completely free and available for everyone to use. Not every industry has something like this. Listing out detailed job roles, requirements, and day-to-day tasks. So being able to know all this before even having your first job is something that makes getting into InfoSec easier than ever. Now, finishing off our example, after reading the required knowledge, skills, and abilities of all 3 jobs, let's say that we decided that incident response is going to be the job for us and that's what we want to pursue. Now we can finally focus on just one job and go through its list item by item. And again, this is the same information from the previous slide, but we're just focusing on the center list about incident response. Going through the items on this list one by one, we can make our own study guide or to-do list so we can plan out how we're going to learn all these topics required by the job. From here, it's entirely up to you how you want to tackle it. You can just go at your own pace, starting with topics you already know a little bit about, or you can go in order of importance, or you can even go by order of what seems the most difficult to learn. It's really entirely up to you how you want to do it. And when starting to learn these items, don't be intimidated if the topics seem too technical or high level. Every one of these items are meant to be learned and understood. Even if you've never heard of any of these concepts being listed, and even if you don't know what some of these words mean, um, don't worry, as over time, you will keep seeing these terms as you learn and will quickly start to get familiar with them. As simple as it sounds, copying and pasting these items into a search engine is literally all you have to do to get started. Google is literally going to be your best friend when learning. As no matter what topic you look up, you're going to find hundreds of articles, books, and videos all explaining what these are, what they do, and how to use them on the job. Trying to give you a direct example, we can take a look at one of the items on here. Knowledge of risk management process methods. If you have no idea what these methods are, just quickly looking it up, you will very easily find the method and all the required steps within it. Another one, knowledge of cyber attack stages. You have no idea, what any of these are. Once again, if you look it up, you will find detailed charts, and videos of people going over each of these steps in detail, laying out all the information that you need to know. Knowledge of incident response and handling methodologies. I don't know what this is. If you don't either, again, just literally copy and paste it into Google, and we find all the resources we want. Seeing here, it's a familiar name, NIST, that has this information available online. So don't feel intimidated that all these words and terms are beyond me. Just a simple search is the best way to get started.
Okay, it's important to note that just because you pick a role, it doesn't mean you're stuck with it, and it doesn't mean you have to commit to it. It's okay to change your mind and start over if you find that you don't like the role that you're currently pursuing. You can always try picking a new role or even a new category. And this also applies to switching careers, which is what I did. We don't have to be stuck with one profession or one way of life because honestly, like life doesn't work out that way. If you're interested in security, don't let your imposter syndrome hold you back, even if you're maybe from an unrelated or non-technical background. If you're interested in this field, don't be afraid and just take that leap of faith, because you're allowed to explore new interests and you're allowed to be multifaceted. And it's okay to switch careers, because that chance is worth it for your own personal growth and career. So now we've hyped you up, we've cracked open that shell, and we've assured you that it's okay to want to get into information security. And now you want to dip your toes into this field. Let's see how to get your feet wet with the following resources and tips.
With courses online being widely available, such as Udemy, GitHub articles, Varonis, Portswigger, Cybery, and many, many more courses, we luckily live in a time where we have more than enough resources to supplement and grow our own knowledge in InfoSec, sometimes even including free resources created by the community of InfoSec experts. Before committing to any skill, it's always good to truly explore your options and get some hands-on experience in any way that you can get it, which is why I heavily recommend labs, which are some of the best tools available to really decide if you want to continue down the path you're going and exploring, or if you want to add on to the knowledge that you may already have and sharpen your toolbox even more. A really good way to spice up your credentials is to add tangible proof of your abilities, which can be a good stepping stone in adding to your job experience, internships, or other opportunities which can further your career. This can be especially beneficial if you're aiming to work at a specific company, such as boosting your resume with Cisco certifications, which in your case would be helpful to catch their attention due to your knowledge of their networks and their products. By constantly updating and going through your certifications, it shows that you're able to refresh your knowledge and stay committed to the profession, which could continue to help you even once you're in a stable profession by determining your skill sets and position within a company. In turn, this could help gauge your salary and your worth to your employer. Apart from the CCNA, which is a fairly extensive certification on networks and other Cisco-related products, some of the other good certifications for beginners would also be things like the AWS Cloud Practitioner for learning how to use Amazon cloud-based products, or a CompTIA certification, in which it helps you with beginning computer skills for later IT jobs, which helps familiarize yourself with day-to-day foundational terminology and concepts.
Right, books. So, for those who may study better with tangible material, or for those who may prefer to have an actual text to look back on, books can be a great resource. Whether you're new to IT or are a seasoned professional, there are countless books published, both for starting out on building that foundational knowledge, as well as for those who are looking into and trying to research specific topics. And although some books can be pretty costly, there are also a massive library of books made freely available to everyone online. An example of such free books available is the InfoSec Handbook, which is recommended for its really good and condensed forms of knowledge that can be helpful for those starting out. The book is primarily intended to open up and make clear some of the parts of InfoSec to beginners in the field. It starts out by going over some key concepts and principles, and then it moves on to cover topics of networking, application security, and even physical security. The approach to using it is practical and pretty straightforward, with clarity being its main focus. And my favorite part is that when trying to explain certain terminology using example scenarios, rather than just getting super technical, it focuses on trying to elaborate on the technical aspects as much as it can using simple language to make it easy to understand as possible. Not only is this book my recommendation as something I read when I first started, but it is also free and can be found online as a PDF or as an ebook on Google Books and Amazon Kindle even. And although this book was useful to me, not every recommendation is going to be a perfect fit for you. That's why it's good to try a variety of books by different people. That way, you can find what is the best book for you personally. Before the end of this presentation, we're going to show you guys some more useful links and resources for finding free InfoSec books. So stay tuned for that. university clubs and competitions. This is for current students really. Some of the best places to start learning and get involved is at your local university. Every university has their own IT clubs, with most of them also having infosec or cybersecurity specific clubs. These technical clubs can serve as uh, a great place to both learn and research new topics, as well as a place to meet new people and become a part of the community. As someone currently in a tech club at university, I really can't recommend it enough to participate and get involved with any organizations on your campus. In my experience, tech clubs are a great supplement to your security education and can even be a place to go beyond what your classes and school teaches, covering more advanced topics and replicating real-world scenarios. Another great place for students to start to learn and get some real-world experience is through competitions. Security competitions simulate real world environments by demonstrating what organizations have to go through when they set up their infrastructure, how they defend from threats and attackers, as well as how to explain these technical concepts to upper company management. An example of a competition is NCL. NCL is the National Cyber League, and it's a game like competition that simulates real life cyber threats in a safe environment, which really lets students learn how to defend organizations against these cyber threats and attacks and keep them secure. This makes NCL a great way for college students to prepare for and test themselves against practical cybersecurity challenges they're most likely going to face in the real life workforce. NCL also actually aligns their 9 game categories to the NIST and NICE cybersecurity areas mentioned before, making them a really great way to practice what you've learned so far when studying for those specific categories. Another security competition is CCDC. So, CCDC is a blue team competition, and for those who don't know what that is, blue teams are a defensive team who are responsible for securing internal network defenses against any cyber attacks or threats. So the way CCDC competitions are set up is that they have student teams protect a simulated commercial network. Typically, this commercial network is replicating a small company with 50 plus users, some 7 to 10 servers, and they have some common internet services set up like web servers, mail servers, and e-commerce site. The teams are then scored on their ability to detect and respond to any outside threats while maintaining availability of services. On the other hand, you have PTC, which is a penetration testing red team competition. Now, a red team is actually the opposite of a blue team, where rather than defending a network, they are attacking it, usually using a variety of methods and tools to exploit any weaknesses or vulnerabilities they find in the network. Just as with the real-world pen test, the red team is expected to provide deliverables, presentations to company management, and recommendations on vulnerabilities discovered during their tests. Although these competitions can get pretty advanced, they can be one of the best ways to put your knowledge to the test and learn more about networking and security, while also providing some of the most hands-on experience you can get while still in school. Competitions are also very well known by people in the industry, so having them listed as your experience definitely helps when looking for that first job.
On top of already boosting your skills on your own, there's also other ways to continue to build your skill set while making good connections to others. Namely, joining LinkedIn groups, GitHub communities, or Reddit subreddits, which all help you build your knowledge through projects, informative posts, or even just finding someone to talk about your interests with. Through a widely connected day and age, there's always people willing to build and work with you. And it's just a matter of breaking out of your shell and finding those people. The internet is so wide and varied that there's always communities for your interests. Like, I personally use r/IT career questions or r/networking due to their very niche community matching my own interests. Due to all of the resources the information security community brings out every single day, I heavily recommend finding your own niche and getting comfortable with people in there. Because at the end of the day, we're all here to learn more and to just keep asking questions. So by coming to ShellCon, you've already done this step and advancing your career without even knowing it. Despite being virtual, even attending ShellCon and other conferences are extremely beneficial to your career by bringing in connections and a sense of community through attending events with people of similar interests. Although it seems really trivial, finding a group finding a sense of community with a group of people of similar goals will only help you later on by holding each other accountable and growing your skill sets together. Once you're able to build these connections, the world is at your fingertips because you'll be able to find a stable help network for advice, encouragement, and validation within cybersecurity. Think of your health network like any other skill or hobby, where if you were to go to a gym, a lot of people would recommend a workout buddy. Or if you were to take up fishing, how people recommend finding a fishing buddy. The same rings true for information security because it encourages you to keep going. Everyone needs a friend every once in a while, which is exactly why we're here. On top of ShellCon's hospitality, there's so many other events out there to build your connections, such as Scale or the Southern California Linux Expo, which often focuses on open source software. Or there's Layer 1, which focuses on hands-on workshops. Eventually, you can graduate on the larger conferences, such as DEF CON, which is one of the biggest hacker conventions in the world, with people from all over the country ready to make connections with you. Always remember that you're not alone in these events and that everyone here is more than happy to learn alongside you because we're all passionate about information security. By reaching out and breaking out of your shell, you're not only breaking your own imposter syndrome by adding something new to our already vast community, but all of us here recognize and appreciate each other because all of us here today are not here to just learn something, but we're also here to build connections and lend a helping hand whenever necessary. At the end of the day, your biggest proponent is going to be yourself. And when that happens, the community is here for you because we all love cybersecurity.
Great. And that about wraps up our talk. The links to everything we mentioned and everything we talked about can all be found on this slide. After our presentation, our slides are going to be made available on the ShellCon website, so do grab them and check them out. We really hope this talk will help you guys in breaking out of your shell, and that these resources will help guide you in taking your first steps in pursuing a career in InfoSec. So once again, please do grab these slides and check out all the resources that we talked about.
I was muted. Okay, and a huge special thank you to the organizers for ShellCon for hosting us, and a huge shout out to our Club Swift for supporting us. And last but not least, thank you to all the attendees and the overall community at ShellCon for being like so welcoming and so nice, and for tuning in to our talk. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Y'all did a really wonderful job. I think that if you can go into the Discord, there was so much conversation, not too many questions, to be honest, but the conversation itself, I think, will really inspire you to see. Everyone was talking about how they struggle with imposter syndrome at different points in their career. And there are some folks in there who have 15, 20, 25 years of experience and still struggle with it. So I just want to say to everyone listening, from, little old me too, like, if we all struggle with it, then let's all become more compassionate to each other, right? Like, let's just address that it is a thing for all of us at different points in our career, right?
Yeah, shout out to the Discord. They're so friendly and nice.
I know. We were such a bundle of nerves, but honestly, you guys are so awesome. I'm so happy.
Every step of the way.
Yeah, we couldn't have chosen a better first conference to go to.
Awesome. That really warms my heart. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I do encourage the three of you to just hang out in the Discord. I didn't really see any specific questions for anything, but really, really proud of the three of you. Can't wait to see what you do when you actually enter industry after your education. And I'll see you over on Discord.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye,
For the
everyone.
attendees, thanks for hanging out. We have about 15 minutes until our next talk from Ritz. who's going to talk about DevSecOps. So if you want to hang out for a few minutes, we'll be back at the top of the hour. We also have a ton of activities going on in the Discord that we keep referencing. There's conversation happening in the RaiseMe channel. We have villages you can check out, including soldering and lockpicking. We have a CTF, and I just heard that there are 3 teams who are tied for first place in the CTF. So I'm really nervous and wondering who is going to actually take that first place prize. But head over to our Discord at shellcon.io/Discord if you haven't been over there yet. Thanks so much. We're going to pop off, and I'll be back in a few minutes to present the next talk.
Thank you.
You.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the RaiseMe channel at ShellCon. We're super excited you're here. Our next talk is DevOps to Blue Team. Exploit your tools experience to move over. This talk comes from Ritz, who is part of the Reverse Shell Corporation. If you've been playing the CTF today, Ritz is responsible for that. He's a DevOps, security, and IT process consultant currently based in Los Angeles. They like to go fast, hit hard, make friends, and have way too many hobbies. They're also a founding board member, like I said, of Reverse Shell Corporation, which is a local area nonprofit with an objective of security and hacking research and local community education. Don't be a stranger now, you hear? Ritz, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you. Have a great talk.
Thanks, Red. So I'm here today to talk to you about specifically a couple different lateral career transition pathways into the space of security engineering, specifically security engineering as it has transitioned into the space of the public cloud, and how that has influenced some of those lateral career transition pathways, largely by dint of tooling. So to get into this, hold on a minute. I have gone ahead and lost mouse focus. There we go. So, just from a high level, some stuff that we're going to go over. Specifically, the fact that within IT, it's way more common for people to transition market verticals than it is to transition role verticals. Typically, you don't have a lot of bouncing around between someone being a developer and someone being a security engineer and back and forth. There are exceptions, but typically people get educated for a specific technical skill set and then largely stay there. And transitioning across those role stacks takes training. Some of those paths are a little bit subsidized right now because of the cloud providers themselves. And what I kind of want to do is highlight some of the specific skills that can make it easier for you to stay flexible and move around in this space where everyone's sharing the same tooling. And if you know some of the right techniques, that you will be easily able to move between different automation-driven and cloud-driven career roles. Some people that this would be targeted at, if you're a technical professional and you're interested in making a lateral transition like that, maybe you're an operations professional and you're looking at moving more into security, or if you're looking for technical opportunities and you're a non-technical security professional, or if you're just management kind of looking to understand how this looks from the engineering side. Something that people like to talk about, and I don't think this is necessarily true, is that security engineering has 0% unemployment. That's not exactly true, but if you do look around in Indeed and consult some of the recent, statements about this discipline versus like software engineering, which is actually declining as far as regular offerings, security engineering is staying very, very high right now. And what this role typically means from a practical sense is there's some hands-on technological work, there's some subject matter expertise technical work, and typically you're either supporting the tooling for the security team or you're helping the security team secure someone else's tooling, or you are embedded with a team that needs to secure their tooling. Why is it attractive? Well, it has salary breakdowns similar to a software engineer. It has, which is it's a good pay scale, but also it's meaningful work. Like a lot of the security stuff needs to be done, and it's been neglected technical debt for decades. I mean, how long have we been joking about PHP security? Why am I talking about it? Specifically, I went this route. I started off in the help desk, went to operations, then added some development understanding, blended that into automation focused operations, and then added security understanding in on top of that. But there are a couple other ways that transition in this space that are pretty common, right? There are people who have development knowledge, and then they add security knowledge and move into that, transition to the AppSec space, and then sometimes add automation knowledge on top of that and transition into a DevSecOps space, but not always. And then sometimes people from operations step into the security sphere and then might add automation later, or they might not. They may stay more on the security operations side of the equation there. But I think, for all these short, 3-letter codes, underlying, there's kind of this conceit that because of the separation of concerns that was traditional in kind of the way the org charts were laid out, that the operational concern of running the systems, the concern of developing the systems or building applications, and then of securing them have historically been separated. And they're kind of starting to blend together. And a lot of that is driven by the cloud vendors, which is something that I'm going to get into in a second here. Even though I transitioned all these different areas in the course of my career, and even though a lot of people make that transition, they do it while also frequently bouncing around a lot of different industries, right? This is totally common for people who work in software development to bounce around a whole bunch of different industries. It's common for ops people as well. Is to bounce around from area to area, your role being more defined by what it is you work on than by what it is that you're actually, the industry that you're working on. So people frequently move from like med tech to finance or med tech to entertainment in the space of software development. The languages they know tend to define more what they have access to. But all of that moving around kind of costs training, not the moving around verticals, but the moving around acquiring those skills that allow you to move from one role into another. And so typically anyone that's in this space is starting with one of 3 things. They're starting with a programming language. That's typically going to be Python or Golang, although because of the increased pull of serverless computing, you're seeing more and more people having a JavaScript-based background. They might come in with some IT systems knowledge, maybe more of the sysadmin route, or they might come in with some security understanding. Maybe they're more of a security analyst, and they start to build up, protocols and standards knowledge, as you talked about before, and become more of a security operations professional as they learn more about how the systems plug together. So it's kind of, you start with one, and as you add these other things into it, you have access to more power to break across silos and get into work that you hadn't necessarily been allowed to do previously. There are some things that are unique. In the space of, in the space of moving around here, though, this is all enabled by the fact that the computing is increasingly being done on public cloud vendors. And what's driving the concatenation of tooling that is allowing people to move from role to role is the fact that cloud vendors are all centralized on these monolithic APIs. AWS has an API, GCP has an API, Azure has an API that you interact with. And once everyone's interacting with the same API, there is by necessity a little bit of tools overlap. This means that your blue team, your developers, your operations staff is slowly all sliding towards GitHub, CI/CD, and code-driven infrastructure. There are definitely spaces, high-performance computing. There are still mainframes around. There's a lot of IT that's not public cloud, But within the space of a lot of organizational public IT, this monolithic API is really something that's driving a union of tooling between these different organizations and teams. So there are some things that are unique to security, right? Security owns the scanners. Security owns the seams, right? They own the pane of glass for looking at vulnerabilities. They theoretically own vulnerability management, but in most organizations, patching is still controlled by development and operations teams. They also typically own security standards, so governance and compliance. And also security teams typically have a unique thought process. They're the only person that goes into a conversation looking to tear something down, which is really weird in most groups, because most of the time everyone's looking to build something and the security team is looking at how it can be attacked. And that frequently can generate a bit of a reputation, but I think part of it is because the security team is coming at problems with a unique thought process of how can this be destroyed. But things that aren't unique anymore are manifest-driven deployment, increasingly immutable artifacts. That means, applications that are built and then pushed out, but don't really get touched once they're deployed. Everything coming from a Git repo, and security moving more and more into the same places that dev and operations teams are working, i.e. moving to cloud deployment tools, moving to automation, moving to containers. Most security tools anymore that are going to be deployed in the cloud have a Kubernetes or a Docker deployment methodology. If you look at, for example, like Signal Sciences has a very popular WAF, the majority of deployments of that WAF are either as a componentized cloud service that's a click to run, or containers that are being deployed in environments, just like developers deploy their application systems. It's not following a separate toolchain path. The outcome of this is really that it's an easier time for dev and ops to get into security because they already know the tools. And security now has justification to spend more time writing code than they ever have before. So if you wanted to go from security into development, you have a good excuse because you need to deploy containers anyway, because they're a method that you can use to deploy your tooling. Some, just a note on programming languages of choice. It's really in the large organizational stuff that I see anymore, it's typically Python or Golang, and that's just by basic popularity and ease of deployment. I like Rust, but I think GitHub showed it as being like the 3% usage rate versus an 83% preference rate. So it's a lovely programming language, but unfortunately I don't get to use it very much. Other things that you'll see being used across these different teams now, for these different teams is they're looking to individuals on these teams as they're looking to transition from role to role as they're building IT systems knowledge. It's knowledge in protocols and standards, or basically how to deploy different tools based on ways that they'll interact. So for example, people need to know TCP basics in order to build secure services on AWS. Even if they only traditionally have a security background. That's a thing that comes from ops knowledge that you can acquire. I said you can start with one and build out the others. You can start with security knowledge and build out IT systems knowledge. You can start out with developer knowledge and build out IT systems knowledge. Sorry, I have a Discord ping here. Okay. Mouse focus. And then I think the other area that's unique, right, of course, is that security has their attacker-focused mentality, and they also have their own protocols and standards, right? You're going to have compliance standards, and you're going to have hardening standards, which are something that the other, the developer and operations disciplines don't really get into. So I think those are really, the three kinds of things that are unique to the separate towers. But I think then the question is like, how do you move around them? How do I move from one space to another? The first thing I have to tackle is the ugly question of what programming language I think is good. I already said that Python and Rustlang are popular, and I'm going to say again, because it's popular is an interesting justification. And I will say that like Python is a deeply in-demand skill set right now in the security engineering space. It's really hard to hire people just because it's such an in-demand skill set. So having a popular language under your belt is very powerful. If you already have it, great. But having access to it is a lot. Even the TIOB index ranks it very, very high, and they're mostly business languages. Python is a weird standout in their ranking list. Also, it gets you access to a lot of other cross-discipline skills. There's, once you know Python, you can fiddle around with Ansible, Jupyter, and you just have access to a powerful programming language for ML and other things in general. It's a good thing to learn to move across. For the DevOps side, if you want to acquire more of a security understanding, someone has to do all of this implementation. Typically speaking, security standards are going to get handed to operations teams, and someone needs to do the implementation. If you can be that person doing the implementation, you will acquire the security understanding naturally. But also specifically, all of the quick starts and all of the how to get started on DevOps advice that you see online does not actually consult the full option set for the API. So there's no replacement for looking at API documentation for AWS and another service, because that's where all the documentation on the security features is buried. And then just familiarize yourself with the space of what the security industry is talking about. So, read the DBIR, read regular updates on the state of cybersecurity, and spend time at conferences like this. Like if you're here hanging out at ShellCon, you're already hanging out with the right group of people. You are going to get that skill set. And then from the security side, DevOps tools, Git, containers, Lambda, Terraform, CloudFormation, ARM templates on Azure. You can get exposure to all these tools that the developer and operations teams are using while deploying security tooling. So your Security Monkey, your CloudSploit, your Scout Suite, all of these tools are designed to be deployed in this manner, and you can do projects for your work using these deployment methodologies. You don't have to, get an EC2 instance and run things the way that you're used to running them from your workstation. And if you aren't used to running them for your workstation, just start by deploying them these ways. If this is your first time interacting with security tools and they have a deployment methodology that's inside a Docker container or inside of a Lambda function, just learn how to do it that way. There's no reason to be afraid of the cloud. You can go and get a free $300 on GCP tomorrow. AWS has a free tier. Just go and play with it. Don't be afraid of it. And I think I think one of my timers is ahead of schedule, but I got a message here on the. Okay, there we go. I think my clock might be out of sync with Red's here. I have a 2-minute warning at 16 past. But that's my talk right here. Oh, including questions. Yeah. Can we switch over to questions at this point?
Hey, Ritz, you have a lot of time. It was 10-minute warning, not 2-minute.
Okay.
So you have some time now. So if you feel like you rushed through anything, you can definitely go back and provide more content.
I did rush through. I think I got the. Okay, yeah, because I think.
I'm sorry if that was misread as 2 instead of 10, but you have a little bit of time, so don't feel like you need to rush through. You can certainly go back.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that, because there was one thing in specific that I rushed over here, and I think that I want to go back and talk about this. And that is the space of different, the different kind of towers of this DevSecOps space. The development portion is really more for, it's vitally important for any of these roles for you to have a programming language in your skill set. And that is really the thing that defines access to these technical roles, is knowing a programming language that can get you deeper into these tools than that can get you deeper into these tools and differentiate. So if you know Python, for example, you can edit and modify Ansible modules. You can write your own data analysis tools in Jupyter. Anyone can download a Jupyter notebook, but if you know Python, you'll be able to build one. And that will be incredibly powerful. Likewise, if you understand TLS, you will be highly differentiated from people that don't understand TLS, which is going to be most of your, most of the people on the development team, because their interaction with TLS is import TLS library and expect the TLS library to perform the job because that's something that's delegated to that. The fact that the default settings are not the most secure in the world is something that is not going to be understood unless they understand the many implementation facets of TLS. And likewise, if we go back to security, I think it's worth understanding things like database password hashing has long been a conversational point between different teams, and yet because it is up and therefore not an operations team concern, and the data is successfully stored and therefore not an application concern, security teams still frequently wrestle with making sure that credentials are properly encrypted and saved in databases. That is something that will be security knowledge that will help you extend yourself into the space of DevSecOps or just security-focused DevOps generally. And again, all of this is based on the same tools. You're still going to be using Terraform, CloudFormation, to interact with AWS, G-Cloud, Azure APIs, and deploy services on them and make sure that the services are properly secured. And that's going to be the case whether you are doing security evaluations on the blue team side. Are you doing scanning? Are you looking at things and trying to understand them? You're still going to need to understand the same API. Even if you're doing red team, you're going to need to understand the same API because in many ways, it's all that exists on these cloud platforms. I think that covers more of the stuff that I wasn't able to cover earlier. And I think now we're more at 3 minutes, so.
That's perfect. Thank you. And so sorry for that miscommunication.
No problem.
Fantastic. Well, there wasn't really any questions in the RaiseMe channel. If you do have questions, remember to use that hashtag #AskRitz. But Ritz, I had a question for you. You talk a lot about Python and how important it is. I couldn't agree more. Do you have any recommendations for resources where students who want to learn Python can go?
Oh boy. So that's always, I deliberately didn't put that in this talk because I'm trying to, there's no easier way to get into a flame war than telling people what's the best programming language. But I will continue to say that every time I tried to help someone staff a role that has a Python requirement, it's basically impossible to staff because Python language programmers are in such high demand in almost any discipline.
Sure.
I think there are different people that learn different ways. Two commonly recommended resources when I was getting started were Dive into Python and Python the Hard Way. I found Python the Hard Way to be intolerable and difficult to learn with, but many, many people swear by it. So I can't ignore, that's how they experience it the best way. I will honestly say, though, that the thing that helped me the most was actually a MOOC that I took from Rice University. There was a long form MOOC that took place over the course of several months, learning various factors of computer programming. And I think with computer programming in general, just find a course that resonates with you, find something that makes you feel excited, and do that. Don't try and take a curriculum that doesn't excite you and won't keep you sitting down just because someone else says it's the best. Just find the curriculum that makes you excited to learn Python.
That's awesome. That's really great advice. Thank you for that. We did have one question in the chat from Lori.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that people who have dual backgrounds, so people who re-career over into InfoSec, have more opportunities and more promotability in the long run than someone who is just focused on one or the other?
Well, I can't predict the future. So I don't know about the long run, but what I will say right now is that when Indeed has been ranking security against other technology roles over the past couple of years, we've seen a decline in other technology roles that hasn't been echoed across to IT. Sorry, across to security engineering. Security engineering seems a little bit immune right now to other market factors. I don't know how long that will last, but I know that right now it isn't. And I think a lot of people are looking for solutions to problems right now.
Yeah, I think that's a really great answer. Ritz, thank you so much for your fantastic talk. I personally really enjoyed it, and I hope the attendees really got a lot out of it as well. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break. At 2:30 Pacific, we will come back with Chef, who will bring us keeping your home office and your job hunt secure. In the meantime, go pop on over to our Discord again if you haven't. That CTF is running. We also have the Soldering Village live with some tutorials right now. And also, if you're curious about some of the really cool shirts that you've been seeing floating around, we still have swag available on our website. If you go to shellcon.io/registration, just go for the swag bag option and you'll get tons of stickers, a mask that has like a scuba design, and that really wonderful Medusa shirt that you've probably seen floating around everywhere. I'm going to sign off. I'll be back on in a few minutes. Have a great break. I'll see you soon. And we're back. I hope y'all enjoyed your break. We are here with Chef, who is presenting Keep Your Home Office and Your Job Hunt Secure. Chef began his career studying music at Louisiana State University. Of all things, that's incredible. Gives us hope out there, right?
Yes, yeah.
Leveraging computer skills learned in the LSU recording studio, he became a systems administrator in the mid-1990s. In 2005, he completed a Master of Science in Information Assurance from Norwich University. Chef's 20 years as a security professional has involved initiatives in healthcare, defense, aerospace, and oil and gas. As technical director at NCC Group, he works closely with consultants and clients delivering complex security assessments that meet varied business requirements. We're really excited for this talk. If you are in the Discord and have any questions for Chef, I will be there moderating. Please just use the hashtag #AskChef so that I can make sure to get them at the end. And without further ado, Chef, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Red. I appreciate that. And yeah, and thanks for everyone that's here. So yeah, we're going to talk about our home offices and whether we're working professionals or students. It's a different world we're living in. We're working from our home offices, and also for people that might be looking to upgrade their career, we might be working on a job hunt as well. So those are the things I want to talk about. I go by Chef. But some of you might know me also as Damon Small, my human name, as we say. I'm the technical director for NCC Group here in North America. And let's crack on. So first of all, special thanks to ShellCon. I know how difficult it is to be a volunteer and help organize a security conference. It's even more difficult, I think, in a lot of ways, doing it virtually. So a lot of very talented people have put in a lot of work to make this happen. Thank you, ShellCon. It's a privilege to be here for my second year speaking. This is a great venue. I love the RaiseMe series. I think it's great. My employer is very, very supportive as well. So I have to give a shout out to my job, NCC Group. Thank you for allowing me to do these things. I think it's great. One of my favorite parts of my job is advocating for you, the security professionals or the aspirational security professionals that are going to be working. So it's a great opportunity to do this. And if ever you write or do any public speaking, you have to have a good editor. I'm very lucky. My editor is my wife. So thank you, Han. She has to approve all this stuff before I get up on stage. She takes out the stupid dad jokes and then I put them back in. But lastly, all of you that are attending right now, I mean, thank you for being here. I couldn't do this. There would be no point if I didn't have an audience. So thank you for giving me some of your time. Much appreciated. So a little bit about me. I mean, I think we went through a lot of this in the introduction. I've been in IT since '95, InfoSec since 2001. I'm a Louisiana native, and as we say down here in Texas, I'm not from Texas, but I got here as fast as I could. And as Red said, I studied music at Louisiana State, and then pivoted, into high tech and went to grad school in 2005 for information assurance. I have a lot of background in blue team, that is defensive information security, specifically in healthcare. Obviously oil and gas is big here in Houston, but healthcare is a very big industry as well. And I've also done some Department of Defense work and some aerospace at Johnson Space Center, and of course, oil and gas. So that's a little bit about me. I will be around the Discord for the rest of the day. So if any questions come up, I'll pop back into that after we're done. And I'll also share my contact information with you a bit later on. So just a quick commercial. Again, my employer is very supportive of this. NCC Group is a consultancy based in the United Kingdom, but we have a large presence in North America as well. We're publicly traded on the London Stock Exchange. And if you are curious more about the consulting firm that I work for, I'm happy to talk about that. But I want to be respectful of everyone's time. So let's crack on. Work from home and InfoSec. So there's been since March, I'm not sure if y'all are aware, something happened. in March, and now a lot of us are, quarantined and having to spend more time at home. And if you're a working professional, you might be working from home. If you're a student, you may be studying from home. So why are we as an industry so worried about people working from home? Because computers don't magically become less secure when we're at home, right? But the environment in which they exist might be less secure. So the first part in understanding why so many security professionals, including myself, have been worried about, the influx of people working from home offices, the first thing we have to consider, I think, is what are the technical controls that we have in the office that we might not have when we're at home? And those could be, this is not an exhaustive list, but it could include the web proxy. So, when I'm at the office, I might have a technical control that helps protect me from dangerous websites or from errantly clicking on a link that I shouldn't click on. There might be intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems. There could be like enterprise software configuration or update systems that exist that I might not have access to when I'm at home. That said, all of the above can exist as local services or software on our computers, but they might not. I'm very fortunate that I work for a company where we have a lot of remote workers anyway, but not all companies are that way. A lot of people that are more traditional in having people within the four walls of their organization, your physical proximity or being in the office is a requirement for these sorts of things to work. So, and it's not like as an industry, we had a lot of time, right, to figure out, how are we going to support our remote employees now that they're not coming back into the office. So we didn't have a lot of time. It was a very fast transition. So again, my point here is that our computers didn't magically become less secure. It has more to do with the environment around them. And in addition to the technical controls, we have to think about physical controls as well. So, and by physical controls, I'm talking about, the doors and the walls and, how many times do you have to badge into something to get access to something? And so one question I ask people often is like, how many control points do you have at your office versus your home office? And a control point, so here's the first dad joke I put back in, an unlocked door is not a control point unless you're a dog. I have two little dogs that my wife's son and we adore them. But they have a habit of running into my home office when I'm right in the middle of something very important. So I can just simply close the door and that'll keep the dogs out of my home office. But if you're capable of opening a door, then the unlocked door is not a control point. So I was thinking about this in preparation for this slide deck. At one company I worked for, you would have to badge in to get into the parking garage. And so that's one control point. And then once I parked my truck, I'd have to badge in again through the lobby. So that's a second control point. And then once I got up to the floor that I worked on, I was in a computer lab that was behind a locked door as well. So I had to get through 3 different control points before I even got to my workstation to begin work for that day. In my home office, more often than not, my front door is locked. But that's really about it. Now, let's not panic here. What is the real risk of someone trying to break into our houses, to steal our work machines? Right. It's a different threat model, but that's a completely different slide deck altogether. But just be aware of the fact that inside the 4 walls of your home or apartment or wherever you live is not the same level of security as what you might have in your office. So how can we make our home office more secure? Try to have a dedicated workspace, and you also have to work closely with your family or your roommates. Now, I knew when I was writing this that someone's going to point out that that's easy for me to say. I have some colleagues in the West Coast that live in the West Coast who, there's several people working there. And I was on a call with one of my colleagues and I said, "Hey man, great virtual background. It looks like you're in someone's closet." And he laughed and he said, "No, I am literally in a closet right now because all four of us that live here have a call and we don't have enough rooms for all of us to have a private room." So I appreciate that not everybody has the benefit of a dedicated workspace that I do. So we have to be creative in making sure that we can accommodate for one another as we're all going through this challenging time. One life hack that I'll share quickly, because this is an important one for me, is the question, where is my laptop? Even though, I have a laptop, so I could carry it, downstairs and work at the kitchen table or, watch the football game, and try and get some work done. I should point out, I've been working from home full time for 5 years now. So even though COVID-19 just happened earlier this year, of course, I've been doing this for a while. So I've had plenty of time to find out what works for me and what doesn't work for me. So one thing that's very important to me is my laptop is always, always, always here in my home office, unless it's in my go bag, which is over there. I know you can't see it. And I'm traveling. I take great pains to make sure that my work environment is separated from my living environment, because psychologically we'll have a tendency to confuse the two if we're not careful. So my laptop is always in my office. If I have to do something, all of a sudden, rather than bringing my laptop downstairs, I have to run up the stairs to get into my home office. And that's got the, benefit of, tricking me into exercising. So my other life hack I want to share with you is programmable light. So I talked about in this slide, understanding of your family or roommates. Obviously, if you live alone, this is probably a less of a problem. But I have a programmable light outside my office. And so I took some pictures of it. And my family knows that these colored lights have meaning. If the light is purple, as it is right now, that means I'm on a video call. So you can come walking in my home office if you want to, but you're going to be on video somewhere. The red light means I'm maybe on a conference call. I'm not on video, but I'm really busy and I shouldn't be disturbed. If the house is on fire, probably let me know. But other than that, the red light means don't bother me. Yellow is, and I'm busy working, but you can come in if you want to. Green is I'm on the clock, but not actively engaged in something right now. And the last light is the white light. That means I'm off the clock. I'm not chef mode anymore. I'm dad mode or husband mode and ready to do anything else. So that's just one way. It doesn't have to be a fancy electronic light. It could be just a sign on the door, but that's been very useful. And I know it's useful because in the 5 years I've been working from home, should I forget to change the color of the light, somebody in my household will figure it out and say, "Chef, you forgot to change the color of your light." And they will correct me on that. So that's effective, but that's one of those little tricks that you can do to try and make your home office, a little more, effective as you're working. So how do we make our home network more secure? It's not just, like I said earlier, it's not just the security posture of your work machine that's important. It's also the security posture of everything else that's on your network. So we're all in security. We all already know this, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but, keep all your devices up to date. My teenage son, my home office and his bedroom share a wall. So again, I know you can't see it, but he's right over there. So, I make sure that he keeps all of his Microsoft patches up to date. Any devices that are, on our network, including IoT devices like the smart thermostat and, that programmable light I just talked about. Make sure you keep all that stuff up to date. And my goodness, do not use your work machine for personal tasks. This was true before we were all started working from home, but it's even more important now because more of us are doing it. If I'm doing personal stuff, I'm on my personal devices. I'm not doing it on my work machine, and vice versa. I don't ever do client work on my personal device. And if your employer has a VPN, please use it. They have that service in place to help protect. Again, this is probably a whole other webinar, but the difference between split tunnel and split tunnel and full tunnel, I can choose to use either depending on what I'm doing. One might be appropriate. If I know that I'm going to use devices on my local area network, I'm going to use the split tunnel because it'll allow me to access the corporate network and my local area network. The full tunnel will make everything go through corporate. And this question hasn't come up in a while, thank goodness, but I did get the question one time, Dad, can I borrow your work computer because it's so much faster than mine? The answer is no. No one touches my work machine when they're here. And so, I know we're getting close on time, but, job searching, a lot of us, whether you're a seasoned professional or new to the industry or trying to break in, we have to be careful of what personal information we share. And again, this is probably good advice no matter what the time. But be careful what personal information you share online. A lot of roles are going remote. There's a lot of companies, especially in Silicon Valley, that are going full-time remote. Your physical access is, your physical address is not as important as it once was. So don't necessarily post that online. That is a detail that can be sorted out when you're actually going through the interview process. And also be aware when you're filling out online job applications, are they hosted by the company you're applying for, or is it a third party? Because once your information's in a database somewhere, it might be hard to take it out. Regulations like GDPR notwithstanding, in the European Union, there's some very strict privacy laws that exist. But in the United States, we don't have such laws yet. So if you're doing online interviews, here's some tips from the Packet Hacking Village. I have the pleasure, here's my wall of sheet patch, of having worked with those wonderful folks for a long time. Check the frame of your camera, make sure it's at eye level. You don't want people looking up your nose, and make sure there's no sensitive information in the background. A lot of us are using these virtual backgrounds now, but you don't want to expose proprietary information while you're in the frame. And consider using a streaming software like OBS is a good one that we used during DEF CON for advanced formatting options. And consider a webcam light. I'm lucky today, it's relatively sunny here in Houston, so I've got a lot of great ambient light. And since we might be working home for a while, just be aware that your online presence really is just as important as your in-person presence. So career development, the things that we do at home can still demonstrate initiative. I feel like I'm kind of running out of time here, so I might go through this quickly, but anything that you do while you're setting up your home network, it doesn't have to be expensive routing and switching equipment. Even just playing around with your home network, like, putting a secondary wireless access point with a secondary, DHCP server, it can let you see how different, how segmenting works and how, it doesn't, I guess the point is it doesn't have to be like really super formal. You can just play around with your home network, and that can show initiative, passion, and technical acumen. And that's really important. Lastly, I'm going to talk about, in the last minute or so that I have here, I think, how to avoid going crazy. Dress for work, even if it's just clean jammies. So in my first of my 5 years working from home, this quickly became the easiest advice for me to ignore. But I always have my lab coat. Keep regular hours. It might not matter depending on what your job is, but it's a good courtesy for your employees to kind of know when you're generally available. I like to work from 6 a.m. to about 3 p.m. Central Time. So my colleagues know that. So they know, if you want me, get me in the morning. And take breaks. We lack social cues that we used to have in the office. So make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of breaks. Oh, and take naps. I'm not ashamed to say that working from home for the last 5 years, if I have time during the day, I will absolutely take a nap, and it's wonderful. Take advantage of the fact that we're not commuting to work. Oh, keep an emergency t-shirt in case of unexpected video calls. I wear my lab coat. Oh, and my editor put this last one in: be nice to the person that brings you coffee. My wife is not my servant, but she is kind enough to bring me a cup of coffee from time to time. And that's probably good life advice, no matter what. So stay in touch. I'll be around, like I said, on Discord. Here's my email address, my LinkedIn, on Twitter. I am Damon Small, even though I like to call myself Chef. And I think I'm right on time. Comments or questions?
Hey, Chef, you did a great job staying on time. Sorry.
I had to struggle a little
rushed
bit,
at
but
all.
yeah, I got there.
There weren't any questions so far in the chat. If you are hanging out in the Discord and want to ask Chef a question, just use hashtag #AskChef. But there were a lot of comments that I wanted to bring up. So one was, people loved the idea of those programmable lights. I myself love that too. I think that's so smart to have those varying degrees. You just have to make sure to train everybody in your household, right?
My family has been great. Yeah, they absolutely observe the colors of the light, and I reminded them, is like, hey, it's purple, I'm fixing to be on the air. So yeah, I've gotten a lot of mileage. I'm glad people like that one. Yeah.
Yeah. The other one that people really loved was the have a second set of jammies. Because I have a full face of makeup on, but I definitely have sweatpants on underneath the view of the camera.
Yep, I'm wearing my chef's pants appropriately. So yeah.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And I do the same thing as well with having something nearby, right? So I have a hoodie hanging on my desk chair, so that worst case scenario, I can just throw that on, flip the hood up. I don't have to worry about brushing my hair.
Right on. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there is actually just one comment. Again, there was a comment about the guy working from inside of his closet. People have had to sit on the floor and block the dogs, meet in the car, do phone calls sitting in the bathroom. I think we all super relate to that. I see a few people typing, so I'm going to give them time, and I'm going to just take advantage and slide in one question that I had, which is around boundaries, right? So
yeah,
you had said between 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. that's when you're available, and people know to talk to you then. But how do you really manage to not get pings after that 3 o'clock hour, especially 3 o'clock Central is early for folks on the West Coast?
Absolutely. I'm taking lunch when my colleagues on the West Coast are just getting into the office. So it is difficult. And I'm not going to say it never happens. I mean, the fact is, I love what I do and I want to help my colleagues. So if something happens, I will run upstairs. And so yeah, that's my only cardio for the day off. And so sometimes you have to do it. And so some days I have a really long day because the West Coast needs me. And the reason I get up so early, by the way, is our corporate office is in the United Kingdom. So if I get up at 6 in the morning, I still can catch them before it's nighttime. So it's hard. And you just have to balance it. And there are some days, if I have a Friday where things are pretty slow and I've had a long week that, I had to work well past 3, then you give yourself the ability, and you obviously have to talk to your boss and everything, but, maybe you have a really short day on Friday. You know what I mean? So it's just a balancing act. And InfoSec, the hackers don't observe our time clock. So you just have to make sure you've got those relationships. And my colleagues on the West Coast, they know if they ping me after 3 o'clock Central, I'm going to help them out. I'm not going to leave anybody hanging, but you do your best to maintain that work-life balance. But it is hard. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's something I personally struggle with a lot. And
oh man,
it can get hard. It can get hard, especially with everyone being remote in different virtual locations, or physical locations, I should say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
One thing I wanted to highlight personally, again, is just that it is really up to us to define those boundaries.
Yep.
Nobody's going to set those for us. And if we aren't respecting our own boundaries, then how can we expect anybody else to? And that can be really difficult, but we just kind of have to do it, especially with
the hardest part is, and I know we're running out of time here, is trying to figure out what is the issue that I can put off until tomorrow versus what is the issue that I really actually have to deal with now.
Yeah.
And there's no way. I mean, you just have to make enough trips around the sun. And I've made a few of them, and you get better at figuring that out. But there are sometimes someone will ping me and is like, yeah, that's a tomorrow morning thing. That can wait. We don't have to do. And some things are like, oh, right, I better get on this right now. And just over time, you get better at doing that. That's it. I'm not smarter than anybody else on this call. I've just done it a few more times, maybe. That's it.
That's funny. We are running out of time, but just quickly, I wanted to squeeze one more in, which is asking about the desk chair. Do you think that it's worth it spending money on a suitable desk and chair?
Holy mackerel. So 5 years ago, I spent the first year with really cheap stuff. Yes, I have a standing desk. I'm sitting down right now, but I have a standing desk, and I have what I think is a very nice desk chair. If you're going to be working from home for a significant amount of time, please, yes, take care of your body, take care of your posture. Absolutely, it is worth it.
Great. Chef, this was really, really helpful. I loved the wide variety of topics that you're able to cover. I think a lot of us could benefit from some of these life hacks. We're going to sign off, and we will be back at the top of the hour with our next talk, how to make sure that you're not screwed on the dotted line. We'll see you in a few minutes, everyone.
Thanks, y'all. Cheers.
Hey guys,
Hey
how's it going?
everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying ShellCon. Thanks for joining us on the RaiseMe channel. We have tons of great speakers already today and even more coming up. First is Howard Chen and Cracked with Screwed on the Dotted Line, How to Avoid Bullshit Contracts That Hurt. So Howard does security things, and Cracked is a 201-year veteran of cybersecurity whose first
It's
love
just
is
billable
PKI.
hours.
And he's Irish. He owns his own consulting firm that regularly bounces back and forth between employment and contracting. He has seen more than his fair share of stupid agreements. If you have questions for Howard and Cracked, please post them in the RaiseMe Talk Questions Discord channel with the hashtag AskHoward. And let's find out how not to get screwed on the dotted line.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Christian. All right, so let's talk contracts. You've probably signed a ton of them. One for your cell phone, one to use Facebook, one for your apartment. But how do you know what you're signing isn't going to screw you over somewhere down the line? That's what we'll take a look at today. But of course, since this is legal advice,
we are not lawyers.
This is not actually legal advice. Get a
lawyer.
lawyer. Just a little bit about us, correct?
No, it's basically what Kristen already said. We've seen a few contracts in our day, and it occurred to us after Howard's most recent experience that it was probably worth writing something about this and giving other people the opportunity to know that you don't have to take what's written in front of you when you're signing a contract, even if it's for employment.
Absolutely correct. Now, as for me, like I said, it's pretty much as it is on the tin. I do security things, but contracts became a bit of an interest for me earlier this year. So I was looking for some side work, and I was going to sign a contract to do some consulting with a company. But at the 11th hour, they suddenly required me to sign this crazy bullshit agreement. That's when I reached out to Cracked, who has a lot more experience with that, for help.
Most everyone here has signed an agreement with an employer before, but Howard's agreement was incredibly overreaching, and it occurred to us that these bullshit agreements are becoming more of a problem in the industry.
And that's why we thought it'd be useful to share our experiences to stop other people from getting screwed. And moreover, that's why we're sharing it here at RaiseMe, this great career event at ShellCon run by Lori, but not exclusively at ShellCon.
So, as always, your mileage may vary. Originally, full-time employment was intended to grant more stability to people in exchange for fewer rights. But that stability has been greatly eroded and chipped away, especially in the United States in the past few decades. Unfortunately, most employment, even for W-2 employees, which are full-time employees in the States, is now at will, meaning that you can be fired for any reason or no reason at all, as long as it's not part of a small protected class in most places. So the distinction between full-time employment and contracting has blurred a lot in the recent years.
Now, let's take a look at what some of the agreements actually are and what to look out for. So first things first, we need to define agreements. An agreement is a meeting of the minds between two or more parties where each party receives something of value from the other party. That something of value is typically called consideration, and it can be all sorts of things. But in the case of employment, consideration is I do my job and my company gives me a salary, plus healthcare and other benefits.
When your agreement is legally binding, it's a contract. It doesn't have to be a written document because verbal contracts have the same force of law as written ones. They're just harder to prove.
But the most important thing to remember is that any agreement, any contract actually needs to be negotiable by both parties. A contract that isn't negotiable, say your click-through end user license agreement, is actually a lot harder to enforce in court as written.
Now, some companies, when you're signing an employment contract or a consulting contract, might ask you to sign the agreement exactly as written with no modifications. This is in their best interest, right? They put a lot of time and money into getting this crafted and worded the way that protects them the most. This is what's called an adhesion agreement. So any agreement that is not negotiable by both parties is adhesion. And like Howard said, end user licensing agreements, click-throughs, a lot of, standard contracts that you see, even when you rent a car, called an adhesion contract. Sometimes you will also see an adhesion agreement that says that it's not an adhesion agreement, that both parties have had the chance to negotiate and come up with it, even if one of the parties won't let you make any modifications. So these are not true meeting of the minds agreements and are really shaky from an enforcement perspective. So this is why these shady people will try to beg the question by requiring you that you agree that you could make modifications to the contract, even when they won't let you.
Now, just keep in mind, right, even with what Crack said, it's shaky from an enforcement perspective. That still means you got to fight it out in court, and that isn't always cheap.
So we're going to talk about, and we're going to refer to these as protective agreements. We couldn't find a term that was all-encompassing that already existed, so we decided to just refer to them as protective agreements. So we're going to talk about those here and some of the terms that can be found in them. So a protective agreement is any contract between a company and an employee, or a contract that is going to do work for them that contains restrictions applicable to that person or business.
Now, protection agreements usually exist to protect the company, or in other words, not you. Nearly every single restriction that's introduced or used in a contract was probably written because of something that happened that your employer didn't like. Or perhaps maybe your corporate attorney had a very overactive imagination. Maybe some of the things that happened or could happen, they might legitimately be unfair. Other things your employer just straight up didn't like and didn't want to have happen again. But at the end of the day, it's important to remember that without some kind of protection agreement, you just can't do business.
So when are protective agreements seen in the wild? And when are you likely to run into them? And they can really happen at any point in the life cycle of a job, right? So they can happen before your job begins, day zero. The best scenario is know before you go. I always ask, can you send me what it is you're going to ask me to sign while I'm on the job before I start? That gives me a chance to know what the asks are going to be, what what they're going to ask me before I actually, because that way, if something makes a modification, so writes a assignment or something like that, I know ahead of time that I need to adjust the compensation to cover what they're going to ask for. Much worse is when you're onboarded. And so I have had a deployment agreement that was a surprise, slapped on my desk at 9 o'clock on Monday, my first day on the job, and they said, you have to sign this by Friday or you're out. Needless to say, I was out on that Friday. They refused to even give me time to have an attorney go over it. And they wouldn't even entertain the idea of making any changes. They can also come in the middle of the job. And unfortunately, thanks to this whole at-will thing that we talked about, the only consideration they have to give you is that they keep employing you. And so they can change the rules in the middle of your job, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. But more commonly, you'll see them, at least some of these provisions, when you leave the company. So, as part of a severance agreement, if you get laid off, or if you leave even on good terms, sometimes they'll ask you to sign an exit agreement. And so you'll see some of these terms coming up in those as well. So here are some sort of the types of protective agreements that you will see. Very often you'll see, some combination or all of them, depending on how the company feels about you.
Pretty much.
So to start off.
But the most common type of agreement is going to be the NDA, or non-disclosure agreement. I think we're all really familiar with them. So it's really straightforward, right? Can you keep a secret? Now, what you got to keep secret and how long you got to keep a secret can all vary. But every single NDA is meant to protect a company's own confidential information. When you violate an NDA, or really most contracts, you'll face civil penalties, or a tort. While torts and contracts are different from a legal perspective, from here on out, anything that grants civil legal relief or civil penalties is a tort.
this is a, torts and contracts as opposed to criminal relief. And so a tort is something that is non-criminal in nature. You're still breaking the law, but you can't go to jail for it. Criminal is something that you can go to jail for. Most of what you'll see here will subject you to civil penalties, which is money or do things.
And definitely, it's good to not go to jail.
Generally speaking, yes, at least not on the inside. So what is intellectual property? We've all heard the term. So any intangible protected creation is considered intellectual property. This covers inventions and patents. This covers brands and trademarks, copyrights, including music, writing, your fifth grade artwork that your mother hung on the refrigerator. Any creative expression reduced to a physical medium can be subject to copyright. But the really insidious one is that ideas, even if they're only in your head, with a poorly written or a one-sided written intellectual property agreement, can still belong to someone else, which sounds really counterintuitive and really unfair. But in the case of Texas Instruments, it actually happened. So what can happen with intellectual property rights? You can have a rights assignment. So the original creator of a work of some sort of intellectual property is called the author of the work, unless that work is work for hire. So if someone pays you to paint a picture, and they say, I want you to paint this picture this way and put these and do it in these colors, they are hiring you. And so as a work for hire, where you're being compensated ahead of time, that other person actually is the legal author of that work. There have been some rather insane case law that comes out of this, but when a work for hire, the employer or whoever is funding it becomes the de facto author, often without additional compensation when it comes to the type of jobs that we work in. In some cases, work for hire can be retroactive. So you can have created something several years ago, someone hires you and says, I want to pay you for the work that you did. I'm going to become the author of record as if I had paid you before it happened. There's a lot of legalese that goes into it. It doesn't always work, but it does sometimes happen. Other times, agreements will assign authorship to the employer. So the employer, in this case, agreements assign the authorship to the employer. This is virtually unrestricted by law in most jurisdictions, especially in the United States, because IP law is federal law and really is out of the jurisdiction of the states. It can also be permanent. So you can have something where you have a right assignment that is in perpetuity. It lasts forever and ever and ever. In absence of changing authorship, some agreements can grant your employer a license to use your intellectual property instead. So they can own it or they can license it. And sometimes they can license it with no additional compensation to you. You sense there's a theme here going. But this too provides for civil penalties.
And we'll talk more about the licensing stuff later. A little less intense is a non-compete. So sometimes when you leave a job, your employer might not want you to, say, work for their direct competitor, and that's when you're asked to sign one. However, your employer is the one who gets to define what competitor really means. This can also be really tricky for us because our jobs typically remain the same no matter who or where we work. Cybersecurity for company A is going to be cybersecurity for company B. Now, that being said, employers also should, but often do not, offer some form of compensation for the duration of your non-compete. Unfortunately, that's not really common for engineers so much as it is for executive roles and high-level senior positions, where an employee has specific specialized knowledge that can offer an actual competitor to that company a significant competitive edge if you went off and worked with them instead.
One rung down the ladder from a non-compete is non-solicitation. And so this is basically what it says on the tin. Most non-compete agreements will include a non-solicitation clause, although sometimes you will see non-solicitation separate by itself, especially in a termination agreement, when you're in a separation agreement. So with this type of clause, you agree not to encourage customers and or other employees, depending on the wording, not to leave the company and do business or work elsewhere. And this is regardless generally of whether they are coming to work with you or coming to work for you, or if they are coming to do business with you. And so they say basically, we don't care how unhappy you are with the company that's causing you to leave. You can't encourage anyone else to leave too, because then we lose all of our workers because it sucks here, or something along those lines. This generally has no place in employment agreements for technical positions. This really is more for sales positions and things like that. But it's often included because it's quote unquote boilerplate, and forgive the inverted commas there. But we'll get into what boilerplate is all about a little bit later on.
Absolutely. Now, here's a clause that's extremely rare, but if you ever see it, it's going to have to raise a lot of alarm bells. You might actually be asked to sign a fiduciary agreement. What that means is that you take on something called fiduciary duty. That's a legal term where one party, the fiduciary, you, are required to act solely in the other party, your employer's, best financial interests. Sometimes your contract might not even call it a fiduciary agreement, but it might include terms like the employee must make its best professional effort to produce work that the company can fully trust, or that the employee must act solely for the benefit of the client in all matters. This is very unique from every single other protective agreement we're talking about today, because a breach of fiduciary duty means that you can potentially go to jail, since it has criminal penalties associated with it. But fiduciary duty is also a term that you might not be familiar with. This is usually something that comes up with lawyers and accountants. For engineers, it's completely overkill. By law, a company can come after you for a breach of fiduciary duty, but if you do any action that loses the company money. And it's easier to prove a breach of fiduciary duty than it is to prove, say, fraud. And by making any mistake, in theory, your company could come after you in court. Generally speaking, if you see any kind of fiduciary clause or fiduciary-like clause in your contract, that's something you want to immediately walk away from, just like what Crack did.
Yeah, this is not, unfortunately, just a theoretical. A few years ago, I was in negotiations to work full-time for a company in Texas. And this company was a systems integrator. They did work, similar to a lot of other companies, and they just, value-added reseller and all that. And fortunately, I asked for a copy of the employment agreement before I signed on with them. So we've been in negotiations for several months, and we're deep down the road. And but then they sent me a copy of I think it was a 24-page employment agreement, all in 8-point font. It was quite something to behold. And buried in the text of this agreement was a fiduciary responsibility. And as it turned out, this company required every single employee in the entire company, all the way down to the janitorial staff, to be fiduciary responsible to the company. And so basically, if you don't do your best to make us money, even if it costs you money, we can have you hauled off to jail. And it was an eye-opening thing, because I had never seen this in a contract before, and it was unbelievable. And when I approached them about it and said, this is not really, they said, we require this in every contract that we sign. And I said, you would have to pay me 10 to 20 times as much as what you are paying me now in order for me to be comfortable signing something like this. And so I walked away. And I cannot imagine a circumstance where I was not in a very, very a high-level executive role with a company, able to change the company's fortunes based on my signature before I would consider adopting fiduciary responsibility.
Remember, for fiduciary responsibility, you should totally see it if you hire a CPA, an accountant, a financial manager, a lawyer, but not on your employment agreement.
Not at all. And so this leads us into what happens when agreements are unfair and what makes them unfair. So agreements become exploitative, and largely speaking, when they unreasonably affect your life outside of work, when they last longer than your compensation does, when you're not fairly compensated for the obligations that you have, when you are required to give up your rights, and when you cannot effectively negotiate the terms. So essentially, it's whenever the benefits are far greater or even a little greater for the employer than they are for the employee, where the employer is abusing their position to take advantage of someone who needs the job.
Now, that's a really wide view of exploitative agreements, but a good way to see is just, does your agreement affect your life outside of work? I mean, when you're working 8 hours a day at the office or now at home, it's all fine to play by your company rules. But a protective agreement might be overreaching its limits when it starts encroaching on your personal or your professional life. For instance, if you're contributing to a personal project on GitHub or an open source project, your employer's IP rights assignment may give them ownership of your code. If you want to go interview for a new job, a certain restrictive agreement might limit where you can interview, what's on your resume, or even what you talk about in the interview. Worst of all, even if you don't have an agreement that restricts your life right now, your employer can make you sign one tomorrow.
So because of this, because your employer can, as I mentioned before, the only consideration that they have to give you is that they continue to employ you, even though they've completely changed all of the parameters that you negotiated on to begin with. It's very, very one-sided, right? And so you may not be given the time to review the agreement, and the only alternative you have is to quit or be fired. And as I was talking about before, that there was a time when I was really excited to work for this company. We'd been negotiating on a salary and all that sort of thing for 6 weeks. And 9 o'clock on Monday morning, I'm sitting at my desk, meeting all of my coworkers, and they hand me an agreement. This is not the Texas company. This is a different company in the same year. They handed me an agreement and said, have this signed by Friday. And I said, okay, well, I need to go home and read it. Can I have some additional time? I don't have an attorney. Can I get an attorney? And they said, no, you have to have it into us by 9 o'clock on Friday morning or you're out. And so I looked through it and found the terms to be egregious and said so. And so I went back with them and we talked about it on Tuesday and we talked about it on Wednesday and we talked about it on Thursday, and on Friday I said, I'm sorry, I can't sign this. And that was my last day of work working for this company. This is, it should be illegal. In some places, especially outside the United States, it is illegal, but unfortunately it is all too common. And even when it is illegal, it's very, very hard to enforce. So, yeah, so let's talk about some of the terms that go into this.
These aren't exactly distinct types of restrictive agreements or protective agreements, but rather they're additional clauses and terms that you might see on your agreement that you've been asked to sign. Nearly every single one of these terms should be viewed as red flags on your contract and are worth the extra scrutiny.
And something to keep in mind is that these, as Howard mentioned at the beginning, these clauses are popping up more and more frequently, even in non-employment contexts. We've seen them in mobile phone contracts, credit card agreements, apartment leases, a rental car. Now, always read every contract you sign before you sign it. If the other party isn't going to let you modify the terms, write that fact in the space with your signature or instead of your signature or initial over it. Very often, this acknowledges the receipt of the privacy policy. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have any copies of the privacy policy. You can find it online. And no, so I'll write in the space for my signature, did not receive copy of privacy policy. So at least I am adding in the only place that you can add on some of these digital contracts to say, I don't agree to the terms of this contract because I wasn't able to see them ahead of time. So here we are back to boilerplate, which is corporate speak for this is our standard self-serving bullshit. Or we couldn't even be asked to create special bullshit just for you, so we're going to give everyone the same bullshit. Standard language in a contract will never serve your interests. It serves only the interests of the party who wrote it. Remember that. whenever someone says, "Oh, don't worry about that, that's just boilerplate," red flags, klaxons, warning lights flash. Just be aware that this is not good for you. It only means that they've successfully suckered other people into it. And the standard language doesn't mean that it's acceptable language. It doesn't even mean that it's legal. It just means that you ought to take a closer look at it.
Similarly, you might find this in a lot of boilerplate agreements, but you might be asked to sign away or sign into a specific governing law or venue. If you've ever heard of the home field advantage in sports, this is pretty much the equivalent for a contract. When you sign a contract, your employer can specify that you can only sue them in a certain jurisdiction. That jurisdiction isn't required to be near you. It's not even required to be in the same state. So you could live and work in a state with stronger labor laws like California, while your contract stipulates that you need to sue them in Texas. Even though in this case, California's labor laws would actually apply, what are the odds that the judge who hears your case in Florida or Texas or Florida will be familiar with them or understand how California law works? Even worse, the contract can stipulate that the laws of a certain jurisdiction applies. So still working in California, but then using the labor laws of Texas or Florida. To be clear, this rarely works. Courts all across the country frown on this practice, but it could still cost thousands of dollars just to have the contract provisions corrected in court and get the lawsuit relocated to the appropriate jurisdiction. Now, for me, when I said I got a crazy contract this year, it had all sorts of really bad things. A lot of them I've actually talked about, but one of the biggest ones was changing the governing law and venue to a single courthouse in Florida while I was working all the way out here in California. It meant that I couldn't sue them, I couldn't contest anything that had to do with my employment unless I flew out to Florida, filed the suit there, and took everything in that one courthouse.
And what was even more maddening about this particular case was this: it wasn't even a full-time employment. This was just a contract, 1099.
A complete part-time contract. Yep. Now, obviously, that one I just completely walked away from. Now, on the other hand, something that's similarly very bad, but you have a lot fewer options with is called mandatory arbitration. I think a lot of people are familiar with that since it's not just limited to employment agreements nowadays. Arbitration clauses are common in a lot of the end user license agreements that you're signing as well. For example, my last cable provider forced me to sign an arbitration clause, and there was nothing I could do. But the problem is, arbitration almost always results in a loss for you and a win for the corporation. If you can opt out of arbitration, do so immediately. Oftentimes, the corporation will even have an arbitration firm on retainer, which means they're basically paying for the arbiters to hear your case. That's pretty much a conflict of interest. And unlike in most court cases, arbitration is rarely, if ever, on the public record. So your case against an unfair corporation, an unfair employer, might never be known outside the company. There's a ton of other stuff that we can tell you about arbitration clauses, how they're terrible, and how you can avoid them at all costs. But because they're so inherently in the employer's favor, they're very difficult to get rid of or get out of.
So bringing it down just a notch, we'll talk about non-disparagement. So this is distinct from non-disclosure. It means that you can't say anything damaging about the other party. It's usually a separate clause in a contract, although very, very often is part of a non-compete. And they're most often found in separation agreements, although I have seen them in standard corporate language. But the really bad part about this is that the employer generally reserves the unilateral right to define what counts as damaging. So damaging is whatever they say it is. And you don't have a whole lot to, you're not allowed to dispute that after the fact. So I had a company where I was a whistleblower. It was a federal government contractor. They were severely deficient when it came to information security. And when we had an audit came in, they did their best to hide this fact from the auditors. And I had had enough. And so I pulled an auditor aside. I said, here are the questions that you are not asking that you should be asking, and here are the answers to those questions. My employment lasted for 2 days after that conversation. But in an effort to keep me from suing the company or going after them for whistleblower, they offered me a severance agreement. And so they said, here's a small bit of money, and you agree that you won't disparage the company, you won't talk about us badly, you won't do, all these other things, and we'll usher you out the door. I didn't argue with them at the time because it was a small enough amount of money that I figured I could pay it back if I really needed to. And so I just sort of ignored the non-disparagement clause. But lo and behold, 2 or 3 years later, I got a nasty letter from them saying, we heard that you were disparaging us. We're not going to tell you where we heard it from or who we heard it from or what it was we think you said or how that was damaging to us. We're just going to say, we want our money back. And the fortunate part about this in this particular instance is that it was really difficult for them to prove because I certainly hadn't said anything about them. I wanted to forget them, as much as I could. And I held on to my end of the bargain. I really didn't disparage them as far as I knew. But the fact that they came after me was a warning flag and said that, that they were paying attention to something and that they did have the self-proclaimed right to do it however they wanted to. Fortunately, I ignored the letter and nothing else came of it. So I think we're outside of the statute of limitations now. So I can say, if you're listening now, I will disparage you all I want.
All right, so stepping back in the direction of arbitration, this isn't quite as bad, but sometimes a company will also ask you to sign a jury waiver. Now, remember that juries do tend to side in favor with the little person fighting against a big bad corporation in court. Of course, a trial by jury is not always guaranteed if you have a civil case, but you should still be worried whenever a company or employer asks you to sign away one of your civil rights. Also, you've got something that goes hand in hand with IPRAs, and that's licensing perpetuity and licensing exclusivity. So a company might negotiate that they're willing to allow you to keep ownership of your work, keep your name on it, keep everything on the patent to you, but can instead have you sign an exclusive license in perpetuity for that same work.
Yeah, and this can cause some real legal headaches. A few years back, an employer tried to force me to sign a mandatory licensing agreement for literally every piece of intellectual property I had ever created in my entire life. It was retroactive, it was perpetual, and it covered, the things that I wrote and drew when I was 5, every song that I've ever recorded, every writing that I've ever done, anything that I had, they wanted a perpetual royalty-free license to it. And this was an incredible amount of overreach. But not only that, some of my intellectual property had already been exclusively licensed by another company under much better terms, I might add. So I wasn't able to grant a license to the later company, even if I had wanted to. And if I had signed the contract, which they would not modify, to claim otherwise, it would have been fraud. And so I could have been liable to this company for fraudulent behavior just by saying that they could use any of the intellectual property when in case they really couldn't. Again, it seems to be a common theme. I didn't work for that company very long. Bundled into all of this is retroactivity, right? So a retroactive agreement clause can extend the employer's rights at your expense to things that happened before they were your employer. So access to your assignment of IP and liability for acts performed before employment. So again, if there is a conflict of interest, it's not on them because they can say that they had a good faith agreement that I fraudulently, went into saying, yes, you can use all the IP I've ever created, when in fact they couldn't. And so that exposes me to liability instead of them. And like I said, this goes back to, the drawings that your mother put on the refrigerator when you were 5. It is so overbroad and overreaching. You have to be really, really careful that, generally retroactivity is just a bad idea.
Now, that being said, technically, when you sign a contract and it gets backdated a couple days, that is also retroactivity, but that's not what we're talking about here. This is retroactivity that tends to apply to IP more than just the backdating. But since we are talking about time, we need to talk about the statute of limitations. Now, normally, whenever you violate a contract, there's a fixed statute of limitations that acts like a clock for the company to come after you. If the statute of limitations runs out, too bad, you should have acted sooner. But with tolling, your employer gets to say, stop, it's lawsuit time, and ignore the statute of limitations completely. The problem is, the statute of limitations is meant to protect all parties. The reason it exists is because people tend to not remember things for years and years. And the paper trail that might have documented something really well 1 or 2 years ago might have disappeared in 20 years down the line.
So now that we've
personally, I know I don't remember anything that I did a few days ago, much less a few years.
What did I have for breakfast?
Exactly.
So now that we've frightened you with all the things, how do you defend yourself against these?
Well, here's a simple one. First off, just read your contract.
Yeah, and I'm going to add to that and say, read the fucking contract.
Also, did I forget to mention to read the fucking contract?
Another good tip, read the fucking contract.
I think people get the idea, right? If you get a contract that smells fishy, make sure you read it from top to bottom and that you completely understand it. Most contract terminology really isn't that scary. I mean, we just spent 30, 35 minutes breaking that down for you. However, if something is really raising those alarm bells and you got to ask yourself, hey, is this normal? Then you got to get a lawyer. Remember that crazy contract I mentioned earlier, where I have to work in California, sue in Florida? When I saw that, I knew I had to get a more experienced pair of eyes, but I had never hired a lawyer before. And I think that's a common situation for a lot of folks watching. Now, when that happens, don't pick the lawyer that advertises off the freeway. Don't pick a lawyer off Yelp. Ask for a recommendation from people that you know who have hired a lawyer in the past. For me, I had a friend who ran his own company, and I asked for a recommendation for his lawyer. If you go online, there's a lawyer who writes a blog called Pope Hat, and he's got a great guide called How to Cold Call a Lawyer.
Even if you're not intending to have an attorney look over a contract, because it's standard enough, you feel like you've seen it before, you're pretty certain you can handle it yourself. It still will strengthen your negotiation if the other side thinks that you are going to consult an attorney. They can also respect the fact that you're taking the time and effort to consider the agreement carefully. It tells them that you're cool-headed, that you're rational, and that you're being considerate, and that you're actually paying attention to what it is that you're signing. And all of those are really strong attributes. And perhaps most importantly, it gives you the opportunity to ask for more time. Most of the time, if someone is not going to give you extra time to look over the contract, be very, very suspicious, because they're pretty much trying to pull one over on you. This is a deal-breaking red flag to me. Even if I understand the contract, even if I agree with everything that's in it, I will still ask for time to review it or have an attorney review it. And I tell you, that tells me a great deal how they respond.
Absolutely. It's a deal-breaking red flag for both of us, and it should be for you too.
Absolutely. So one of the things to remember is that anything and everything is negotiable, even if it isn't. A contract isn't a contract unless both parties can fairly negotiate its terms. And so, like we talked about before, a contract where one party dictates the terms is called an Infusion contract. They are much less enforceable, but are still a pain in the arse. Click-through agreements, all those sorts of things are types of adhesion contracts. But you'll never get what you don't ask for. So ask for what you want, and you will be amazed at how many times someone else is willing to make a concession. If you have the opportunity, when you are presented with a contract, redline it and put it in your own words. rewrite portions of it, or if you can, rewrite the whole thing. I've had so many opportunities where someone says, yeah, we probably should have a contract, but yeah, we just haven't had time to come up with one. We're a new startup. We don't have attorneys yet of our own, or we just haven't gotten to this yet. That gives you a golden opportunity. Go out on the internet, search for some samples, put something together, have an attorney on your side run through it, and then have a look and get them to sign yours instead. Whoever writes the contract is going to have a leg up and be in command of the terminology, which is generally a better thing for you.
Absolutely. But at the end of your negotiation, you're eventually going to be faced with some contract that's the final version. They're not going to budge, you're not going to budge, and you got to make that decision. Am I going to sign or am I going to walk? And that's where you need to determine if what the company is offering you is really worth whatever rights and protections that you're going to give up. Unfortunately, there's no clear-cut system to determine if what they're offering you is actually fair. And it's really easy for you to view some dream job opportunity through rose-colored glasses and ignore all the red flags along the way. But one good way to imagine it is think that your worst enemy is running the company, is going to be your boss. And now imagine that you were going to sign this contract to enter an agreement with them. Do you think that contract is still going to offer you enough protection to be safe from your very worst enemy, right? If it does, then you're golden. You can probably sign. If not, then you got to think long and hard before you sign.
So another thing that you can do, and one thing I do regularly that has saved me on numerous occasions, I always try to sign paper contracts when I can. Even in this days of DocuSign and all that sort of things, if I can get someone to agree to do a paper contract, I do that instead. But whether it's digital or anything, even if you have to print it out, number each page of the contract as you've received it, and then initial over the number so that the ink overlaps. This way, an unscrupulous party can't substitute a new page into the contract if it ever becomes contentious. This does happen. Someone tried to do this to me recently, and I was able to shut them down and avoid the lawsuit by insisting that they provide a complete copy of the agreement with each page initialed and indicate in the agreement which terms they were contending I was in breach from. Haven't heard from them since.
Now, of course, the other side of the coin, sometimes you just got to walk. Sometimes things don't work out. But the best way to insulate yourself when that happens is to always have a backup plan. What that looks like for your career is simply always being ready to hop jobs. Interview around, network, always update your resume. Don't just update it when you're thinking about changing jobs. By then, it's too late. But by having a strong professional network, by applying to jobs, even if you're not too sure if you want to take it, that's going to be your best insurance, your best backup when the company you're with now or the company that you're interviewing at now ultimately screws you over.
So when it comes down to it, when all the judgment calls is done and things like this, the very last question to ask yourself is, as an employee, do you really want to work for an employer who would ask you to sign this agreement? If the answer is yes, fantastic, go ahead and sign. If the answer is, I don't know, then it's a judgment call. If the answer is absolutely not, walk away. And alternatively, as an employer, for those of you who are out there who are hiring people, do you really want to risk losing good employees by asking them to sign something that's exploitative, that isn't fair to them? The moral of the story here is be nice to each other. It's just easier.
Absolutely. And just as a reminder for everybody,
in case you forgot, we are not lawyers.
This is still not legal advice.
Get a lawyer.
All right. And that's it. Hopefully you won't get screwed on the dotted line anymore. And you're going to be more aware of bullshit contracts, and you're going to be more able to protect yourself when you see them out in the wild. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for attending ShellCon. I hope you have a fantastic Saturday.
Thanks so much, you two. That was very illuminating. Lots of great advice. And there's clearly
Sounds like I'm in lawsuits all the time.
We've got a couple of questions if y'all are ready.
Go for it.
Fire away.
So from Lori said, I'm wondering if either one of you has ever asked for a clause that they thought was not a big deal, but it turned out to be very meaningful later. Like your attorney might ask for clauses that take time and cost money, and sometimes you wonder if they're just running up the tab.
So for me personally, I haven't run into that. I've come up, I would just say more of it has been just asking to remove clauses from a contract.
Yeah, I've got to say that my experience has been pretty similar. I haven't used attorneys a great deal. Most of the time, if I see things in a contract that I don't like, I tend to walk away. But I would say if it makes sense to put it in, then put it in. But a lot of times, if an attorney suggests something to you, you don't necessarily have to pay them to write that clause. You can actually, the internet is such a marvelous tool for this sort of thing. Just go out and look for an example of a contract that has it in it, copy that in, and then run it by the attorney, and they'll charge you a lot less than if they have to come up with it themselves.
Gotcha. And so y'all mentioned several times just walking away from jobs due to crazy contracts. What advice do you have for the people that don't feel like they can do that for whatever reason? Like jobs are scarce now, and it's the only offer they've had. They're new to the industry, scared of confrontation.
That's a fantastic question. And all it really comes down to is, let's say I signed this, terrible agreement that's super exploitative, have tons of terms, but it's the only job offer I've received in the last 6 months. The question I got to ask myself is, can I afford to handle a lawsuit, no matter how frivolous, that comes about from this contract if something goes wrong? And you can't say things won't go wrong. Things always go wrong, right? So it's evaluating whether or not you can handle the fallout from that. And in most cases, the answer is no. Lawyers are typically the last resort because they're expensive and the court process is time consuming.
Yeah, and we didn't read it out loud, but there is a part in the slides where it talks about agreements, contracts are for when, it's not for when everything is going well, it's for when everything goes to shit. And so the contract says this is what's going to happen if we can't agree on anything else. And so that is why it's so important to get these things sorted out before things go to shit. Get it sorted out when you're still friends, and then you'll know that you have something that you both agree on to deal with when you're not anymore, or if you're not anymore. I cannot tell you how much I wish that we lived in a culture that was amenable to having other third parties negotiate your benefits and your salary on your behalf. I think that would be a fantastic job. And I've seen so many people who just didn't want to rock the boat. Oh, okay, I've been who knows when the next job is going to come along, so I better take what I can get. And I'm sure they won't try to screw me if they with the terms in this. And that has worked out, in some cases it works out all right because things just don't go downhill. But in other places I've seen it where, people have come back later on and said, I really wish I had negotiated harder. And it's kind of sad to see when a company that is inclined to exploit their employees actually does it. It's really heartbreaking.
And oftentimes, people aren't even aware you can negotiate this. Much less, negotiating your salary, right? Some people just take the job offer as is, and that is where you really hit that spot of vulnerability.
And I think something to do is you can start small. You don't have to start off with, well, I think this clause is wrong and this clause is wrong and this clause. Just ask to change the term. Okay, hey, this says that I can't work for a competitor for 1 year, but that seems like an awfully long time. You're not paying me after I'm discharged. So can we make that 6 months? And that will give you a lot of information about how willing the employer is to work with you and what their attitude towards it is. Is it dictatorial? This is the terms and this is what you get and don't even worry about it. or, oh yeah, we want our employees to be happy with what they've signed. And so, start off small. It doesn't have to be confrontational. We've sort of given a worst case scenario here because we've seen some pretty bad stuff. But a negotiation doesn't have to be a confrontation. A negotiation can be two people meeting of the minds. It can be people saying, look, this doesn't quite work for me, but this might. What do you think about that? And you'd be amazed at how many people are saying, oh, you know what? I always hated that thing. My lawyer insisted on putting it in, but we don't really want it. We'll just get rid of that altogether.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there too about that's a good way to gauge kind of their flexibility, because if they're not very flexible in the contract negotiations, they're probably not going to be a super flexible company to work for down the road. So we've got a few more questions, but we are almost out of time. If you want to jump over into Discord here when we wrap up and take the rest of them. Had a lot of comments too, not necessarily questions. I think a lot of us didn't know that much about contracts before your talk started. So I want to thank you guys again for that super informative talk. And for everyone else, if you're not already on the ShellCon Discord server, join us there. Go to shellcon.io/Discord. You can post questions for the speakers in the RaiseMe Talks channel. Howard and Cracked will be there shortly. And don't forget to check out the villages and the sponsor lounges. We're going to take a brief intermission and we'll be back with Paul Navarro and Saturday's Salute, Purple Heart to Purple Teamer at 1600.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kristen, and thanks everyone for listening. We really appreciate you coming out.
Ditto that. Thank you, everybody. I hope you have a great evening.
We're back live on the RaiseMe channel. I hope everyone's enjoyed all the great speakers we've had so far and checked out all the villages and workshops. For Saturday's salute, we have Paul Navarro with Purple Heart to Purple Teaming. And since this is one of the salute sections, an extra welcome to the veterans and active military members joining us today. So Paul is a retired United States Marine after 21 years of service, with 17 being in the information technology field. So I'm going to quote Paul directly from his bio, since I'll mess it up if I try to switch to third person while I'm talking. But it was a challenging yet fulfilling career. The 17 years was a blessing, having had multiple assignments, which has contributed to my personal and professional growth. My last assignment provided me the opportunity to enter the InfoSec community and contribute to the building of a cyber defense capability for the Marine Corps. I've really enjoyed the continuous learning and immersing myself within the InfoSec community. I'm originally from Portland, Maine, but recently relocated to Wake Forest, North Carolina from Ellicott City, Maryland. I'm the proud father of Daniel, 19, and Preston, 12. My hobbies are actually kind of in line with my career, but I'm trying to make that not the case and buy both. I enjoy keeping up to date with information security trends and news and technology. I'm also a self-taught acoustic guitar player, lefty, which means I'm not very good. Yay, lefties. So any questions for Paul, post them in the Discord channel, RaiseMe Talk questions with the hashtag RaisePaul. And here is Saturday's salute, Purple Heart to Purple Teaming with Paul Navarro.
Thank you. I appreciate the introduction. Honored to be here. This is my first SecurityCon talk, and even though it's not technical, I'm excited to be here. And I had a little technical difficulties prior to joining the call, so definitely my first talk jitters are here, and the demo guys or the technology guys were not with me, but they are now with me. So again, I'm Paul Navarro. I am a cybersecurity consultant at Microsoft. I do basic focus on cloud forensics. And looking forward to kind of sharing my story here today. Again, it's not very technical, but I'm hoping that some of my lessons learned and my life experiences and things that I've gone through will help assist and maybe motivate some individuals out there transitioning from the military and give them some hope that you can get into IT and information security. So one of the acronyms we use in the military is the WIFM. What's in it for me? And then instead of doing an agenda, I wanted to kind of highlight some of the things that, what you're going to get from this talk. Highlight some changes that one may encounter when transitioning from the military. It is very, very hard. And, it's not necessarily even from the military, but just transitioning to InfoSec and IT can be a little bit of a challenge. You're not just you from the military, folks. You're not alone. A lot of people have done this, taking InfoSec and IT out of it. The military is a part-time thing where 4 years, 12 years, 20, you're going to transition out, and it's not just you and the people are here, and there are people that have gone through it prior to you. You may learn some valuable lessons. I'm not by far the model of success in InfoSec, but from where we come from prior to joining the military, however many years you spend in, having some tangible just thoughts and retrospective of perspectives of how to break in or get into InfoSec or IT, hopefully you'll learn something from this presentation. Again, gain some perspective into your abilities. We're going to discuss a lot of the thoughts and processes that you're having as you exit the military, whether about how long you stayed in, and hopefully provide some thoughts to your current career, no matter what it is, to get some positive details out of your career, and then transcend those into your goals and aspirations in IT and InfoSec. Hopefully leave with some, again, ideas. I'll provide some tangible resources. Again, it's an eventual transition. Everybody's going to do it, no matter if you came in enlisted or if you're a general, you're going to get out of the military. And for non-military members that are present here in the talks, this is something that may, uncover or illuminate some, either some ideas you had of military folks or some people you work with, and you're like, well, those guys are weird. You know, those guys and gals are weird. They're different. They're different from me because they didn't go to college, or they come in here after, 16 years of military experience, and they have all these, they use these words. This is something you may learn something from some of what we go through, in the military and transitioning from the military. And it may help you if you're a hiring manager, a team member, someone building an organization. When, you look at a resume of an individual who is a military member, and be like, all right, I understand a little bit more of what I'm getting from a military person. So this graphic, at one of the interesting dynamics in the military is you get promoted. And as you get promoted, the idea, at least in the military, is, you start off real technical, or you're the doer at the E1 or the early officer levels. Early in your military career, you're the doer. And as you stay in the military and you get promoted, and as time goes on, your doing abilities, in theory, should ultimately always go up. But it's not necessarily the case, especially in the IT field. You reach a certain rank depending on the service, but for the majority of the services, you meet your mid-career ranks, then your hands-on experience or hands-on requirements go down, and then you become more of the enabler. You become more of a leader. You take on responsibilities of a strategic vision and building and training, and not necessarily hands-on keyboard in particular the IT case. So this graphic, it's not it's not for everybody, but majority of what the military folks, this is the graphic that we kind of go through in the military. This is the path that we typically take. And that's usually typically from the IT and cybersecurity perspective, we focus on, and there's much more to the hands-on skills that we are learning while in the military, depending on how long we stay in. So this graph takes into account that the hands-on skills that I had depicted, but also I added another graph for IT wisdom. This is where, as you're growing through your career, you become less hands-on, but you become more of a visionary. You experience more things. You become more exposed to technology. And so your wisdom is constantly going up. And because a lot of what I hear, how I felt is, once you get towards the end of your career, you feel that all these skills are diminished. And I'm here to kind of discuss that it's not really the case. Your field of view when you first join the military, especially on the technical side, is very, very narrow. Excuse me. But as you grow and mature and become more exposed, you have all these different skills that are going to be with you when you decide to transition, if and when that 4 years, 10, 20 years, or whatever. And your skills are always growing, especially your PowerPoint skills. I had to work on my PowerPoint today a little bit. All right, so I'm going to kind of go through my career. This is not like, this is what Paul did, his whole career, and he's just kind of showing off. This is some of the things that I experienced and how I got to where I'm at today. And a lot of individuals from, that I've worked with and other military folks have the same career path. They just view it differently. And this is just an opportunity to kind of use my career path as an example to, reference and see, I have some of those like experiences. So again, 21 years of active duty, that's a long time. From the picture, people say I look the same, but I obviously don't feel it. My back hurts a lot more. No matter how long you're in the military, you're going to be getting out. So again, 21 years is a long time, but some people do shorter and do a little bit longer. A lot of the experience that we have in the military, it changes us. We're different than we were joining the military. Personally, professionally, there's a lot of things that change, and it definitely, I say it helped me grow, but it changes us, so from where we were to where we are when we transition out, we're not totally different people, but we're very, very different than where before we came in. And a lot of, as you go through the military, you don't feel that. You don't be like, oh, I was so much different today than I was 12 years ago. But when you're transitioning to get out, and then when you're out, it can finally hit you. And that's kind of how it happened to me. And I'll discuss that later. So my first job in the Marine Corps was not IT. I was an admin person where I was just doing orders and I was administrative in nature, not IT at all. I joined the Marine Corps to see the world, get an education. My first duty station was in Okinawa, Japan, and that's where I bought my first computer. This is where I kind of fell in love with technology, communication, and the problem solving aspect of it all. Initially, I was going to get out of the Marine Corps after 4 years because that's what everybody says. Or everybody says join the military. I'm just going to do 4 years. I'm getting out. That's pretty much the standard saying for everybody. But I had an opportunity to make my first lateral move. This was long before my cyber days, but I moved into the IT field in the Marine Corps in the year 2000. And this is where my career path took a little bit more of an IT direction, obviously. And please note, if I have an arrow there, that's a little storage box for my floppy disks when I was in Okinawa. I like to stream Pink Floyd and just email my friends when they were at college. That's the only people who had internet back then, and it was dial-up in Okinawa. So some of the skills I attained in this job. This is an opportunity to kind of view all the skills that, even though it wasn't directly related to IT, that I use today, and there's so much more that are underneath, but I just want to highlight a few. Organizational skills, processes, documentation, things that I know we don't like doing in IT, but documentation is key. Customer service, I was constantly every day, hey, why am I not getting paid? Having to deal with just disgruntled people. This was before my help desk days. So I learned very on how to help people and what I needed to do. And again, my love for technology. So when I moved, they sent me to school for, I think, like 6 weeks or something to learn basic information technology. My first duty station after that was in security forces, and I was a sergeant. I was an E5. So anybody who knows the enlisted ranks, it's kind of mid-grade management. But it was my first job in IT. When I first checked into the unit, this was hilarious. I had no idea what I was doing. I took 6 weeks of training. And everybody knows in IT that 6 weeks of training is not going to make you very good at IT. It's going to give you some fairly basic fundamentals of IT. You have to learn the rest later on. But I remember checking into the unit, and I walked in as a group of Marines standing there, and they were like, hey, you're checking in? I'm like, yeah, I'm checking in. They're like, are you going to be the new ISMO chief? ISMO. I had no idea what that acronym stood for, and yet I was about to be in charge of it. So was my first duty station in IT, and all the looks on their faces was like, this guy is going to lead me in IT. That doesn't even make any sense. But that's what the military culture, that's what the military kind of fosters. Your rank and your billet is your responsibility, not necessarily the technical aspect of it all. And one of the things too, this is where it taught me a lot of interesting things where, learn to lead by asking questions, right? I had a lot of junior Marines that were a lot more technical, a lot more experienced than I was, and I was in charge of them. I had to, not be the individual that's like, hey, I'm just do what I say and totally lead them into the ground. I had to ask questions. I had to have them teach me. I had to learn how to advocate for them. And that's something that you will use when you transition out, which I'll talk to you later. It's very much, that's a different type of leader. Not a lot of military folks experience that. They are usually coming up and they know the skills that's required to lead, as individuals. Second tour, I went to the grunts. I went to the infantry, worked on tactical networks, a whole different type of IT, conducting tactical comms through radios and vehicles and antennas I just wasn't using before I was learned how to use Cat5. So this is a whole new different dynamic. This is where I learned the true importance of communication in the command and control aspect. It was, when you're in garrison, you're surfing the internet, you're kind of doing, office things, but when you're in the tactical environment, it's a totally different environment where you learn encryption, configuring equipment like 2 hours of sleep. How do you configure a router? Like when you're been traveling for a couple of days, learned a lot about, how to push yourself and learn in the worst of conditions, which will carry into my next tour. This is where I went to way down in the infantry battalion. So this is where I deployed to Iraq. I got promoted to staff sergeant. I was in charge again. I was in charge of a bunch of Marines. But here's what's interesting about this one is, so I was a senior sergeant in a battalion, and then I got promoted to the next rank, and basically got demoted from a technology perspective. While I was at sergeant, I was in charge of doing data stuff, and I was, leading Marines out in combat and things like that. When I got promoted, they put me in something called the Operations Center. And that's where you're just doing a lot of administrative duties. So that's where the start of my getting hands off a keyboard really started happening. And it was terrible. Like I was like, oh, I can't handle this. I didn't like it at all. But I learned a bunch of things. I learned how to explain to commanders the importance of, what I needed and why I needed it. I understood very instrumentally critical services, which is stuff I use today. I'm really finding and listening to commanders and executives and people of leadership in their organization and understanding the mission to what is important to them from an information technology perspective, and what do I need to secure in order to maintain the availability of those communication equipment. And so I really learned to listen. I learned that identify key high value assets and what was actually going to make, because people can die when you're in combat if your communications aren't up. And this is something that even to this day, even though it's not combat related to Microsoft, I take those skills to really listen and learn and help customers identify what's high value for them. And if you're doing any type of this work in the military, you have those skills. Fourth duty station, I went to DC. So I went from the grunts combat all the way to the Pentagon. This was almost as bad as leaving the military. I was used to being in a, very much a camaraderie, technical, very high tempo, very intense. And then you go to the Pentagon and DC, and the only thing intense there is traffic. And my billet was to write policy. And it was nauseating at first, but I learned a ton. I learned that policy drives a lot more than what you want from a technical perspective. And that if you can get the policy to change, you will have much more success in implementing and advocating for the technology and the ideas that you have at some of the technical levels. And then finding stakeholders for that advocacy. Finding people who can influence that, whether it's by budget, financial people, other leadership individuals, people who understand the technology, people who can tell you why the decisions are being made. And then you can properly mold your, IT requirements and your security requirements to the policy, or help influence the changing of the policy. Because here's what I also learned is that individuals making the policy at some of those higher levels aren't understanding at the tactical and strategic levels, or the tactical levels of what is actually happening and why they need it. I had a contractor ask me one time, hey, Paul, do you think they really need this? And I was kind of mean, but I was very blunt with him. I was like, listen, if it's coming all the way from Iraq, all the way up here to the Pentagon, and they're requesting it, I'm going to assume they need it and they've done their due diligence in understanding and explaining why they need it here. So if we are stopping what they need at this level where we don't understand, there's something broken. And he approved it. But it was something that I learned way up at the higher levels, and then coming from the lower levels all the way up to the higher levels, and what can affect at the lower levels. It was something that even to this day, I still use those skills and understanding all the time. All right, so there's a little bit of braggery. I had a really cool gig. I got selected to be one of the commandant in the Marine Corps. For those who understand the Marines, he's the senior general in the Marine Corps. I was his executive communications person, where I basically traveled around with him and carried his laptop for him, basically, and carried his luggage. But it was an interesting opportunity to learn, again, more about IT and how to influence, and also the user aspect of it. And I got promoted there as well, not because I worked for him. At least I hope not. Here's something I learned. User experience is something you should care about. I know I've been in IT for a long time, and I know a lot of us have, or may have. is we have a demeanor and a way that we carry ourselves that sometimes we think we're better than the user. One thing I learned here is this general that I work for, he was a man of you should have high respect for, but he wasn't an IT person. And so what I had to do was really understand the user experience. Back then we were using Blackberries. I had to make sure that the Blackberry was configured, the laptop was configured so he could use it. Like we used a kit. This is when I first started doing like flyaway communication with like small little like mobile kits. I learned a lot about how to configure those different types of smaller micro technologies when it comes to hardware. This was a very, very good tour. I traveled the world a lot too, so that was super fun. So I had the benefit of that as well. Sixth career. So this is funny. So I was in special operations for a hot minute. Just because I was in special operations didn't really make me special. I did learn a ton in special operations, and not only from a technical perspective, a little bit of technical, is also, from an interview and post-military perspective. I learned a lot about physical security. I was tasked with just basically overseeing the deployment of multiple networks and things of that nature. I learned a lot about physical security, like doors, Tempest, understanding multiple classification of networks, how do I intertwine those in the same cable, in the same building. I learned a lot of interesting threat vectors that I just wasn't really concerned about when I was a young IT person. One being, stealing IT signals over electronic means. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, that's pretty creepy. Long before I was doing cyber stuff. Now it's not so high speed, but when I first saw it, I'm like, wow, I have my work cut out for me. One thing too I want to kind of speak on is just because you're in the special operations community doesn't mean you can't articulate when you get out what some of the things that you've done. Seventh and final tour, this was where I got super nerdy, and this is where it kind of projected me to where I am today. The Marine Corps back in I think 2010 or 11, they developed their cyber command, and in 2014, for 3 years before I got out of the military, they were setting up cyber protection teams, and I was one of the first senior enlisted. I think I was like the third or fourth, but like I was one of the first few that was part of those teams, and we were tasked with setting them up. I had zero clue about defensive cyber operations, pen testing, all of the things that kind of came with those teams. But I learned very, very quickly, and it kind of brought me back to my initial IT days where I had to ask a lot of questions in order to learn. So I learned blue team skills, leadership. I learned that leadership thinks that, cyber training in 6 weeks is going to help you find China. That's not the case. It takes a long, long time to find advanced persistent threats in an environment. And even then, even though I think I know I'm a lot better than I was, I'm still learning every day. So I learned a ton. There's so much technology I learned this couple of years doing this CPT stuff. It was just amazing. So, quick summary: I learned to lead and learn technology at the same time. I learned that big IT words don't impress executive level leaders. Sometimes policy interferes with cool tech. Just because I think it's cool and it's going to save the world doesn't mean it aligns with the policy and the mission. You're going to have to make sure you understand that so you don't get too upset about it. User experience is important. Even if we think the user, if the user experience is terrible, they won't use it. I learned real vulnerabilities to practice, to ensure that I'm practicing good, true, secure communications. Things like the electronic things I was mentioning, things I just didn't even understand with threat vectors. IT and cybersecurity requires constant learning. I learned critical thinking and problem solving skills. I learned to have a micro to macro look on things. So basically going really technical all the way to the strategic. And not a lot of people get that, especially in today's IT education churn. Like a lot of these kids are coming out of college, they have master's degrees, and they quickly want to know something strategic or do something hands-on, and they can't traverse those very, very quickly because of the experience. And empathy. One of the reasons why I genuinely believe that I'm, all right in cybersecurity is because I did IT operations for a long, long time. And as a security professional, we are really talking security to other IT professionals, and so, obviously executives and management. But sometimes you really get that buy-in from customers and others in the industry. You're really having communication with other IT professionals, and you have to understand, like, it's not easy to do security. And I don't go in there and be like, hey, well, the checklist says you have to do this, or I reverse engineered this, and I have a beacon doing that. You're bad. You have to understand, like, it is hard doing day-to-day IT because the technology, again, is always changing. And everyone's career has learning moments. So those were just that's my career, right? If you're artillery, or if you flew planes, or you're an officer, or you were motor T, or you were another service besides the Marines, your career looks something like mine, where you can take those experiences and kind of bring them with you. So transition time, this is going to gets a little different, but it's hard. Like, the transition in and of itself is very, very hard. And this is something that not a lot of people like to talk about. It's something that you don't get in traditional transition classes. Hopefully some of the things that I'm about to discuss. Here are some thoughts that entered my mind. And then after I've talked to a lot of transitioning military personnel and some of my buddies that are currently active duty or that have gotten out. And this is some of the things that I hear all the time. And this is just a few. I'm not technical enough. If I want to make money, I can't be technical. I don't want to start over, Paul. I don't want to start at the lower levels. I was just enlisted. The word just is something I hear a lot. It's the word diminishes what you have done in your experiences and what you have earned over time, whether it's 4, 12 to 20 years. I was an officer. I'm supposed to be in charge, or I'm taking a step down. I hear this a lot too. Well, I was an officer. I'm educated. I shouldn't be doing technical, even though I want to do it. I don't have a degree. A lot of my enlisted brethren don't have degrees, to include me. I don't have a bachelor's, I have an associate's. So I'm not marketable. That's not true. Your experiences can get you there. Do I advocate not getting an education? No, I don't. I'm constantly learning something all the time. My skills don't translate. As we just kind of alluded to, most of your skills do. Whether it's technology or it's not technology, you have a lot of experience you're bringing to the table. I was in IT. This kind of goes back to the previous one. So how can I change careers into IT or cybersecurity? You can. You just have to want to. And you have to find the right people to help you get there. But you have a lot of skills that are already there. Remove these from your brain because they're simply not true. Why this happens? This is something that I personally, I'm going to talk about here in a minute, but we struggle with all the time. Humans, but specifically in the military, we struggle with this. Fear of change. Change is constant. Change is hard and it's very uncomfortable, but you will survive. Societies lack the understanding of exposure to military life and people. A lot of the things that we encounter, we want to go back home or we want to live in this area, and you start having conversations with people interviewing you or recruiters, and they don't understand the military. You're trying to explain something that maybe I explained previous, and it's hard for you to articulate that. It causes you to feel like, oh, wait a second, maybe what I did was not valuable where I'm going. Culture and potentially bad leadership in the military. We foster, unfortunately, in most military services, don't ask questions. I've dealt with this for many, many years in the military. If you ask a question, it's a sign of weakness, and that's simply not. Family background and current role in your family. Depending on where you come from and how you were raised, you'll have different predispositions. PTSD, which we'll talk about here in a minute, hence the name of my talk. This is real, and again, we don't like talking about it, especially military folks with clearances or just whatever kind of background you have. We don't like talking about it. Feeling that you don't belong and deserve the accolades you achieved. Imposter syndrome. This is where you don't believe that you deserve it. You don't believe that you should be where you're at because of whatever reason. You also feel like you're losing your sense of identity. That's something that's very, very real. And when you're leaving the military, you feel like you're losing something, just like leaving from home for the first time. If you can kind of think back when you left home for the first time, for those of my small town homebodies, I'm originally from Maine, never left the state much until I joined. First time on a plane was going to boot camp. And, then from there, I've been on planes pretty much my whole adult life. So you got to change your mindset. And here's some phrases you can kind of put in there without going down the motivational speaker route. I can learn what I need to learn, right? In order to contribute to a team and be valuable. You can do these things. I know you can, because I see it all the time inside of all the industry, all the customers I work with, and Microsoft, obviously, and all my buddies who have transitioned. Once they get out, they kill it. Technicals and other IT roles can provide financial means that I'm used to. You can make the money you want. It's not necessarily about the money, in my personal opinion, but if that's something that's valuable to you, you can do it. You can rebrand yourself. That's exciting. Get excited about what's ahead of me. I bring to the table years of experience and maturity. I don't have to be in management in order to lead. When I first got hired onto Microsoft, my hiring manager literally asked me this. She's like, "Are you going to be okay with having all of this management experience and doing a highly technical role?" And my answer was yes. I was like, in order for me, this is my answer in the interview, you can steal it if you want, was if I'm going to be a leader inside of Microsoft eventually, I'm going to have to learn the technical aspect of it. And I told her, I don't see me losing my leadership ability. I see me growing technically and then eventually using my leadership skills to help, in the technical aspect of my role. And it's definitely come to fruition. My real world experience would get me opportunities. That's real. Your years and years of just being beaten down in the military and learning those things, being exposed, you're going to learn stuff. I've proven that I can work in a high demand environment. I see that all the time. Military folks, you give them a smaller, not a menial task, but a general direction of where you want to go, and they take it to the next level pretty much all the time. And again, going back to critical thinking, you know how to learn. You know how to apply what you've learned, which is very, very important as well. And you're not afraid of the challenge. So, me and kind of my experiences in transitioning, I did fear change. It was really, really bad. This is me. So this picture of me is pretty interesting. So the Purple Heart aspect of this talk, this is me in a vehicle after we got rocketed in Fallujah. This is me on the operating table because it just so happens I got injured with a combat camera guy. And so we had pictures of each other going to the surgical unit on Camp Fallujah. And so very rarely, it's not like I had an iPhone or anything. He had a Nikon, big long thing, and we were just taking pictures of each other. Don't even know why we did it. We were just being idiots. But I took it, this is where my first selfie ever was probably with a Nikon right there. I have another picture of where I got wounded, but I didn't want to put that on there in case this was kind of made it around the internet. But yeah, fear of change, loss of identity, family role. When I was transitioning from the military, I'm a single dad of 2 children. Financially supporting my family was something that really was, I fear that. Even to this day, I still fear it. Because that day in that vehicle going to the surgical, my life changed on how I view family, how I value people that I love. My work, it totally changed. I will make sacrifices beyond anything that I can for the people that I love. And this, to this day, still bothers me. So I had major imposter syndrome when I retired, especially when Microsoft said they were going to hire me. I literally thought they were going to fire me within 60 days. And I was still taking interviews while I worked at Microsoft for my first couple of days because I didn't know how long this would last. And 3 years later, as of a couple of days ago, I'm still here. And this can take time. I still have moments of, do I belong here? How do I need to do this? And, as you transition, no matter where you go, just know that feeling may arise, and just do your best to not let it control you. Don't sabotage yourself for some of these thoughts and emotions that you kind of go through. advice for someone who lived it. This is I'll do that real quick. Start planning early when you're getting out. Don't, some of the barriers that you think are there simply aren't. We discussed some of those already. Experiencing challenges isn't a show of weakness. That is something that I have to really challenge myself with every day as well. Trust and believe you belong. Old dogs can learn new tricks. I'm learning programming last couple of years. I left, believe it or not, I joined Microsoft without barely knowing much PowerShell. Now I am by far a wizard, but I'm a lot better than I used to be. I'm learning a lot of programming concepts, and and I did that by seeking mentors to kind of help me. To the right there, this is one of the life-changing moments from a cybersecurity perspective. For those that may be in industry that are on this call, this is David Kennedy. He used to be a prior Marine, and he's very much in the community, the InfoSec community. And I met him before I even knew who he was. He's like a cyber rock star, but I didn't know that when I met him. But he taught me a lot before I even knew how popular he was in the cyber circles. Again, constantly learn. Just know that you'll be always learning. I think I've said that maybe 5 or 6 slides. Build your network. Again, go to conferences. I know if you're listening to this talk, you're going to a conference. But I'm not the most social person. I'm not anti-social, but I'm not the most social person. But I go to conferences. I introduce myself occasionally. I talk to people. I let them know my story. I ask questions. I advise doing that as well. Any kind of networking you can go to or be a part of, definitely do that. That'll help you grow. Ask for help and seek care if you need it. This is something that, again, is near and dear to my heart. I have a lot of fellow Marines that, and other service members that suffer from PTSD. I had one of my buddies attended a funeral this past weekend, as a matter of fact, for someone who, took their life. Obviously, COVID is adding a layer of stress, that is just out of this world. But, even before that, military suicide rate is very, very high. So, if you need help during the transition, seek it, whether it's from a professional perspective or an emotional. I was pretty much almost in the hospital the summer that I transitioned out of the military. My brain was not handling it well at all. And it's not fun, but I survived it. And I know you can too, if you kind of are sitting where I was at that moment in time. I had a lot of people supporting me, people that I love really there. And so you have to ask for help. I'm not saying ask for a lot of help. I'm just saying, if it really gets that bad where your negative thoughts are really controlling you, definitely seek some help and seek some advice. And also, if you need anything professional, if you're not as mentally broken down as I was, ask help for people if you're learning PowerShell, Active Directory, or pen testing or anything. I'm going to kind of leave it with some resources. So there's a couple, like getting into InfoSec resources. Microsoft has a program called MSSA where transitioning military folks can go through. You have to be qualified for. You take like a test. I think it's one of the MCTs, wherever they are. And you can be it's a transition assistance class for 19 weeks. And this is something for all military folks and to include their spouses. Cyber Patriot, this is another program. And I also added the Veteran Crisis Helpline. Something that, people don't like talking about it. And I typically don't like talking about it either, but I figured since I had this venue, that this would be just a great opportunity to, highlight it a little bit, discuss it, and then provide some resources in case you need it. And then you can pass it on. Share this talk if you feel it was valuable to some of your fellow service members, if they're about to transition, whether it's a couple of years out or recently, if you feel it's of value to them. And I guess it's now kind of an opportunity for questions. I haven't been able to see the Discord chat because my machine is locked out. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak here at ShellCon. It's been, again, my first talk, but it's been a pleasure. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Paul. That was a great talk. So I've been watching Discord for you, so we do have some questions. The first one that came in was a little bit into your talk and said, what's a flyaway kit? Haven't heard that one yet.
Oh, flyweight, sorry. And this is where military guys work really bad. We just kind of just state terms and think everybody knows them. So this was where we were doing, taking communication, basically a communications platform and bringing it with us on the road with the, this is where I used to work for the general. It's also it happens now a lot for, especially now with the inception of cloud, people linking stuff to the cloud. It was basically a small communications kit that we carried with us. And then we were able to do a secure channel back to our network back in DC. So we can basically, basically like a VPN, but a little more robust and provided a lot more services out while we were traveling. Hope that answers the question.
I think so. Megaping, did that answer it for you? So a couple of things like you touched on that I've noticed a lot of people over the course of the talks through ShellCon have touched on. Thing about like, don't think your previous job experience isn't applicable just because it's not IT or InfoSec related. Like there's so many things you've done in a completely different job field or in the military that are totally applicable and maybe give you an advantage over the other candidates. Like, I think that is so important to emphasize. You just have to think about it in a different way and kind of reframe that into what's going to be applicable for the job you're applying for. Another thing you talked about was imposter syndrome. And I think pretty much everybody in the industry has it at some point or another, right? Do you feel like that's worse for people coming into the industry from the military? Does that affect y'all in a different way?
I won't say it's different. I mean, I think it does impact us a different way though, because culturally in the military, we are definitely conditioned and, beaten to change the way we think and feel and, how we react to certain situations, right? It's basically a show of weakness. And then, if I don't feel I belong, then, in the military, we're kind of harsh. We'll probably say, well, you probably don't belong. So it's something that I struggle with. And I know a lot of people struggle with it in industry, but in the military, it can really drive, non-action, and it can really take you out of, and I hate to use this word, but like out of the fight. And I see it a lot. I see it with a lot of my Marine buddies that are retiring. They're like, I can't make it like you. I'm like, I don't even consider myself even made it yet. So I mean, they already have that defeated mentality because of, I don't deserve this, or I don't believe I could even do it. And what my current skills are is nowhere where yours are, Paul. You're wired different. And I'm like, that's not the case. You just got to have to do it. I did not feel very good in my transition at all. And I want people to understand, like, that's something that, you can, that's real, but don't let it stop you. And then when you get there, don't make it, so uncomfortable where you can't succeed. And I do agree. It happens with a lot of in IT, but in the military, it can really, you could take 20 years of experience in IT. And I've seen a lot of people not go that route because of simply imposter syndrome. I don't see that from a lot of on the civilian side because they know they have the skills. It just drives them to be a little bit better. On the military side, I've seen it actually stop the ability for someone to even make that decision to go to the direction that, a lot of us want to go in and where I have.
Gotcha. So I have another question from Crypto Hacks. If he has friends that are current Marines and they want to get in touch with you regarding getting into cyber, is there a way to contact you?
Yes, I have a Twitter handle. It's T0P Cyber. For those wondering where I got that, I was a Master Sergeant in the Marine Corps, and they have a term for E8s in the Marine Corps called top. And I hated that term. Everybody called me top. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not even at the top, because if you're familiar with the military, I was only at E8 and you have one more level to go. And there's a story behind why top is there. But so instead of correcting everybody because I hated it, I just embraced it. So I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Twitter, and I did not put my contact information in the presentation, but once I will update the presentation and I will put that in the presentation slides when I post them on the ShellCon share drive.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sure a lot of people would like to reach out on that. So another thing, mentors. Like everybody's talked about mentors over the weekend. There's been a lot of talk about how best to pick a mentor. Some people are like, do you want to mentor at the same company as you? One person mentioned like strategy of look for the mentor that does your dream job and ask them. Do you have any specific recommendations for picking a mentor? Do you recommend looking for another ex-military person for a mentor? Any suggestions you can
That's a
give
great
there?
No, that's a great question. And so I'm going to quote one of my idols, Jessica Payne, and she gave a presentation on something similar to that. And it's like, if you're familiar with some program, you have a push pull, and when you're submitting code. And if you're a mentee and you're seeking mentors, you have to make sure you're pulling that information from your mentors. And as far as recommendations to go from how you select one, I have multiple. And I'm going to even go as far to say that everybody I talk to in industry or with some sort of technology knowledge that I'm seeking, I call my mentor. I think for a lot of people, that some of my friends that are on the call, I always introduce them as my mentor because they're always teaching me something. I have family that's mentors, I have friends that are mentors, and I have technical people. So it's not necessarily finding one individual, it's finding a bunch of them. I have a PowerShell mentor, I have a military mentor, I have, a person that I discuss PTSD with, I have a mentor that helps me with VA disability stuff. I reach out to them. I have tons of mentors. So I guess my answer would be find multiple and make sure that you're asking those questions. Don't expect someone to be like, if you contact me, I can give you some information, but if you have specific questions, something you need to learn, ask me a specific question. Or if you want to learn PowerShell, I want to learn PowerShell, Paul. Teach me what you can. And then keep seeking that knowledge, and then you will grow and they will help you. It's kind of that teacher, or that Jedi, relationship. Just keep pulling that knowledge out and find multiple. That's my answer.
Okay. I think, well, we've got a couple of people typing, but I think that's it for the questions right now. We've got about 5 minutes left. If there's any last words of wisdom you want to share or anything in particular?
I think I pretty much said it all, but no, just seek whatever you want. Don't let negative thoughts stop you from where you want to go or where you feel you should be. No matter what or where you were in the military or what your rank was or what your job was, or, just make a decision and keep learning. Right? You just go with it. It's going to be hard. It's not easy. And just think back to, again, when you joined the military, whenever that was many years ago, it's kind of similar when you leave. It's very much that change. But you can do it, right? You can do it with some help. You can do it with some asking questions. You can do it with some taking a little bit of initiative, understanding that it's uncomfortable, and don't take yourself out of the fight. Don't exclude you from something that's available to you because of thoughts or emotions or things that you don't feel that you're qualified for, or someone else told you that you weren't. Maybe some bad leader. You can rise above it. The industry. When I go to customer sites, I'm amazed at when I see fellow military service members, just how much they're killing it. And then I always disclose that I'm a Marine, and we have that bond, whether we're Air Force, Army, and Coast Guard. I work with tons of Coast Guard people as an example. They are phenomenal. We all have a bond, and if you need a military, if you feel you need a military circle, maintain a military circle when you get out of the military. I still keep in touch with a lot of my Marines and friends who are Marines, and we can have those like-minded discussions because we're wired weird now. Keep that circle if you think you need it. I keep mine, and I reach out to them all the time when I have moments of just needing to vent on something that I'm experiencing in quote unquote industry or in the civilian world.
Totally agree. The more people you have in your network, the better support system you have for anything that's going on. I think that is all the questions. We did have a couple of people ask for your Twitter handle again, so if you don't mind popping in Discord after we're done. And we had a few just comments and thanks for you as well in the various channels, so you might want to hop over there. And thank you again so much for that talk. It was fantastic. Also, thanks to ShellCon and RaiseMe for the Salute series. And I need to go on and thank all of our sponsors. So EdgeScan, Van Pelt, and James LLP, The Paranoids, Twitter, Verizon Digital Media Services, Aries Security, Resecurity, SkySafe, Synopsys, Envision Apparel, No Starch Press, Reverse Shell Corp, and of course, the Linux Expo of Southern California. We will be back in a few minutes with the RaiseMe training staff to learn about interviews and negotiations the RaiseMe way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, we're back with the RaiseMe channel's last talk of the night. After we wrap things up here, don't forget to check out Trust But Verify at 1800 and the closing ceremonies at 1900 over on the main channel. And then there's ShellCon after dark. I think the DJs went till 5 a.m. or so last night. Coming up next though, we have interviews and negotiations the RaiseMe way with Lori, one of the RaiseMe training staff. I just started attending InfoSec conferences this year since they're all online. And my first introduction to RaiseMe was also this year, actually at the Diana Initiative. They're an amazing group of people doing great things for the InfoSec community. So I was super excited to get to volunteer here at ShellCon, the home of RaiseMe. And even better, I got to work in the RaiseMe channel. So this is going to be a great talk. A little bit about RaiseMe for those who don't know. The industry professionals on the team volunteer their time and expertise to help make your dreams come true. RaiseMe Events was born at ShellCon here in Southern California, and our biggest event every year is the RaiseMe Career Hall. We also contribute to other technology events around the country. We'll share our slides or videos for any previous presentation you may have seen, such as the Grace Hopper celebration, Southern California Linux Expo, AppSec Cali, 23B Makerspace, the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit, Layer 1, USC Nix Lisa, LAPSA LA, Hacking Diversity, the Diana Initiative, CSUN Speed Mentoring, and UUASC. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn things over to Lori so she can tell us all about how to interview and negotiate the RaiseMe way.
Thanks, Kristen. I think I should start out by explaining the genesis of this particular presentation because it is an unusual clinic that we're offering. Normally we do this in person and it's a group kind of thing. This started out as a workshop for managers, for leaders, to teach them excellence so that they wouldn't lose really good candidates by turning them off during interviews. This really happens, or they wouldn't screw up a negotiation and blow the chance to get some really good talent. So this was originally for managers, but the last time I offered this clinic at ShellCon, I took a show of hands in the audience, and I'm not sure if it was every single hand, but just about every single person there was not a manager. They all wanted to know the secrets. And so I've refactored this a little bit for kind of the dual audience, and we'll see how it works. But this is interviews and negotiations the RaiseMe way. So it is contrarian. This is not advice that you might agree with yourself, and I'm happy to hear your feedback in the Discord channel. So we'll talk about me. I'm a ShellCon co-founder. ShellCon is 4 years old now, and we started at the very beginning with a career event called RaiseMe, and it's just kind of taken off and gotten a life of its own since then. The RaiseMe events are year-round, and before COVID-19, we were doing one a month at different conferences and meetups. I still work as the organizer for RaiseMe, but the team has grown. This year we have, I believe, 20 volunteer professionals consulting for us. And in my other life, my real life, I have been a hiring manager off and on for about 20 years. I worked in several different industries: aerospace industry, Hollywood industry, startup industry, information security. So I have a broad background, and a lot of the companies I work for have done hiring wrong, and I have been a hiring contrarian there as well. So here are a few perspectives on how RaiseMe thinks that some of these things ought to be done. So what this talk is, I'm going to give you perspectives from both sides of the table. This is not just tips for managers to win negotiations, but this is for all of you in order to make sure that the best deals are struck, that the best agreements are made before you start working and you don't live to have regrets later. What this talk isn't. This is not the answer to which job is right for you. This is just advice on how to make sure that you can make your dreams a reality. So the first thing I want to do is I want to reveal to people who aren't managers what the manager's hiring process is, so that you understand the person that you're sitting in front of when you're at the negotiating table. Here's what this person has usually had to go through in order to justify hiring somebody, anybody, and then you. So we start with there's a need on the team. They don't have a particular skill set, or they're overloaded, or they can't do extra shift coverage, or they lose somebody. So somehow, not only do they need somebody, but it's a measurable way that it impacts the productivity of the team. And so somebody has to quantify that, has to put that into language, create a justification. At really big companies, you might have an HR department, and it's a pretty long process. At a startup, you just walk into the CEO's office and you say, if the server goes down tonight, I don't have anybody on call to bring it back up. Then once the justification is made, then that's the process that creates an open requisition. That's what you call it. At a bigger company, at a smaller company, you just say, hey, does anybody know somebody that can come save our butts? So that sourcing process begins. At a larger company, this process is, they put the word out to either internal and external recruiters. They start reaching out, they post the jobs, and writing the job posting itself can be a real trip for a manager, because a lot of times they're constrained by what HR does and doesn't include. The job posting is actually key to attracting you, the candidate, that's just what they're looking for. So they'll get they post it, they get a pile of resumes in a good world and that are on the mark, hopefully, if the job posting was any good. And now the resume analysis process has to take place. And at the very end of this talk, if there's time when I do the group setting, I show you a worksheet that RaiseMe managers learn how to use. But there are a lot of other types of worksheets that people do in order to go through the selection process, to analyze resumes and decide who's going to percolate up to those final interviews. After resume analysis is done and you've picked out the best candidates, then you do screenings. You pick up the phone, you call them. Now at a bigger company, HR wants to do this, and this is where a lot of good candidates get lost. At bigger companies that are having trouble finding or retaining manpower, managers can sometimes get a little more flexibility and see more resumes earlier on. But at smaller company, you might even have to do this yourself. But the phone screening is where the manager has the first opportunity to create a relationship with you if you get the chance to talk to them. They also might be candid with you about things they're looking for in the role that are not in the job description for one reason or another. From the phone screenings, people are brought in for interviews. And this is assuming nothing goes wrong in the phone screening and your kid doesn't come in the room and disconnect your internet or whatever. If you get all the way through a good phone screening and it sounds like there are no counter indicators, you should be brought in to an interview. So if you're getting stuck in this process, that's where to debug it. The interviews are a whole new category of doing analysis work. Again, we have a worksheet that we recommend, but every manager has a different process. And there is a process, especially experienced managers. The process is ranking the candidates. So no matter what they tell you sitting in the interview, if they're doing their job right, they make you feel like, wow, you are the absolute best candidate they've ever spoken to, because there's no downside to them being honest with you about you're going to be about 50-50, right? But what will come out of the interview process, if they're doing their job right, is a ranking so they know who they want to offer the role to first, second, third, and fourth, and about how much time they're going to give you to make up your mind. From there, we go into negotiation. So this is where it's really important to already know everything there is to know about what the company needs. This is from your perspective, from the candidate's perspective, from the hiring manager's perspective. Before you go in here, you should already know how well this candidate matches your needs, because there may be some unspoken reasons why you think somebody is a really good fit. It could be because they have a background that you didn't ask for in the job description, et cetera. And these things need to be found out in the interview process, and they need to go on your analysis sheet. Last thing is, of course, negotiation. If it's successful, it leads to an offer, and the offer process is an iterative process. And even, I mean, in the best of situations, it should be iterative. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay. So now let's compare that process. So here's the manager's process, guys. Okay. For those of you who didn't know, here's what the job hunter's process looks like. And let's count the number of teams this involves. Resume. Purpose of a resume is to get a call back. Purpose of a call back is to score an interview. The purpose of the interview is to enter into a well-understood negotiation. The purpose of the negotiation is to get an offer or start the process that is iterative, where you'll eventually converge on an offer that works for both parties. You see how simple this process is? How many teams are you working with? It's just you and the other side. So there may be a lot of reasons why you don't get chosen for a job. I think now you can understand maybe a little bit that a lot of times it's out of the power of the hiring manager to even pick you sometimes. And so some of the language that you use in your resume and in the interview can actually profoundly affect whether you're going to get an offer and then how easy the negotiation goes after that. So this is a slide I put up, and when I have a room full of managers, they all start laughing. Because we love interviews. It really doesn't matter how much of a people person your boss is. I could promise you this person does not enjoy doing interviews. It feels great maybe during the first one, but after that, it becomes, it's a time sink, because a lot of the interviews you do aren't going to go anywhere. And this is why phone screenings are so important, because you should just be interviewing the people who really are very good candidates, who you would give offers to later. You should already know about all the potential counter indicators ahead of time. Now, as a candidate, so this is also part of my manager's slide, but I give this slide to all of the job hunters as well too, because you should never go into an interview with a company unless you have all of the information that's available out there. Here are all these free sources for insider information about different companies. And just because a company is doing really well, and you can go on Crunchbase and find out how well they're doing, but just because a company is doing really well and it's in a growing industry doesn't necessarily mean it's the right company for you. These sources can give you the insider scoop on how well they're treated as employees. And one person, and it's really true, one person's poison is another person's thrill, right? If you're the kind of person who loves a competitive environment, then you probably want a big company engineering organization, or at least it would be a good match for you. And if you were to give reviews on that environment, you'd probably say glowing things about it. keep in mind that what you're not really reading for is someone's thumbs up or thumbs down. What you're reading for is what is it like and what would it be like for you? Because if you're not a competitive person, you'd rather work in a different kind of environment. You have to read between the lines on why somebody does or doesn't like their current environment. So here's something that you should know. When a manager reads your resume, what they're looking for is whether or not you're a good fit. And a lot of times people think their resume is just this book report. It's just a list of their skills and their educational accomplishments and in previous projects, maybe some of their volunteer work, but they don't really reveal what it is that managers value. They kind of depend on managers to read between the lines. And remember, the more overt you've been about the things that match you with the job opening, the easier the negotiation is and the more likely you'll get the highest offer that they can offer you. So what they're looking for is technical skills. Hey, when I read an engineer's resume, sometimes they are just so bad that all I get are the technical skills. All of these other things are missing. But we need to know what the breadth of your experience is. You've been a junior on a team, you've been the intermediate on the team that gets all the engineering work done, or you're the senior guy on the team that does the mentoring and drives the projects. Just your spectrum of experience, whether it's industries, technologies, or roles on teams, are all very helpful in determining if you're a good fit. And also, when I interview a candidate, I usually push enough to see how they do under pressure. And I don't agree with the companies that do the really negative interviews. We don't want to make any candidates cry on the way out the door. But it is important to keep asking questions until a candidate cannot answer a question. Because you want to find out what their thought process is. You want to find out if they get rattled when they don't know something. And that's an important reveal, and that kind of thing won't be in a resume either. Clear communication. Oh yeah, when we read a resume and it rambles and rambles and rambles about stuff that's not even pertinent to the role, that is not a good impression. We also look for creative problem solving. This is a task for you when you write your master resume. If you do that, go back through previous projects you've had and be sure to add a bullet item if you've done something unusual or new or special. If you looked up something on Stack Overflow and implemented a hint from a wizard. These kinds of special problem solving, these little coups, make great stories in an interview, and they will convince a hiring manager that even if you're not the perfect fit already, even if you don't already know all the skills that they need, that you'll be able to solve a problem on the fly. And there's a lot more on this list, but that's for another talk. So what makes a good fit is, have you been in this role on the team before? And does it fit with the role that I have for you? And will you have potential to stay with the company? I mean, if you come in and you're already maxed out, if you're and this is where some senior people have issues too. If you come into a role that you're overqualified for, the reason why you're not a good fit is not because you can't get the job done. Obviously, you can probably do it half asleep. The problem is that there's no growth potential for you, and so you're a lot less likely to stay in the role in the long run. We hire for the long run because we love interviews. Qualifications. Now, this is pretty straightforward. There's going to be bullet items as a hiring manager, I'll have bullet items in my job posting, and you'll have qualifications in your resume that either will fit or won't fit, but you should try to match every qualification I've asked for as well as you can. Don't leave it to me to guess. So if I'm asking for a master's degree, because that's kind of the company standard, you don't have one, you can explain, I've got a bachelor's degree and 3 years of experience. You can put it right at your summary at the top if you think that will help. Your compensation needs need to fit what I can offer. That's kind of obvious. But keep in mind that as a candidate, if you are overwhelmingly concerned with your salary, it will not come across well. And as a career consultant, I warn people that if you've created a salary problem by ignoring it for too many years, by staying in an industry that's not compensating well, or by not paying attention to it, and you've created a problem, you can fix that. You can say, I don't care about anything else about my next job. I just want to fix this salary problem. I actually did that once in my life. Okay, you can do that, But that usually means, or it often means, that you're giving up other things about a role that are very important. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. And the other needs that you have that might make you a good fit or might be a counter indicator have to do with, scheduling and are you going to school? Are you not going to school? Things like that. So on the resume, there'll be the qualifications come into 4 different categories: skills, experience, accomplishments, and education. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, and conventional qualifications are also pretty straightforward. And I'm talking about the resume a little bit because the resume is like a table of contents for what you talk about in the interview. And of course, the interview is what sets up the negotiation. So let's just talk about what you should have on your resume before you send it in. And conventional qualifications are kind of obvious. Here they are. So you can lean over in your current role. So let's say you're an expert. Let's say you're system administrator and you want to get into network engineering. In your current role, try to find tasks that are related to networking. You can write some automation scripts that manage configurations. You can do security checks, log file perusals. There's a whole host of things where there's a lot of crossover in roles in the technical world, right? So lean over in your current role and pick up tasks that you can put on a resume that sound like this other job that you're looking for. In the experience block, list those items first because it emphasizes them. So even if 90% of your job is system administration and only 10% looks like network engineering, list it first, emphasize it with more detail, and de-emphasize your other responsibilities. Also, other ways to talk about conventional qualifications. If you could do consulting on 1099, it's another way that will really bump up your value and make you sound like a better fit. And companies are a lot more likely to take you on 1099 than they would as a direct full-time permanent hire, obviously. So one strategy, if you're re-careering from one discipline to another, is to do some after-hours work as a freelancer and be sure to put that on your resume. Normally, you can use those roles, those people that you report to, as references as well. College degrees and certificate programs. A certificate program is usually taught like at a university, but it's just in usually a focused technology. Industry and vendor certifications and training, these are all expensive ways to get conventional qualifications for your resume. But the thing about information security is our world is diverse enough. The jobs are incredibly varied. And the qualifications are also varied, and the career structure, the career ladders are actually not as solidly formed as other technical careers. So there's a lot more flexibility in the security world than there are in other technical venues for qualifying people. So unconventional qualifications can mean a lot more sometimes, especially for smaller companies. So if you don't have a college degree that's directed, a way that you can make yourself sound like a better match, and be sure to include these things on your resume if you have them, do open source work in that technology. Honest to God, volunteering for 1 month on a directed open source project could literally give you a 20% increase in value when you go to negotiate. But the most important thing is that it opens you up to more opportunities and people get to know you in the industry. Volunteer work is another way to get to know people, increase your spread. Speaking at meetups. So if you can't do the work for free, you can learn a technology, write a talk, and give a talk at a meetup. Just be sure to post your slides somewhere, like on LinkedIn, so that people can see them. Online skill builder sites are a free way, and some are free and or low cost way often to get good qualifications. And then of course, CTFs and hackathons if you're a hacker. Now, here's rules for interviews, and I'm directing this right now at you job seekers. It would look a little different for managers, but this is for job seekers because this is what people always want to hear. Okay, you interview them. I know this sounds upside down, but there's nothing a manager usually loves more than just not having to drive. If you've gone to that previous slide where I showed you all of those free resources on the internet for finding out about a company, when you go to all those, make a list of questions that you want to ask that show you know something about the operating environment and the company's ethos and what they value, and maybe some of what their challenges are in the marketplace. So you interview them at least as much as they interview you. When you answer your questions so that you're memorable, practice giving short 30-second responses so that when you answer them, you're answering concisely. There's nothing worse than when you're nervous, rambling, and sometimes you just can't stop. But if you've practiced your short 30-second responses, you'll be able to fall back on that muscle memory in a nerve-wracking environment. Also, don't go negative. So if you've been, and this is true in the time of COVID-19, if you've been laid off or if you're looking for work because you're worried about being furloughed, practice an answer about why you're leaving the company you're at. And if you've been fired, find a way to express that in language that is positive. I'm not saying to lie, I'm just saying, don't talk about how much you hated your previous boss or that people were out to get you. Or that you were paid so little it just wasn't worth working anymore. You don't need to make comments like that, even if you believe it to be the truth. Find a professional way to express in a positive way a negative situation. Also, practice until you avoid apologies. This is something we run into with people that are recareering or people that have been out of the workforce for a while. Oh, especially, I'm not sure this happens to dads, but it does happen to moms that have been out of the workforce for a few years. When you're sitting in the interview, you feel at a disadvantage with your competition. And so you tend to apologize for not, I'm sorry, I've been out for a while. I didn't recognize that term. Practice answering questions until you're not framing things as an apology. Also at RaiseMe, sometimes people come to us because they seem to have gotten stuck in the process. They'll send out 100 resumes. Sometimes literally people do that and they just keep doing the same thing over and over. Or they send out a bunch of, and they're not getting calls back, or they're getting calls back and for some reason they're not being asked to interviews. This sometimes happens with people that aren't very well spoken. They go in for interviews and they're not getting job offers. And so this last one is a real tricky one, and I bring it up here because this really does impact negotiations quite a bit. If you are going into interviews and you're not getting offers, or you're getting low offers, or the offers are very slow in coming, you need to debug that. But sometimes it's because people are inadvertently stepping on landmines. They're stepping on prejudices. Like in my case, anybody with gray hair, anybody that's middle-aged, if you go into an interview, don't talk about your boat. It can just give people this conscious impression that you can't wait to retire. Talk about things like that after you've been given a job offer, after you're on the job. In women, if you've taken time off of work and you're going in, you don't need to talk about your kids in this interview when you're first meeting them. There's nothing wrong with all these conversations later, but if you the kind of person that loves to talk over and over about your kids, they may get the impression that you really don't want to work. So there are just some things, let's not push those prejudicial buttons. It's not necessary. Also, gather information in the interview about how good a match is. That's not the time for negotiating. You're going to negotiate later. Okay, so make sure that before you leave the interview, you understand as much as you can about what the hiring manager needs, what the other team members need, what HR thinks that they can offer. Try to get all of that information. And if you don't have it, don't start the negotiation until you do. If you're working with a recruiter, it's their job to reveal as much about the position as you need in order to enter into a well-understood negotiation. So, and this is part of it, before the interview is complete, here are all the things that, this is my advice to hiring managers to get. So here are all the things that hiring managers should be finding out about a candidate. So these are things that it may not occur to you to talk about until after you've gotten home. So things like, is it really on your career path? What kind of personality does it sound like, fits on the team really well? What kind of talents, resonate with the manager you're talking to? These are all things that you can touch on that will give you a good idea about how good of a fit you are. Also, this is part of the manager slide. Managers cannot talk about these things. It's even stricter in other countries. Now, there are sneaky ways that they can ask these questions. Like they can, like what if they ask you, what does your spouse do for a living? That's another way of asking if you're married, your familial status. They can't ask your age, but What if they ask you when you graduated high school? That's the same thing as giving it away, at least for most of us. So you don't have to answer questions if they're prying like that. You can just call them out on it and say, yeah, that's not part of our discussion, is it? You're not obliged to answer it. And a good manager doesn't need to use those sneaky questions in order to enter into the negotiation and make you an offer that will work for you. And here's a slide that's just for managers normally. So anybody that doesn't want this insight can just go to sleep right now, but interviewing senior talent. So these are likely baby boomers. They're going to be concerned with job security. So even if you're a startup, emphasizing over and over that really hot merger and acquisition deal you're working on, that may not be a good idea. That could be a turnoff for somebody that's my age. Also know the details of your retirement plan, because they were probably not going to retire for 10 or 15 more years, but they want to think that this is the last job they'll ever have. Put them in with other longtime team members. Doesn't matter if they're 10 years younger. If you've got somebody that's grown with the team and shown career path, that will do more to sell this position on a mature professional than telling them how much you appreciate, having senior people on the team. And of course, a history of acquisitions and reorganizations will turn off senior talent. So if you've had trouble hiring senior people, these are things that I wouldn't emphasize. For interviewing millennials, and so millennials, you can watch this from the side here. This is what I'm telling managers about you. I'm telling them that you want flexibility. You want to do remote work. This was a lot bigger deal before COVID-19 came along. I don't know how much the world is going to snap back into resisting the remote work, but millennials are here to stay when it comes to wanting flexibility. Managers, millennials want to think that 12 to 18 months they're going to have a promotion or be doing something special and new. That's their ideal for an interval. And so talking about growth opportunities, that really helps because they aren't necessarily long-term thinkers about, well, where am I going to be in 10 years? They're not really interviewing you thinking that when their kids are in high school, they might still be working there. And put them with someone else who moved up the ladder quickly. So like if you've got somebody else who started out as a junior and now this person's practically running the team, that's a great person to have them interview with. And also for managers, interviewing women. Now this is insights, by the way. These particular slides on these interviewing tips, I can't take credit for any of these good ideas. These are all great ideas, but this actually comes from the recruiters and hiring managers that have participated in RaiseMe over the past few years. This is the advice they give me to give managers about interviewing. So managers, there are, and I know if you're of a certain age, you're probably, if you're a younger age, you probably resist the idea that this happens, or you might be in the situation where you don't think it really happens anymore, but if you're my age, you've been through it and you still see it happen. When people are interviewing women, watch and make sure that your interviewees are making eye contact, that they're engaging, and that they're giving them the same amount of interview time that they would their male counterparts. And sometimes they won't ask the women the harder questions, or when they ask it, they will provide the answer in the question. And this is really offending in a technical interview. And the interviewer thinks that they're being nice, right? They may not realize how badly it comes across, but it is not nice. Women are more influenced by the presence of female role models because there are fewer. So obviously, if you have females in the organization that are accomplished, or that are in similar roles, this would be the time to call in a few lunch favors and bring them in. Hey, would you mind shaking hands with the person that I'm interviewing tomorrow? Emphasizing career advancement opportunities. If you've got women that have made it up into the executive ranks, and I'm saying women, and I'm realizing right now that that's actually very limiting. And the team should have called me out on this. I should be including trans people in this too, and all aspects of diversity. But in this case, I'm saying women because we have had managers specifically complain that they can't hire women. So this is our slide to address that. The diversity departments and mentoring programs, this actually makes a company much more appealing to diverse candidates if you're big enough to have a diversity department. And here is the way that we are trying to teach excellence in management, as far as how do you break that catch-22 when you got a team of all white males that are under age 27. You know, how do you do this? Like, I want a diverse team, but you know, people keep interviewing over and over and nobody's coming on the team. And here are some kinds of advice that we give. And I'm going to use an example here that seems to resonate with people. There are people that resist the idea of hiring for diversity. And I just want to say that, and maybe that's a generational thing, and the younger managers don't have as much of an issue with that, because sometimes they consider hiring for diversity giving, you know, kind of a privilege out there. But if you went to a Major League Baseball game and you're sitting in the stands and close enough that you could look down on the field and see the faces of everybody on the field, if everybody on the playing field was white-skinned on one of the teams, and the other team was just your typical Major League Baseball team, what would you think? You know, it would be crazy strange to have all of the players be white, and the first thing I would think is they're going to lose because for some reason they're not drawing talent from the entire talent pool out there. For some reason, this team is unable to hire just anybody based on excellent skills, and it's just the same subconscious impression that people get if you have an all-white young male engineering team, is that you're just, for some reason, you are unable to attract or make happy anybody else, and your team is not going to seem like a top-notch team. And anyway, and so you should be aware that if this is the first woman, trans, minority you've hired on the team, that they are actually going to be aware that they're the first person in that group. It's going to go around. It's going to be part of their role on that team. So even if you don't think diversity is an issue on your team, if this is the first diverse hire you have, they're going to have to think a few times about that. And not interviewers with the ethnic last names, they will be asked, you know, how do you feel about working here? And just be prepared for that, and don't take offense to it. And also, even if you have like an all-white male team, I keep picking on that, but even if you have a team that's not diverse, you can emphasize that it's a culture where you appreciate diversity, where you're looking for diversity, not just because you want to meet some statistical number, but because you realize that better engineering teams are diverse and robust. Okay, here's the second part, negotiations. So if you've paid good attention and you've interviewed well, and now you understand as a job seeker, now you understand what the hiring manager needs, what the company is looking for. And if you're a hiring manager and you've done your job in the interview, then you know what this candidate really needs, and you know how close you can get to offering it. And you probably know what your weaknesses are in your argument. Like maybe you need people in the office and it's a long commute. Maybe you need on call and you know they have little kids. So you have some disadvantages and some advantages. And so now you're going, you should have a pile of notes about that. And we'll look at the candidate analysis sheet just before we hang up here. So you should be all ready to go. If you lose your situational awareness, you can lose a really good candidate as a hiring manager. As a job seeker, losing your situational awareness means like maybe you're just so excited that somebody's going to make you an offer that you rush right into negotiating, and or you're just, no matter what you do, you're focused on the highest salary possible. Like I said, focusing on a high salary, it can be important if you need to correct a career problem. But if you're working for a company that's doing well, and if you're working in an industry that's a growth industry, your salary will catch up in the long run. And if it doesn't, what will happen is your company will get acquired by another company that's doing even better and has better stock options worth more. Or you can take your skill set and go to a competitor. And that is the best way to make the highest salary possible, is to go to a competitor. So, if, as long as all those things fit, worrying about the starting salary being the last highest dollar you can get is probably not the best strategy. So I encourage managers, meet your candidates' needs, don't win. Some managers are just so excited about, wow, I would have offered him 130, but he took 125. I mean, they get excited about that. This makes interesting problems later for management. And actually, maybe, well, we'll have another slide on this, and I'm going to talk a little bit about more salary. And leave room for salary growth. So candidates, I'm advising managers that not to give you the top dollar, because they're going to want to give you a good raise that first year, or they're going to want to be able to reward you. And if you're at the top of the salary band, that's going to create an issue. So here's the slide about salary. So salary is not everything. Okay, all of these things are part of what makes you a good match, what makes the role right for you, both. So first of all, is it an industry you want to work in? Is it the type of company you want to work for? So wait, let me back up for a second. So by industry, do you want to work in the Hollywood industry? Do you want to work in the healthcare industry? We have the greatest mini keynote this morning on medical careers, security careers in the medical industry. And then we had a talk later on by someone who pointed out that cloud skills, a lot of our technical skills actually are standard across multiple industries. That just didn't used to be true just a few years ago, before cloud technology took over. A hiring manager wants to know if you actually want to work in that industry, not just you have the skills that industry recognizes. A type of company, what if you'd like to work for a large mega corporation that's spans the globe? Maybe you'd rather work for a really tiny startup where you wear a lot of hats. The type of company, it's important to know that you want to work for that type of company. The role on the team, and there's all different kinds of roles to have. Like I said before, this should be in your resume, the different roles that you've had, because if it's similar to what they're looking for, it will resonate for the hiring manager. But an example would be if they're looking for a bright young junior person that will just do everything they're asked to do and do it really well, and maybe the intermediate person that's kind of the lunchbox toting engineer that just pounds out the code every day, or maybe you're the senior person that loves to mentor. That is a force multiplier. Also, the last point here about growth potential. Remember, hiring managers want to know that you're with the company for a long time. You'll be a lot more likely to get an offer, and you'll be a little likelier to get a higher offer if they really believe you're a long-term hire. And two of the things about that are if they're offering challenges that you want. If they look on your resume and you've made it clear what you want to do, and it happens to match what they have, and that can be strategic on your part, then you're going to sound like a better fit. And that involves also career path. And the way I investigate career path is I look on LinkedIn, I look at what other people in that company have done, and I look at the progression of the titles in their LinkedIn profile. And here's an example. This is a real person who's used with his permission. You can look, if you look at this, you might not be able to read it, but just let me explain. He starts out as a senior system administrator in 2006. He's working for a pretty good sized operation, but he parlays that into a principal engineering role at a company that's just a little bit smaller, but still big with a lot of growth opportunity. And then the next company this person goes to, he trades that career in for a director of operations career. And you can see how this person is progressing up roles. This person's having to switch from company to company to do it. But each time he's doing it, you can see that there is a rationale. He's not just bouncing back and forth or making lateral changes. This person is actually progressing up in responsibility, even as he might be moving into smaller operations. But after this person's director of operations, and he's been there about 5 years, he goes to a much larger operation. This is the largest dating site in the world, and he gets a director of DevOps there. And then that role, 11 months later, becomes senior director of technology operations and security. So this person leveraged all of the security expertise he had garnered throughout the years into a director of technology role that was focused on security. And so this person's career matured along with the security industry. And so you can do what I was recommending, is you can look, is this role that you're applying for, is this the next typical one in your career path? And that will signal that you've got long-term growth. They'll have more confidence in hiring you because you'll sound like a good fit, and you'll get a higher offer. So we already talked about these things. Remember, the better a fit, it's not just that you'll get an offer, they'll be able to offer you more within the salary band. And here, this is for managers, and I don't know how many managers are watching. Reborns and restarts. These are people, a reborn is somebody who is changing careers. Maybe you have a fine arts degree and you really want to be an SRE. Restarts are someone who has been out of the field for a significant amount of time, significant enough that technology changed or the market changed. And they're trying to work their way back in. And we have formulas for these. We in RaiseMe, we give entire talks on how reborns can change re-career and how restarts can get restarted after a hiatus. And these, it's so good to get advice, to hear that other people are in this spot and that they found techniques that work for them, because COVID-19 is impacting people who really worked for very stable companies who thought they were going to be employed forever. Anyway, and so this is the slide that I show managers to give them language to justify hiring people who are not conventional. How do you hire somebody who doesn't have the bachelor's degree, et cetera? And remember, total compensation is very complex. Some of the things you can negotiate are worth much more than your salary. You need to take extra time, and don't be shy about having other people about asking other people for input on your offer, because they might see things or think of things that in the heat of battle you have forgotten. And also, you might get so excited about winning, some concession that you don't realize you just gave up your work schedule or something else that's important. Employment contracts, I think it's important for really senior talent and managers to go in with a contract. They don't always give you that chance. I have used a lawyer to negotiate contracts for jobs I didn't accept. I remember it cost me $2,500 once to find out the job wasn't for me. But I learned so much in the process, it was well worth the money. Remember, there are so many things that are negotiable. If you have to give up something as salary, look at all these other things that you can ask for. It's all creative on the fly. And remember, if you're working in a good industry for a strong company, eventually your salary is going to catch up. The best time to look for a job is when you have a job. So if you haven't been laid off, this is the time to look. Having competing offers is a way to help crystallize a situation if you haven't been able to get a negotiation with a company to finish. If you're coming from a competitor, that's a very strong position. Also, if there are time criticalities involved, create one if it doesn't exist. Say, hey, I'm going to Europe on the 30th, and I really need to know if you're going to give me an offer now, or if you're going to counter my counter or whatever by then. Try to put deadlines on things. You can use an offer letter from another company to leverage a situation so that you can ask for a promotion or maybe get other privileges that you've been looking for. Once again, I want to say thank you to the RaiseMe team for trying to help me give people, hiring managers, advice on how to reach out to diverse candidates. And that is the end of the presentation. And like I said, normally when it's not a COVID-19 year, this is a little bit different. This is a group clinic where people share their experiences. And this is the form I wanted to share with you. This is the form that we show hiring managers. So what a hiring manager is doing during a phone screening with you, or maybe after an interview with you, is they're writing down, how well you fit the characteristics they're looking for. And then this is a matrix we use. Everybody's got something special. Everybody's got something like this that they use to evaluate candidates, because if they don't do it, then they're not objective. Prejudices enter into the situation. And when they write it down like this, it introduces objectivity and makes those decisions very strong decisions. So now we're done. So thank you for the talk. I'll jump into the Discord channel now and and manage any questions that you have. And please enjoy the rest of ShellCon. If you're looking for career consulting, I believe the form is still open. We're just not adding new appointments during the conference right now. And have a good time, guys.
Thank you, Lori. We've got about 7 minutes left if you wanted to take some of the questions here.
Absolutely. If there's questions.
Yeah. So how do you recommend we address the idea of culture fit when interviewing candidates? Teams might want folks who fit in with their team, but that could result in a ton of bias.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Talk, but can you expand on it a little bit?
Culture fit is, so we try to avoid that, because culture fit is the hidden way that people introduce prejudice into the hiring process. And I have worked for entrepreneurs and C-level executives that do actively use that as an excuse for not hiring people, especially people that are older. Oh, they just don't fit in with the culture. Well, what? Because we don't like rap music or something, you know. It's just so we need to be careful about that. There really are genuine culture fit issues, but let's call it really what it is. Let's call it values. You know, different. It's like and it just comes to work environment. So if they have an idea of what kind of work environment you're looking for as a candidate, and I gave an example of, if you're really competitive, if you love being in a competitive environment and they have one, that's a good fit. If you really appreciate diversity and you see a lot of diverse faces, you can compliment them and say, I just love this environment. And anyway, and those are ways to point out that you are actually a good fit for a culture. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, no, I think that got it. So something that I loved in particular about your talk was getting to see the parts directed towards the managers as well, like the behind the scenes part. And I love that you addressed the landmines as well. So kind of expanding on that, are there any sort of like red flag words to avoid in an interview? Because like things to people in IT and InfoSec may mean something else to HR, like something that we think sounds like good. I think early in my career at a interview, when they asked why I left a workplace, I said it was a hostile work environment, and that was just a horribly bad choice of words, but I didn't really know any better at that point. I didn't know what that meant to HR people. So
yeah, there are some things to be candid about, and then other things, there definitely are some buzzwords that will scare people. And sometimes this is a candidate's past. If you've ever had a lawsuit against a previous employer, it's going to scare them. If you use the words hostile work environment, that actually is a legal term in the industry that gets HR people a little bit scared. There are other ways to say the same thing, but like I said, you need to practice your 30-second responses and stay positive. You can just say that over time, the environment had become, and you could say either frenetic or, they reduced the amount of manpower or the workload got too high. You can find other ways to explain how your job became untenable for you without triggering things by labeling them. I would avoid all labels, even HR terms, but definitely talking about a hostile work environment, talking about if you use the word discrimination and you really don't mean it, that's a legal term. So avoid that. And also ageism is something else that it tends to come out quite a bit. And this is you won't see it yet for quite a few years, but this is something I've actually run into where, like the hiring manager thinks they're doing you a favor and talking about how forward thinking they are and how liberal they are because they hire old people. Yeah, there are some words you just don't use. Agreed.
So yeah, I've got about 3 more minutes. One more question. For those of us that aren't very well spoken or good at talking on our feet, besides practicing more, is there a way to address that in the interview? Is there a way to loop back to a previous question?
So here's my #1 recommendation, guys, because engineers, you guys are the worst resume writers and you are the worst interviews in the world. For 20 years, I've had to deal with this. Pick at least 3 companies to interview for and interview for the job you want the least first. because that way you're going to get all the nervousness and the rustiness out of the way on the job that you care about the least. So the stakes are a lot lower. Believe me, that's going to be your worst interview. By the time you're doing your third interview, you're going to be a lot more relaxed. You're going to be a lot closer to being at your best. And that is the best thing you can do to help yourself. And if you're one of those spontaneous guys or gals, or really good at the social thing, you're probably not an engineer. But if you are, then you don't need to worry about that advice. But if you're like all the rest of the engineers in the world that I've had to interview, practice on the companies that the stakes are much lower for.
So CryptoX had a question. Is there an alarm that the whole company has to make a decision to whether to hire you or not, from IT to HR, different HR employees, C-level, business departments, all the different departments when you're actually applying for a SOC position? Oh, okay. So like when there's like 10 people in the room for all different departments, when maybe the position you're interviewing for is something that doesn't really require all those people. Does that say something maybe about the culture of the company in general?
So I have, personally, I have not worked for a company that thought so little of the resources of its managers across the board that it put unnecessary personnel all in the same meeting. But I will say that if this has happened, then I can't see this happening for a SOC role. That would surprise me, because a SOC role is in a pretty structured environment. They pretty much have a set of bullet items that's set for what your role needed, what the role requires and what the next role above you would require and what the next role above that would require. These kinds of things are pretty well structured already. And so they know the questions to ask you. This might be more likely to happen in an engineering environment where they're really not sure if you're a senior person or a junior person, or they're really not sure where to place you. So they'll throw a lot of people in the room in order to ask you a lot of questions. And like I said, as a hiring manager, as a mentor of hiring managers, I tell managers, keep asking questions until the candidate cannot answer them, because you don't really want to know everything they know today. What you want to know is how they manage when they don't know something. And that's where a true engineering strategy comes out, is when they tell you how they solve a problem. And so we ask technical questions until we reach the point where you can't answer them. Sometimes that takes sometimes candidates are so darn smart, it takes a whole bunch of people in the room to do that. Yes, we love to gang up on candidates. We love to sit there and watch you sweat. But it is very costly to companies to do job interviews. It's very costly.
Well, I think we are at the end of our time. It's the end of the talks on the RaiseMe channel tonight. Thank you to everyone who were speakers, who presented, who came to watch the channel, and all the volunteers, of course. Got a couple of things still going on the main channel. So Trust But Verify at 1800 and closing ceremonies at 1900, plus the ShellCon After Dark and the DJs over on Twitch. So we're signing off, and we'll see you in the other channels and on Discord.
Thank you so much, Kristen. It's been an incredible couple of days. And our first virtual conference, I don't think anybody imagined it was going to come out this well. It's been so much fun, and I still have more work to do. I'll be in the RaiseMe channel, and I'll be talking to candidates, and I'll be following up with the people that have requested appointments with me. So have a good night, everybody. Thank you for listening.
Bye, guys.